When the world sleeps, the nightmares feast. Welcome to Marvelous Long Reads, where tonight we descend into the dark heart of DC's most chilling event yet, Night Terrors. A sinister force named Insomnia has blanketed the Earth in eternal slumber, trapping heroes and villains alike inside their worst nightmares. Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, none are safe. Twisted reflections, mutilated memories, and buried fears rise with claws and teeth, feeding off the minds of the sleeping. This isn't just a bad dream. This is a blood-soaked realm where the rules of reality have rotted and death wears a smiling face. Insomnia hunts the Nightmare Stone, and to find it, he's tearing open the psyches of DC's finest. And if they die in the dream, they die for real. So turn off the lights, hold your breath, and pray you wake up. Because in this event, sleep is a curse and terror never blinks. But before we begin, we have a small request. If you like our content, please subscribe to our channel. It is a small click from you, but it means a lot to us. Thank you. Prelude. In Gotham, under the shadow of its dark towers and bats flying across the sky, Robin reflected on the night's events. He noted that while his father, Batman, transported Firefly and Killer Moth to Arkham, he needed to investigate whether they had a getaway driver. But before that, he allowed himself a brief power nap. In his sleep, Damian found himself on a bright beach. Sitting on a throne, he remarked that this must be the island the League used before it was destroyed. He found it fascinating, recalling how he trained his REM sleep to help him process cases. He saw illusions of his parents, Batman and Talia, together and happy. He also saw Flatline and Hawk nearby, realizing his mind was telling him to reconnect with his old friends. On another part of the beach, a version of himself stood, stating that this representation showed his wish to be happy. Damian began wondering what else his mind had in store, then suddenly felt watched. A voice told him he was a disappointment and should have been smothered in his crib. He braced himself but declared it was his dream and his rules. However, monstrous eyes appeared. The voice challenged his identity, accusing his friends of being monsters despite their shiny exteriors. It claimed they hid something from him, and he vowed to make them pay. Damian realized he was inside a shared nightmare, or collective subconscious. The voice compared him to his father and questioned whether he was any different. Damian fought through illusions of dead and distorted superheroes, insisting he was in control. But as grotesque, striped tentacles and giant eyeballs swarmed him, he began losing his grip. He screamed as he fell deeper into the nightmare. Suddenly, he bolted upright in his bed, screaming. Batman rushed in and called out to him. Damian panicked and begged him to stay away. Batman urged him to wake up. Damian rubbed his eyes and recounted the dream, how a voice told him Batman and his friends were monsters, and how the disembodied eyes haunted him. Batman assured him everything would be okay. Then, without warning, Bruce looked at him and said coldly, "I'll make sure you never sleep again." Damian was stunned. The figure's face cracked and revealed horrific eyes crackling with the purple power of nightmares. Damian shouted, "Gross!" and kicked Batman hard across the room. The figure mocked him, saying, "Father knows best." Damian was undeterred. He declared he had no problem fighting Batman if necessary, and insisted this was all still a dream. Damian cried, "Wake!" and jolted back to full consciousness on a rainy Gotham rooftop. Batman and Deadman stood nearby. Batman asked if Robin was okay. Damian, confused, asked where they were. Batman explained they had just caught Firefly and Killer Moth when Damian suddenly passed out. They had been worried. Damian admitted he thought they'd already done that, and mentioned the dream where he thought he was home. But now, he couldn't remember the details. Batman told him that dreams can be like that, and reminded him they had been pushing too hard. With everything Damian had been through, he suggested they all needed rest. Damian looked at his father and said he worried too much. As rain fell, the two leapt into the night sky over Gotham. Damian declared it was just a dream. As the hero swung over Gotham, large, otherworldly eyes watched the city from the clouds. First Blood. John Dee, also known as Dr. Destiny, lay asleep beneath a tree in a golden, peaceful meadow. A woman gently called out, "Wake up, John," urging him to enjoy the beautiful summer day. As he opened his eyes, he smiled at her, acknowledging the beauty of the moment. She reminded him that he was missing it. John, relaxing beside her on a picnic blanket, apologized and agreed. Their children ran joyfully nearby, playing in the sun as the couple sat in idyllic peace. John reflected on a dream he had. It was vivid, filled with characters in colorful costumes, embarking on a fantastic adventure. But none of them were his wife or children. Since they entered his life, he could barely remember what came before. The woman, smiling sweetly, said it reminded her of something she had been meaning to ask. Suddenly, the pleasant dream began to decay. The woman's body melted grotesquely, and she said, "We should have another, my love," and demanded John kiss her. her face warped into a monstrous form with dead purple eyes and oozing sludge. John backed away in horror, realizing something was wrong. She told him that the greatest gift they could give their children was to show them love. John stumbled as the landscape twisted. His wife and children, now transformed into decayed, grotesque figures, called to him, "Father, let's play." Panic-stricken, John shouted, "No, this isn't right." His children tackled him, demanding that he love them. John fought them off, shouting, "How dare you?" And realizing they weren't real, the woman echoed, "Yes, darling, love us." Furious, John declared that he wasn't fooled. He stood up and yelled, "I am John D, Dr. Destiny." John asserted his power, stating that dreams were his domain and this was his playground. He believed someone was attempting to invade his mind and control him. He challenged the intruder to show themselves. Around him, the dream dissolved, turning crimson and dark. He found himself alone beneath a tree, demanding the unseen presence reveal itself. Then, John found himself transported to the ruins of the Hall of Justice. He questioned why he was brought to the home of his old enemies, mocking the Justice League for having fallen apart like quitters. He insisted that a haunted house wouldn't scare someone like him. He walked forward and encountered grotesque creatures, including a giant, red-veined eye with limbs. He passed by a mural of the Justice League and growled that once he found his dreamstone and regained control of this realm, he would make whoever did this pay. As he studied the mural, he was caught off guard when monstrous, zombified versions of Superman, Martian Manhunter, Batman, and the others lunged out of a painting, grabbing and attacking him. Superman's corrupted form led the charge. John screamed as the decayed heroes overwhelmed him. He panicked and shouted, "No, stay away! How are you doing this?" He tried to deny the reality of the moment, repeating, "You're not real." But as he stared at one of the beings, he noticed something strange about their eyes and asked, "What is wrong with your eyes?" Then came a massive voice, booming through his mind, demanding, "Where is the Nightmare Stone?" John tried to resist, shouting that they couldn't have it. He warned, "No one can, don't," before he screamed in agony. The undead Justice League surged toward him. He howled in torment as a dark vortex pulled him inward, his body and mind unraveling. John D let out an agonizing scream. Deadman, once known as Boston Brand, reflected on the recent happenings while sitting atop a gravestone in a Gothic cemetery. Since his death, he had spent his time in graveyards, his own grim counterpart to Batman's cave. Death proved lonely, with most spirits moving on into the light without lingering, though he often received visits from the departed. He observed a funeral and reflected on the peaceful passing of Marvin Woods, a 101-year-old man who had been the patriarch of a large and loving family. Woods had been married for 72 years, fathered 7 children, had 22 grandchildren, and 4 great-grandchildren. He was deeply respected. He passed away in his sleep, surrounded by his loved ones. Though others might have seen the moment as sad, Deadman saw the beauty in it. Each tear shed represented a life Woods had touched for the better. He thought of the many funerals he had witnessed where no one came. In contrast, the grief surrounding Marvin's death meant he had truly mattered, something Deadman admitted he had never known for himself. Boston Brand thought back on his own life. He had been a fearless, arrogant, and selfish showman until an assassin's bullet brought it to an end. After his death, the goddess Rama Kushna gave him a task: find his killer and help lost souls reach peace and justice. But in time, he understood that mission had been a lie. All that remained was watching the world of the living, trapped in isolation. Then he sensed a shift. The wind of death passed, and he felt the presence of someone like himself. It was Superman. Deadman watched him in action, saving lives with strength and grace. Though death had marked his beginning, Superman radiated hope. His strength was remarkable, but his heart was even stronger. After retrieving a lost toy for a young girl, Superman received a Justice League alert. Deadman sensed a ghostly energy, not from Superman, but surrounding him. He decided to follow. Wonder Woman flew nearby in her invisible jet. She too had died recently, and during that time had spent time with Deadman until her recovery and return to the living. As she responded to the same alert, he sensed the same eerie presence around her. Something unnatural was linking them both. Superman and Wonder Woman arrived at the Hall of Justice, surrounded by crowds and media. Deadman watched them and sensed that they were haunted. Wonder Woman greeted Kal-El warmly, but admitted she had been concerned after hearing about his alliance with Lex Luthor, suspecting he might have been replaced by an imposter. Superman said it was complicated. Fans surrounded them, asking asking for photos. One admirer called Wonder Woman her idol. Deadman realized it wasn't just Superman or Wonder Woman affected. Something deeper radiated from the hall itself. In a vision, he saw the hall twisted and overrun by dark creatures. He understood that the beings weren't ghosts, but entities from another realm crossing into theirs. He rushed off to warn the others. Superman and Wonder Woman moved away from the public. Deadman flew beside them, calling out, but they didn't seem to hear or see him. He regretted opening the Hall of Justice to the public. Inside, Batman appeared, joining the conversation. He said the hall was too much of a target and suggested they should have shut it down once Dick rebuilt Titan's Tower. Superman praised Bruce for keeping it open, calling it an inspiration. Diana teased him about not taking a day off after his return from another world. They approached the restricted area where an alarm had been triggered. Batman confirmed it couldn't have been set off by tourists. Only the three of them had access. Deadman jokingly tried to get Batman to crack a smile. Inside, security scanned their identities and granted access. They found John Dee impaled and suspended, already dead. Batman identified him immediately. Wonder Woman asked how he knew. He replied that he had his ways. Superman and Deadman believed someone was sending them a message. Deadman noted the attack felt different, as if something had been searching for something. Batman recalled that the last time they saw John Dee, he had been working with Deathstroke. Deadman stated this was what had haunted the three of them. They tried to determine how Dee's body ended up inside. Harley Quinn called Batman over the comm, saying she had just been at Arkham for medical supplies and noticed trouble. Batman said Dee had escaped, but he was looking at Dee's body right now. He told Harley, John Dee is here. At Arkham Tower, doctors struggled to restrain John Dee, who thrashed violently in a nightmare. Harley Quinn confirmed to Batman via communication that Dee was still in Arkham Tower and couldn't be sedated despite the doctor's best efforts. Batman decided to investigate, and Superman suggested consulting Zatanna if magic was involved. As they moved toward the situation, Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman were confronted by a supernatural force. Inside the dream realm, Deadman tried to enter Dee's mind but was blocked. Having no other way, he apologized to Batman and possessed him. He explained to Superman and Wonder Woman that it wasn't magic, but something deeper, primordial, and tied to death. The realms of dreams and death were connected, and someone was tapping into powerful and dangerous energy. Batman fought back and screamed, "Get out!" expelling Deadman. Batman told the others he had resisted Deadman long enough to learn something valuable. He warned Deadman never to possess him again, and Deadman agreed, jokingly reminding Batman not to kill the messenger. Wonder Woman agreed to contact Zatanna, while Superman planned to visit Supercorp to look into cosmic changes. Batman ordered Deadman to follow him to Arkham. Elsewhere, Amanda Waller watched them via surveillance. She noted that it had been a while since the Trinity had been together, and ominously stated, "Something wicked this way comes." She asked her armored operative to keep tabs on them, who promised to illuminate their activities. Back at Arkham, Batman and Deadman arrive at John Dee still screaming. Batman urged him not to fall asleep again. Harley warned that Dee was aware he was dreaming and was close to finding the Nightmare Stone, something that would bring doom. Batman asked Deadman to identify the cause, while Dee cried out about the horrific eyes that watched him from the dream realm. John Dee violently convulsed and died as a shadowy force erupted from his body. His corpse lay limp, surrounded by dark energy. Batman confirmed he was dead, noting that his wounds matched the ones from the Hall of Justice. Harley was stunned, asking if a nightmare had really killed him. As they moved Dee's body, Harley asked if they were safe as long as they stayed awake. Batman explained that Dee's dreamstone was locked away, but that Dee had hidden the Nightmare Stone inside the dreams of his enemies. Batman pondered its location. Suddenly, Dee's corpse began to move and speak in a distorted voice, offering to team up and joking about killing Robins. Deadman panicked, insisting it wasn't him. Dee's body transformed grotesquely and crawled up to the ceiling. His neck twisted itself backwards, and he addressed Batman and Harley. He claimed Batman only wiped the shadows and declared they hadn't seen anything yet. Batman hurled a batarang, striking Dee in the head, but Dee laughed it off. He talked about a dream he once had, to reveal the truth of superheroes to the world, not as heroes, but as horrors. The room transformed into a monstrous dreamscape, and nightmares materialized in reality. Batman, Harley, and Deadman fought back. Harley noticed that even the doctors were now possessed by this dark force. Meanwhile, at the Hall of Justice, Zatanna revealed to Wonder Woman and Detective Chimp that Dee's body was only a dream construct. She noted such powerful constructs rarely appear in the real world. Suddenly, purple rays of terror erupted from Dee's dead eyes and surrounded them. The rays overwhelmed Wonder Woman and Detective Chimp and put them to sleep. Zatanna tried to keep them awake, but her spells failed. Superman flew through a distorted dreamscape, his vision clouded with purple energy. As the dream consumed him, his expression turned hollow. A voice asked if the picture was coming into focus. A radiant burst of energy erupted from Arkham Tower. The voice declared that, now free, its nightmare could spread, not just to heroes and villains, but to everyone. Titans, villains like Joker, and others across the globe were shown being engulfed by the same nightmare energy. Back at Arkham, Batman told Harley to issue a red alert and contact Nightwing, Oracle, and Robin. He ordered Arkham Tower to be contained. The nightmare voice mocked Batman's efforts, declaring it was nighty-night for the whole world, and its sleepless nights would come for any who resisted. Harley yawned, weakening, while Batman struggled to activate emergency protocols. Batman injected himself with adrenaline to stay awake, shouting, "No sleep till Gotham." His heart pounded rapidly as he regained control and burst through the dreamscape, declaring he would not fall, rest, or sleep. But something changed. Bruce, now younger, emerged into a new reality from a swirl of red mist. He wore a black suit with bloody hands and eyes emitting blood and nightmare energy. He recalled his outfit from a specific night, the night at Crime Alley, when his parents were killed. He looked around confused. A voice called out, "Are you my son?" Bruce, baffled, responded, "Father?" In the real world, Batman lay paralyzed as monstrous dream spiders surrounded him. Deadman screamed at him to rise. Deadman, seemingly desperate, admitted Batman would be mad, but he had no choice. He rushed toward Batman, followed by the spiders, implying that he was about to possess him again, despite Batman's earlier warning. Batman, possessed by Deadman, bit into a nightmare creature and fought back with ferocity. He spat out part of the creature, then silently attacked the horde. Deadman commented that he'd usually crack a joke, but in Batman's body, he acted like Batman would, deadly and focused. Dee's twisted body mocked the silence, calling Batman its brother. Dee addressed Deadman in Batman's body and called him a circus performer. Deadman declared he wasn't scared and attacked, stabbing the nightmare with a batarang. As Dee bled nightmare fluid from his eyes, he made a new offer to Deadman: help him find the Nightmare Stone in exchange for power and purpose. Dee's body twisted and transformed, revealing the dark force behind the horror, insomnia. He lifted Batman up, declaring vengeance. Surrounded by twisted corpses, he demanded answers from Deadman, asking, "Tell me, what do the dead dream about?" The night terrors had begun. The descent into madness. Batman. Long ago, Batman explained that his enemies constantly tried to invade his mind, whether through manipulation like Joker's laughter, Scarecrow's fear toxins, or the mind games and chemicals of Ivy, Mad Hatter, and Hugo Strange. To resist them, he sought to understand and isolate his fears. Years ago, he trained in the caves of Nanda Parbat to conquer them, but now he needed to go deeper, to learn how to shield his mind from being used against him. Inside the Batcave, Alfred questioned Bruce's drastic approach. Batman stood beside a tank, suited up in specialized gear. He instructed Alfred to pull him out in exactly 24 hours. Alfred worried about the long-term impact on Bruce's psyche. Ignoring the concern, Batman submerged himself in the tank. As he floated, his memories surfaced. His younger self walking with his parents, the fateful gunshot that ended their lives, and the trauma that shaped him. He saw flashes of the killer, the pearls, the blood, the theater sign, and the grief. Every image played on repeat in his mind. After the immersion, Batman gasped for air as Alfred helped him out. He coughed, insisting, "I said 24 hours, Alfred." Alfred calmly replied that it had indeed been 24 hours. Alfred then asked if it had been worth it. Batman admitted he'd never be over the night Joe Chill killed his parents. That memory in Crime Alley would always be painful, and only his death or mission's end would remove it. But he believed this exercise would help him in the future. Now the setting shifted to a red-lit alley in Gotham. A young Bruce Wayne, in the same suit he wore that night, stood alone. He recognized it immediately. He was back in Crime Alley. The nightmare had begun. In the Nightmare Alley, Bruce, appearing as his younger self, heard a voice calling him son. He turned, startled, believing it was his father, but then he remembered none of it was real. He wasn't a child anymore. He saw through the illusion and declared that the figure wasn't his father. Bruce recalled that John Dee had died in Arkham Tower and that he was attacked afterward. He recognized this entire scenario as a nightmare. He tried tried to wake himself, but couldn't. As the ground rumbled, he noticed something coming. Suddenly, enormous pearls resembling his mother's necklace surged toward him. He identified them as her pearls. One knocked him off balance, sending him tumbling through a doorway. He landed in the Monarch Theatre. Hearing a voice telling him to take a seat, Bruce mocked the tactic, saying he'd faced many who tried to use his last happy memory with his parents against him. A projector started, and he challenged the illusion to roll the film, claiming he already knew everything it could show him. He saw the glimpse of the real world, where Batman was fighting the nightmare-controlled people who attacked him. He realized he couldn't hurt them. They still housed living people. He wondered how he was physically moving if he was trapped in a dream. He was thrown through glass and landed alongside Deadman. From the Nightmare Theatre, Bruce saw Deadman possessing his body. Angry, he shouted at Deadman, accusing him of violating his trust. Bruce said he couldn't wake up because Deadman was in control, interfering with his mind's ability to regain order. He demanded Boston get out. As he reached out for the screen, it morphed and sucked him in. The dream shifted again. Bruce found himself outside his parents' home, now facing their graves. He noted the transitions from alley to theatre to the mansion and sarcastically remarked he wasn't impressed. He told the nightmare to stop using his parents' deaths against him. Bruce stood in a graveyard, staring at tombstones bearing the names of his allies: Dick Grayson, Jason Todd, Tim Drake, Damian Wayne, Talia al Ghul, Barbara Gordon, Selina Kyle, Jim Gordon, Cassandra Cain, Duke Thomas, and more. He asked the unseen force what it wanted, stating that none of it scared him and challenging it to show itself. A voice responded, saying it wasn't doing anything. Bruce was guiding the nightmare himself, and the voice was merely along for the ride. Suddenly, a twisted version of Robin appeared, introducing himself as a fan of Batman. He praised growing up in Gotham and said he always dreamed of being Batman's sidekick. He offered to team up, but on one condition: Bruce must help him find the Nightmare Stone, which Dr. Destiny had hidden within the nightmares of one of the heroes. The creature promised that once the stone was found, the nightmares would end. Bruce recognized him as the being who took over John Dee's body and asked what he really was. The creature revealed his name, Insomnia, and called himself Bruce's worst nightmare. Bruce didn't hesitate to fight back, striking through nightmare versions of his allies. He told Insomnia he had no fear of facing his own demon. As he pummeled through Nightmare Batgirl, Nightwing, and others, he mocked Insomnia's efforts, asking if that was all he had. Selina appeared in a black gown, urging Bruce to say yes to Insomnia so they could try again. Insomnia prodded further, suggesting Bruce feared happiness the most. Bruce denied it, saying he wasn't afraid of happiness or insomnia. But suddenly his mouth sealed, and monstrous features began tearing through his face. Selina and Insomnia taunted him as a creature inside started to emerge violently. Bruce screamed in pain, the skin on his jaw tearing off, revealing a beast underneath. Blood spilled everywhere. Bruce tore free, and the bat creature turned. It had a gun for his face, and it kept shooting at Bruce. Bruce shielded himself from gunfire as the bat-like nightmare creature attacked. Insomnia mocked him, saying Bruce had become a creature of the night and a living symbol of nightmares. Now, that nightmare had taken on a mind of its own and turned against him. The creature continued firing at Bruce, landing hits. Insomnia laughed, asking how it felt to be betrayed by his own darkness. Bruce admitted he felt it, but also that it freed him. Transformed into a dream-empowered Batman, Bruce realized what he had to do. He needed to go deeper into his own nightmare to regain control of his body from Deadman. He vowed to come for Insomnia next. As he flew away, Insomnia warned Bruce he was making a mistake and insisted he wasn't like Scarecrow. He didn't just prey on fear. Bruce soared toward a giant skull-shaped monument, resembling his own cowl. A voice warned him he was the one building the nightmare, not Insomnia. If he went too deep, there was no telling what his mind might create. Bruce entered the skull. Reality morphed around him, and he asked, "Where am I now?" In the new dream, Bruce stood in Joe Chill's place, gun in hand. In front of him were his parents. Bruce cried out, "No, I'm not in control." Suddenly, the gun in his hand went off. Bang! Damian Wayne traveled through harsh sandstorms to reach an ancient temple. Inside, an old bearded priest acknowledged that few dared brave the storms and asked if Damian had come to kill him. Damian introduced himself, and the priest recognized his name, recalling how Ra's al Ghul once spoke of him. The priest expressed condolences for Ra's death and asked what Damian wanted. Damian explained he had a nightmare, fragments of disturbing images, and sought understanding. He described a man journeying through a dreamscape, a vision lodged in his subconscious. dreams. Damien asked to use the temple's teachings and books to unlock the dream's meaning and defeat the threat within. The priest warned the land of dreams was sacred and dangerous, and that Ra's once tried and failed to access it. He gave Damien 1 minute to prove himself worthy, unlike others before him. Damien quickly fought and defeated multiple red-clad warriors. Victorious, he demanded access to the books, saying he wanted to read all of them. The priest, impressed but annoyed, led him to a vast library. He said Damien needed to learn how to sleep properly before unlocking dreams. Damien asked if he could learn to stay awake to avoid dreams. The priest admitted it was difficult but possible, though the body would suffer. As Damien studied ancient scrolls, the priest explained they were records of dreams from long ago. Damien discovered one disturbing scroll and called out to the priest, asking whose dream it was. The scroll depicted bats, birds, a skull, and terrifying faces. Damien immediately contacted his father, Batman, issuing a red alert to Nightwing and Oracle and activating the emergency protocol. No sleep till Gotham. As lightning flashed and the temple trembled, purple energy surged from the Nightmare Stone. Hooded monks declared its power would have no effect on them, but the priest collapsed, groaning, and Damien was overwhelmed by the force. He shouted that the priest's teachings had failed as he fell unconscious. Suddenly, Damien's eyes opened, red and intense. He declared that he had managed to stay awake and now remembered his nightmare. Determined, he suited up as Robin, saying he had to find his father. His mission was clear: insomnia would pay. Ravager. A blood moon hung over a secluded house deep in the forest, establishing the nightmare realm. A narrator explained that the villain Insomnia had trapped the world in eternal slumber, seeking the Nightmare Stone by invading everyone's dreams. Inside the house, destruction and fear lingered. A shadowy figure entered, and a terrified girl, Rose, watched from hiding. On the porch lay a man in a red shirt, bloodied and dead. Two figures inside the house spoke ominously, saying they could smell Rose and knew she was there. They assured her they didn't want to hurt her. Rose cowered beneath the stairs, hugging her knees, clearly terrified. Suddenly, monstrous creatures attacked someone in the living room. A girl warned Rose that she had been warned, and now she would have to deal with Father. Rose sobbed as the girl continued, saying, "Father gets angry." The girl was muffled and restrained by monstrous hands. One silhouette warned Rose this was her last chance. Crying, Rose whispered, "Okay?" The monsters grabbed the girl who'd spoken to Rose. One of them sneered, "We tried to warn you," as she was seized by 3 demonic figures. Blood spilled across the wooden floor as the attackers stomped forward. From the pool of blood, a horrific figure began to rise, muscles and tendrils forming from the liquid. One of the beings whispered Rose's name. The monstrous entity emerged fully from the blood, now massive and terrifying, with jagged features and glowing red eyes. Surrounded by more twisted figures, he sniffed the air and grinned. With a menacing tone, he growled, "Come to daddy, girl." The monstrous figures spotted Rose hiding under the stairs and charged toward her. One shouted, "There!" and another growled, "Under the stairs!" Little Rose bolted, screaming, "No!" repeatedly as panic overtook her. One of the creatures grabbed her leg mid-run and lifted her upside down, telling her not to cry and that she was with family now. Suddenly, Rose, now aged and in the Ravager outfit, gasped awake. She was tangled in vines in a completely different place. Dazed and confused, she struggled against the vines and asked aloud, "What? Where am?" Then she heard little Rose scream, "No, please," and took off running. The scene shifted back as a monstrous figure asked Rose if she knew what she had to do. She defied him with a no. He continued, saying it was almost time and that she had an important role to play. Before he could continue, a voice shouted, "Hey!" It was Ravager, who leaped in and slashed the monster's arm to free little Rose. One of the monsters screamed, "Don't let her get away!" as the creatures rushed at her. Ravager fought back, blocking and stabbing one. She told little Rose to hang on and reassured her, "Okay," while running. She instructed her to close her eyes tight and tuck her head into her back. They crashed through a wall. The monsters shouted, "After them!" as they fled into the night. Ravager and Little Rose hid behind a collapsed building. Ravager whispered, "They're gone." Little Rose responded, "They'll be back. They always come back." Ravager checked if she was hurt. Little Rose said it was just a little cut. She thanked Ravager, saying, "You saved me before they could hurt me." When asked who they were, she explained she called the main one Murder Man, and his companions outside were the Slaughter Squadron, named Rager and Vexer. She said they were bad men who had been hunting her for an unknown amount of time. It felt like forever. Ravager gently held the young girl's face, realizing her name was Rose Madison. The girl explained those monsters were her foster parents, and her real mum was dead. Ravager was stunned, asking who the Madisons were. Little Rose described Mark and Margaret as kind people who adopted her after her mother died. But Ravager rejected this, saying she didn't grow up like that. She grew up in a brothel, not a foster home. She began to doubt the girl was truly her. Little Rose insisted she was Ravager, just from a different version of the past. Their memories seemed twisted. Ravager acknowledged that the place they were in was distorting their pasts and something was wrong. Rose then asked if Deathstroke was Ravager's father too. Ravager confirmed. Rose referred to him as the Murder Man, saying he wanted out of the nightmare realm. Ravager asked why, and Rose explained he hated working for Insomnia and longed to return to the waking world. But he couldn't do it alone. He needed a bridge. Elsewhere, the monstrous slaughter squadron interrogated a man who begged and claimed he hadn't seen the girl. One of them confirmed he was telling the truth but killed him anyway. They found his hidden family in the basement and slaughtered them too, saying they had dealt with them. The creatures sensed the time was near and expressed anticipation for what was coming. They spoke of having fun before it happened. Meanwhile, Ravager told Little Rose the nightmare realm was affecting her precognitive abilities. She regretted not stopping what had happened to the people earlier. Rose excitedly asked if they had powers. Holding some kitchen utensils like weapons, she asked if Ravager was the bridge. Ravager said she wasn't sure. Rose explained the Murder Man said he could travel through blood, any spilled blood, but needed someone with a connection to both worlds. He called it a conduit. Rose repeated the term, smiling, but Ravager corrected her. Rose was not of both worlds. Little Rose suddenly stabbed Ravager in the side, catching her off guard. Ravager stumbled back, confused and in pain, asking, "Rose, why?" The girl, now covered in strange black markings, stood with a twisted grin and a knife in hand. She said she didn't have a foot in both worlds. Ravager did. That made Ravager the bridge. With a sinister smile, she confirmed, "You're the bridge." Ravager collapsed to the ground. Little Rose stood above her, flanked by the monstrous figures. She declared, "You're his doorway out of here," revealing her betrayal was part of a greater plan. The monsters loomed behind her as Ravager lay unconscious. In the real world, Ravager coughed up blood. She lay on the pavement outside a city building, injured. Peacekeeper 01 arrived and contacted Skywatch, reporting that he had found Ravager, but there was still no sign of the rest of Stormwatch. He assessed that she was in bad condition and said he was going to wake her. Winter advised caution from the Skywatch control room. He told Peacekeeper 01 not to wake her yet, not until they knew what they were dealing with. Peacekeeper 01 was told to keep an eye on her and move her somewhere safe. He muttered, "Great," as he looked around at unconscious bodies lying across the street. He muttered that she didn't sign up for Stormwatch, just to babysit a bunch of sleeping babies. Ravager lay unconscious on the ground. Her face rested half in shadow, eyes still shut as the nightmare lingered. Joker. In Gotham City, as rain poured down, Batman confronted the Joker, telling him it was over. Joker, smiling, replied that no one wins, only the game matters. Batman lunged, but Joker dodged, mocking him for being slow. Slipping on the wet rooftop, Batman crashed hard, face first. Joker and his goons laughed, teasing him about his poor shoe traction. Then Batman suddenly slipped again and fell off the building. Joker, confused, wondered if they'd made the roof extra slippery. One goon said it was just the rain. Another questioned if it was some kind of trick. Unsure, they decided to check if Batman survived the fall. They found Batman's body on the ground, surrounded by debris. One of the henchmen poked him at Joker's command. Joker speculated he might be unconscious and told them to turn him over. As they did, Batman sprang up and knocked the goon aside, proving he wasn't unconscious after all. Joker and the henchmen stood around the fallen Batman, trying to understand what happened. One asked if they had actually killed Batman. Another said he just tripped, but because of them. They laughed hysterically at the absurdity of it all. They debated what to do next. Joker said there was no point in continuing the heist now. One goon suggested throwing Batman in the trunk, but they'd taken the train. Joker angrily told him to steal a car. Later they sat in a diner. Batman's corpse slumped in the booth with them, still bloodied. Joker half-heartedly suggested killing Superman next, but questioned how. They argued over whether they really killed Batman, or if he just died like an idiot. They discussed killing Green Arrow instead. Finally, Joker agreed to do something fun. All around them, people in the diner were slumped over, asleep. 2 days later, Joker and his gang boarded a cargo ship docked near Gotham. The terrified captain pleaded for mercy. Joker told him it depended on his answers. When asked about the cargo, the captain revealed they were transporting revealing unrefined uranium ore stored in an unlocked hold. Joker demanded to know if there were alarms, booby traps, or a hidden security team. The captain nervously assured there weren't any. Joker was surprised they could just take it. After confirming, he sighed and stabbed the captain. Joker's henchmen praised the tip they received and casually discussed getting the plutonium, mixing up terms. Joker brushed it off, saying plutonium or uranium. Who cares? He told them to get it off the boat and figure out what to do with it later. As he walked away, one henchman asked where he was going. Later, back at their hideout, Joker seemed aimless. One goon asked if there were any plans, but Joker said he'd just watch Real Housewives of Metropolis again. Another pointed out they had achieved their goal, Batman was gone, and crime was surging. But Joker seemed uninterested. The goon, frustrated, asked what to do now, but Joker just wanted to re-watch his show. The goon complained that this wasn't what he signed up for and considered working for the Mad Hatter instead. At Wayne Enterprises, a man named Mr. D welcomed a new employee, Mr. Kaiser, who was actually Joker in disguise. D explained the previous employee, Mr. Armstrong, was arrested for hijacking a boat, so they needed someone fast. Joker said he was eager to join and find purpose. Joker began searching Wayne Enterprises' systems, but failed to access financial records or secret projects, receiving invalid data request each time. Eventually, a co-worker named Helen startled him and introduced herself. Joker, calling himself Johann Kaiser, lied that his computer was broken. When she asked what was wrong, he vented that he couldn't access the money, secret files, weapons blueprints, or bribery records. Helen simply laughed, and Joker grinned back. Joker, under the alias Johann Kaiser, continued conversing with Helen, who thought he was joking about David Armstrong. Joker insisted Armstrong had secret documents and sold them to criminals, but Helen dismissed it as a filing mix-up. She explained their department only approved AER's approved expense reports for the region. Curious, Joker asked if that meant they decided where the money went. Helen clarified that decisions came from upper management, and their role was to move money accordingly, without handling it directly. She added that expenditures were tracked by Department 53, and all expenses had to be accounted for and verified by accounting on 48 before approval. Frustrated, Joker realized their office only approved what was already approved. Helen proudly said they were the last safety protocol. Joker tried to label them as corporate seatbelts, but Helen corrected him. They were more like protectors of the seatbelts. As he grew more distressed, she realized he hadn't even logged in yet and did it for him. A few weeks later, Joker chatted with co-workers about his old job, casually mentioning he'd kidnapped a boss's wife. Griffin Goodman pulled him aside to discuss performance. While Joker joked about it being his humor, Goodman clarified everyone enjoyed his jokes, but his work was the issue. Reviewing Joker's reports, Goodman pointed out nonsense graphs and bizarre labels. Joker played it off, but Goodman asked if he even knew what he was doing. Snapping, Joker smashed a microwave over Goodman's head and set it off, roasting his face. Joker muttered that Goodman asked too many questions and walked out. Helen stopped him to ask about the noise. He claimed he left something in the oven and was taking the rest of the day off. The next day, Joker entered the office angrily and ignored Helen's greeting. He stormed into the cubicles, denouncing the workers as mindless cogs of a capitalist system. When Mr. D tried to pull him aside, Joker declared the employees served no purpose, and their families wouldn't mourn them. When asked if that was it, he casually replied, "I guess, yeah." Mr. D called Joker into his office for an unpleasant talk, revealing Griffin had died. Joker pretended to be shocked. D said Griffin hit his head in the break room and entered the forever sleep, though he hinted it could be something more. Joker, unfazed, casually put on a gas mask and revealed a vest lined with dynamite. D, amused, called Joker a jokester, then praised him as a rising star whom even Bruce Wayne admired. D offered him Griffin's position as Regional Management Assistant Vice Supervisor. Joker hesitated, but D insisted. Joker reminded him Batman was dead. D laughed, thinking it was a joke. Weeks later, Joker led a meeting, joking that the bad numbers reminded him of Goodman's microwave incident. His dark humor caused everyone to laugh. After dismissing the team, a woman invited him to Randy D'Amico's birthday drinks. Joker accepted, surprised. At the bar, Joker loudly tried to buy another round, but no one joined him. He called for Helen and reminded everyone that although he couldn't pay for their drinks, he could approve the approvals. When they ignored him, he bitterly muttered he was going to poison them anyway. Outside, Joker walked alone and realized shadowy figures were following him. He ran, declaring, "Nobody can outrun Johann Kaiser," but he was quickly ambushed, struck in the face, and dragged to the ground. He laughed madly, calling it a big mistake, and started attacking one of the men, yelling that Gotham was his city. His face voice became wild and bloody as he ranted about his dominion over the rivers and sun. The men pinned him down, and one warned, "You don't know who you just crossed paths with, but you will." Joker remained defiant, bloodied and manic, still full of twisted pride. Gaggy stumbled into an alley, confronting someone he mistook for a tough guy, only to recognize him as the Joker. He was shocked, asking where the Joker had been. Joker greeted Gaggy mockingly and pointed out his pathetic ventures. Gaggy and his men insisted they'd searched for him and feared Batman got to him. Joker dismissed the concern, calling Gaggy a liar. When asked if he'd been planning a big job, Joker simply said no. As he walked away, he told Gaggy to find a purpose and not wait around for Batman to beat him again. The Joker showed up at an office the next morning, joking about karaoke. His co-workers were shocked by his bruised, bloodied face. He claimed it was nothing and quipped that the other guy looked worse, then bluntly said he gouged out the man's eyes in an alley. Everyone laughed it off. A co-worker commented on the rising crime, wondering where Batman was. Joker, pouring coffee, replied that Batman's corpse was in his closet, prompting more laughter. Later, a colleague told Joker that his wife had been mugged. Joker asked if she was okay, and the man said she was fine. Batman even got her purse back. Joker, startled, asked if she saw Batman. The man confirmed she did and described him as handsome in a scary way. Joker, now visibly disturbed, smoked outside and pondered. That night, Joker walked through the city, noticing the bat signal. He greeted a neighbor and exchanged pleasantries, then entered his apartment. After changing into casual clothes, he grabbed a drink from the fridge, while news reported on Halo Corp's batteries and Wayne Enterprises' IRS troubles. Joker sarcastically encouraged Bruce Wayne. He sat in his chair as the news reported Batman broke up another heist. Joker asked about the TV channel for Real Housewives, while behind him the bloodied corpse of Batman loomed from the closet. Poison Ivy. At Slaughter Swamp, a quiet evening unfolded as Pamela Isley, aka Poison Ivy, reflected on how life rarely turns out the way one expects. Watching a frog by the water, she thought about how people start with big dreams, successful careers, happy families, the perfect love, but soon realized those dreams are harder to reach than they imagined. She pondered trading great ambitions for modest realities, like a shack in a swamp instead of a white picket fence home, and how even love can come with mismatched aspirations. Ivy noticed the frog approaching and welcomed it, asking what message it brought. Sensing something strange, she stepped outside, uneasy. Her thoughts turned to how dreams that once seemed comforting might actually be warnings, our subconscious signaling that what we think we want may not be what we truly desire. Inside, her home felt eerie. Vines and plants surrounded familiar furniture. Growing weak, Ivy collapsed into bed, murmuring confusion as green liquid dribbled from her lips. Her own reflection warned, these aren't dreams, they're night terrors dressed up. Suddenly, she awoke in a bright, overly cheerful suburb under a grotesque, smiling sun. Everything looked pastel and artificial. She blinked in disbelief, asking if she had hit her head. Standing before a perfect little house, she heard a familiar voice call her Sweet Pea. Harley Quinn appeared at the door, holding a disturbing pie with miniature figurines of them on top, gleefully announcing Ivy was just in time. Harley kissed her and welcomed her home, claiming it was their dream house. Ivy, dazed, asked where they were. Harley insisted this was the home they always wanted. Ivy disagreed, calling it a nightmare version of a lifestyle magazine and criticizing the pesticide-filled lawns. Harley, unfazed, cheerfully urged Ivy to hurry inside before the pie got cold, her grin unnerving. Ivy followed, wary and confused. Ivy stepped onto the porch, greeted by Harley, who said it was too nice to eat inside. Ivy, wary, asked what was for lunch. Harley happily replied, pie, but avoided saying what was in it, calling it a bit of this, a bit of that. She served Ivy a colourful, unsettling pie topped with Harley and Ivy figurines. Ivy hesitantly thanked her, then questioned what was actually inside. Before Harley could answer, she cheerfully waved and said, "Hey, look who it is." Across the fence stood a muscular man wearing a Batman cowl and a pink polo shirt, casually grilling. He greeted them as neighbours and praised the weather. Ivy froze, recognising him as Batman. Alarmed, she told Harley they had to leave. Harley didn't understand the urgency. Ivy insisted he wasn't their friend. He'd rather see them in Arkham or worse. Batman offered pound cake, and Selina Kyle stepped out, smiling and holding the cake, boasting about her extra zip. Ivy was stunned. Growing uneasy, Ivy told Harley that the setting felt artificial. Harley reassured her, no fighting, no running. It was better this way. Ivy called Batman their enemy and said this wasn't reality. Harley insisted there were no enemies here, just sameness. Ivy, still unsure, hugged her and reflected that everyone dreams their own dreams. She agreed to play along for Harley's sake, realizing they might have meant different things using the same words. Selina offered Ivy cake. Ivy, now tired, gave in and accepted. Meanwhile, Janet from HR ran through the unnerving pastel neighborhood, calling for Pamela and Harley. She was confused, recalling she'd just been buying blueberries. A small dog startled her. She bumped into a cheerful cobblepot who didn't recognize her and said he avoided the news to stay positive. Janet saw more strange neighbors, including Nightwing washing a car. He realized something was wrong. They weren't in Gotham. Janet became desperate to escape. Then, Batgirl and Riddler rode by on a tandem bike, playfully joking about unhelpful neighbors. Janet stood frozen, increasingly disturbed. Janet ran through an eerie neighborhood, feeling lost and trapped inside someone else's dream. She couldn't remember how she got there or how to get out. She passed a street sign labeled Isley and Quinzel's, which only deepened her confusion. Hearing laughter, she recognized Harley's voice and peeked over a fence to find Harley entertaining a group that included Pam, who Janet rushed to. Janet expressed relief at seeing Pam, but Pam seemed unfazed and asked what Janet was doing there. Janet asked what the creepy place was, but Pam brushed off the concern, saying she'd gotten used to it and liked it now. Janet whispered if it was a hallucination or parallel dimension. Pam hushed her, saying not to upset Harley, who left to fetch lemonade. Janet insisted that wasn't really Harley and accused Pam of not acting like herself. Pam defended their peaceful life, saying people were allowed to be happy and that Janet seemed like the one who didn't belong. Janet, now alone, was approached by Harley's guests, nightmare versions of Batman and Selina, who became increasingly threatening. They told her she needed to follow the rules, fit in, and warned that if people didn't get along, someone might get hurt. Janet tried to leave, but they blocked her, telling her it was too late. They knew who she was, Janet from HR, and said she'd already interfered, so now there was only one solution left. Meanwhile, in the dream house, Harley asked Ivy for her thoughts on her outfit. Ivy called it enchanting and expressed joy about being with Harley without any worries. They kissed passionately, but Ivy suddenly screamed in pain. Harley's mouth oozed orange goo as Ivy asked what that was. Harley dismissed it and got flirtatious, urging Ivy to take her dress off. As they kissed again, goo dripped on the floor. As Janet ran, she pondered what defined a dream house, whether it was made of wood and nails, or something more intangible like reversed fears and anxieties. Janet ran through the neighborhood, watched by shadowy figures and a menacing face in the sun. The houses around her were distorted, appearing twisted and unnatural. She realized the place mirrored their worst fears and attempted to convince herself it was just a dream. Suddenly, a nightmare version of the Penguin tackled her, mocking her with a grin dripping orange goo. Janet tried to resist, but he mocked her, asking what she was running from. A group of other nightmare figures surrounded her, twisted versions of Gotham characters, including a monstrous Batman, Selina, and others, all blaming her for disrupting Pamela's happiness. They accused her of trying to ruin everything Ivy had built and questioned her motives with menacing smiles and threatening words. Terrified, Janet denied trying to hurt anyone, but they loomed closer, insisting she was the one making Pamela unhappy. They advanced on her as she crouched on the ground, overwhelmed. The final thought repeated in her mind: what was a dream house? And more importantly, how could they wake up from it? The nightmare figures closed in, grinning with blades and claws. Black Adam. Explosions rocked Kandak as intruders attacked. Black Adam, furious, confronted them, declaring himself the sworn protector of the country. Enraged by the intrusion, he unleashed his lightning and struck down the attackers, demanding to know who sent them. As he fought, he accused their leader of forgetting who he was. Amid the chaos, he demanded one be taken alive to lead him to Alhazard. The terrified soldier, bleeding and dying, warned that death was coming for them all. Suddenly something shifted. Black Adam locked eyes with a skeletal figure, and his reality warped. He began falling helplessly into a void. As his body dropped through the strange purple abyss, he resisted with all his might, gritting out, "Will not," before losing consciousness. He awoke screaming, submerged in a pool of black, bubbling fluid. Furious and disoriented, he climbed out and saw a twisted, surreal landscape with a massive stone face, demonic architecture, and a moon looming in the background. "What hell?" he muttered, realizing he wasn't in Kandak anymore. From above, clicking sounds echoed, and robed figures emerged along the buildings. Black Adam, still tense, asked what they were. One of the figures let out a monstrous screech. Adam narrowed his eyes and braced for battle, muttering, "Well, come on then. This I know how to do." Surrounded by clicking skeletal creatures, Black Adam launched into battle. Though unfamiliar with the nightmarish world, he knew violence and blood, and attacked them viciously. He declared he didn't know the place, but he knew blood all too well. Lighting up with his powers, he vowed to learn what nightmare he was trapped in, and punish whoever brought him there. One of the creatures hissed and laughed mockingly. Furious, Adam struck, but was thrown back. The creature continued laughing, enraging him further. He swore vengeance and charged his lightning, but something was off. His power faltered. As more of the beasts swarmed him, he realized something was wrong with his strength. Despite the surge of lightning, his attacks weren't fully landing. Blood spilled from his mouth as he fought back. He delivered a massive lightning strike, throwing the monsters back with a thunderous boom. As he flew over the dreamlike city, he admitted it all felt unreal, like a nightmare stitched together from places he'd seen. He looked up at the floating rock of eternity, just before a massive explosion of light hit him, hurling him down through a shattering surface. He crash-landed, transformed into his human form, waking dazed in a strange alley. Horrified, he realized he was no longer Black Adam. As he screamed and energy surged from him again, it launched him violently through the alleyways. He slammed into the ground hard. A voice taunted him, telling him that he took a bit of a fall. Teth Adam was startled when a cat suddenly spoke to him, cryptically stating, "A fall." Shocked, Adam asked how the cat could talk. The feline confirmed it and introduced itself as Bast. When Adam asked if it was the god Bast, the cat denied it, but said Bast was now its name. Adam commented that the cat didn't look like a Bast, and Bast replied that Adam didn't look so mighty either. Adam admitted that boyish form wasn't truly him, only who he once was. He declared he had shed that identity. Bast encouraged him to speak the word, to summon the lightning, and reminded him they had a long journey ahead. Adam complied, saying Shazam, but nothing happened. Bast told him to try again. Adam said it with conviction this time, and lightning struck, transforming him back into Black Adam. With his powers restored, Bast remarked that it was much better. The lightning had originated from Bast's tail. Adam agreed. He picked up the cat and said they were heading to the tower. Bast told him to put him down and slapped his face. As they walked through the city, Bast asked if Adam was ready. Adam said he feared nothing. Bast teased him, but inside the tower, Adam said he'd seen bigger. As they ascended the stairs, Bast complained there were too many and asked why Adam didn't fly them up. Adam admitted he couldn't, sensing something was wrong. Suddenly they heard a scream. Rushing up, Adam found a monstrous Sobek grabbing Ammon. Isis screamed as the beast bit into the man. Adam shouted in rage. The monster laughed, tossing half of Ammon's body and charging at Isis. Adam shoved Ammon's bleeding corpse aside and screamed, "Isis!" Sobek mocked him, saying he was cursed never to have a family. Black Adam screamed in fury and launched himself at Sobek. But Sobek laughed and punched him mid-air, sending him crashing through the tower wall and hurtling far into the distance. Adam smashed into a building and fell into a heap of rubble. Groaning in pain and frustration, he muttered, "No!" repeatedly and struggled to his feet. Bast asked if he was okay, but Adam ignored it, clutching his head and yelling in anguish. He turned to Bast and angrily commanded the cat to leave. Bast calmly said they couldn't stop, pointing to the next tower in sight and urging him to keep going. Adam lashed out, asking what kind of place this was, demanding answers about the nightmare he was in. His voice grew more desperate as he confronted Bast, demanding the truth. Suddenly a voice said, "I think I can help with that." Batman emerged from the shadows, standing on a rooftop under the moonlight as bats circled around him. He said calmly, "Adam, we need to talk." Night Terrors, Chapter 1. A torn circus poster displayed Dead Man as the dare-defying Dead Man of Cirque du Macabre. He narrated that he never performed for cheers or applause, but for gasps. He lived for the moment of free fall, when the crowd truly believed he might not survive. That belief, he said, had to be real, for the audience and for himself. Every time he performed, he convinced himself he was risking his life. During one act, an assassin's bullet struck him mid-air. He never heard the shot, only the audience's gasp. They thought it was part of the performance, and once he died, the crowd went wild. Dead Man reflected that his death had become his greatest performance, but now he was stuck, watching life go on without him. Every performance was the same, forever. He described himself as the audience now, forced to observe others living. Still, he tried to remain upbeat, calling it the greatest role ever. As a ghost, he became a superhero, with nothing left to lose. Even after his death, the circus continued. They cleared his body and carried on with the clown show, because, as he said, the show must go on. Meanwhile, at Arkham Towers, dead man possessing Batman's sleeping body faced the villain Insomnia. Insomnia mocked him for hiding inside Batman and offered him anything he desired if he joined him, saying they were alike, both voyeurs of the living. Deadman said he thought Insomnia was a ghost, but realized he was something worse. He had sensed Insomnia haunting Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman through their dreams. Insomnia revealed he sought the Nightmare Stone and questioned whether John Dee hid it in the waking world or inside a hero's dream. When Deadman demanded to know what he was, Insomnia grinned and declared himself the god of nightmares, able to bring all fears, his and others, into reality. Surrounding Deadman with horrifying monsters, Insomnia assured it would be fun. He said the doctors of Arkham meant well, and he would help them if they helped him. Deadman inside Batman's body fought through Insomnia's nightmare creatures, but hesitated to attack the Arkham doctors, realizing they still had people trapped inside them. He noticed a specific cell door that gave off the same haunted feeling as the Hall of Justice. Determined to investigate later, he focused on taking down Insomnia. He phased out of Batman and lunged into Insomnia's mind, shocking him. Insomnia screamed in pain. Within Insomnia's mind, Deadman saw the Nightmare Stone, created long ago by a hero's sacrifice, Wesley Dodds, the Sandman. It had once been manipulated by John Dee into something dark, but Dee feared the Nightmare Stone and hid it. Deadman saw Insomnia's long search through dreams for clues to its location. He traveled into a memory of Arkham Tower during the Lazarus Rain incident. The rain, cursed with magic, had changed people, Insomnia included. His powers didn't come from nightmares, but from the rain, which gave him the ability to spy on sleeping minds. It started with inmates like Dr. Destiny, then expanded to the heroes. But in Insomnia's dreams, the Justice League appeared as terrifying monsters. Deadman sensed there was more, something Insomnia was hiding. As he dug deeper, he found a buried memory that made Insomnia feel joy. This intrusion enraged Insomnia, who yelled for Deadman to get out. Deadman mocked him for hiding happy memories, while most people buried their worst. Insomnia declared himself a god and screamed that Deadman dared to invade the mind of a god. Deadman replied bluntly, Insomnia wasn't a god, just some dude. Deadman, inside Batman's body, accused Insomnia of killing John Dee after Dee refused to reveal the Nightmare Stone's location. Insomnia told his creatures to bring Batman to him, but Deadman, still in control, declared he knew someone who understood how the Nightmare Stone was created. As tendrils restrained Batman, Insomnia warned the fall would kill Batman. Deadman smirked and jumped from the building with Batman's body. While swinging between red, veiny tendrils across the city, Deadman remarked how Batman always manages to survive, noting his physical prowess. He said Batman was the fittest person he'd ever possessed. Though Batman hated it, Deadman commandeered his body again for safety. He justified stealing Batman's body to prevent Insomnia's creatures from killing him. Driving the Batmobile, he recalled getting clues from Insomnia's mind and had to solve the mystery before Insomnia did. As the Batmobile roared through the night, Deadman thought about Insomnia's question, what he truly wanted. He realized it had been a long time since he considered that, but now his goal was to find someone experienced with dreams. Meanwhile, Insomnia allowed Deadman to flee. He groaned, feeling the nightmare realm pulling him back. Without the Nightmare Stone, his time in the waking world was limited. He summoned the Sleepless Knights and ordered them to follow Deadman. He tasked them with searching for the Nightmare Stone in the minds of the living and killing anyone still awake. Deadman reflected on Insomnia's mention of an awaker, confused by the term. He initially believed Insomnia's influence was limited to Gotham's Arkham Tower, but realized the entire world had been knocked out by Insomnia's nightmare wave. He called it a ticking clock of problems. Fortunately, a few heroes remained awake. Each pursued their own mission: Red Tornado saving a plane, and Zatanna reading scriptures surrounded by magical tools. Deadman, still inside Batman's body, took the fight to a cemetery, saying he needed answers. From Insomnia's mind, he learned that Insomnia was created by the Lazarus Rain. Most of it was destroyed. Batman had saved a small sample. Deadman acknowledged the task felt morbid but necessary. He approached a grave and used the Lazarus resin to activate it. A hand burst through the tomb, followed by a groan. The grave marked Wesley Dodds, hero, mentor, friend, cracked open, and Dodds emerged. Deadman explained that he always risked his life on the trapeze, and this mission was no different. He told Dodds the world was trapped in nightmares by a lunatic searching for the Nightmare Stone. He said it was up to the two of them to uncover the truth and stop him. Dodds struggled to his feet, apologizing and calling Deadman a fan. Deadman offered a gun and vowed to finish the case. Dodds accepted, saying, "Say no more," and put on his iconic gas mask. Now fully suited as Sandman, he stood tall under the eerie sky, surrounded by Lazarus fumes, saying, "I always loved a good mystery." Robin. Tim Drake, aka Robin, fought criminals at Gotham City shopping mall while Oracle contacted him. Concerned he hadn't checked in for 3 days, he replied he was busy, already on his third bust that night. Oracle advised him to rest, but Tim insisted he was just doing his part and planned to meet up with Stephanie and Cassie after. When Oracle asked if Batman would take a night off, Tim said Batman wouldn't and dismissed her concern. Oracle warned him not to burn out, but Tim brushed her off, saying he was fine and she should check on someone who really needed it. At Gotham Harbor, Oracle updated Jason Todd, aka Red Hood, about Tim and informed him a heroin shipment they had been tracking arrived, guarded by intergang mercenaries. She offered to send backup, but Jason cut the call, prompting Oracle to comment on his rudeness. Later, Tim rode his bike through the city, noticing eerie purple fog and losing contact with Oracle. Jason also observed the strange fog enveloping the harbor. Tim attempted to warn Oracle of an anomaly and offered to take point, but he was overtaken by the fog and collapsed. Jason also succumbed to the mist, both of them falling unconscious into a surreal dream world filled with disorienting imagery. They woke up in a distorted version of Gotham. Jason, annoyed, questioned why Tim followed him. Tim pointed out the warped environment and said he wasn't in Gotham before the energy wave hit. Jason agreed something was off. They concluded they were dreaming, noting odd sensations, like knowing it was Tim's 53rd birthday. To test if Tim was real, Jason slapped him. Tim yelled in pain, confirming Jason's suspicion. Tim added it had to be a dream. He just spit out all his teeth but could still talk. Tim explained that losing teeth is a classic nightmare symbol and deduced they were trapped in a shared dream. He noted they showed symptoms of derealization, citing Batman's files on Dr. Destiny and Dreamscapes. Since they could feel pain, Tim concluded they were in real danger. Jason joked, but admitted Tim was probably right, especially since the atmosphere worsened. Suddenly, the ground split open beneath them, and they were dragged into separate locations. Tim warned Jason that they could get hurt and to stay alive while he searched for him. Jason, falling elsewhere, grumbled about teamwork. Tim landed in a familiar apartment and recognized it as his dad's place, exactly as it was the day he died. As the memory played out, Tim yelled at the vision to stop. He saw his father run toward Captain Boomerang and gave chase, calling out in vain. Meanwhile, Jason explored his own distorted environment filled with shipping containers. He heard mocking voices and was ambushed by a nightmare version of the red-hooded Joker, who struck him in the face with a crowbar. Tim relived his father's death and found his corpse. Devastated, he tried to help, but his dad accused him of failing. Laughter echoed as Tim grieved. A nightmare version of himself appeared, taunting Tim for being unable to rewrite history and save his father. He mocked Tim's legacy, saying he wasn't drafted into the Robin mantle, but forced his way in and still failed. The entity vowed to replay this torment until Tim's heart gave out. Tim, rattled but defiant, argued it couldn't be real. The nightmare Robin told him it was the end of the line. With rising fury, Tim clenched his fists and growled, "Game on," refusing to back down. Red Hood sarcastically taunted his opponent after a hit, warning it'd be the only cheap shot they'd get. The monster mocked Jason, referencing how he gave up on his mother and would beg Batman like he did after Joker's beating. Jason responded with a rubber bullet to the face, silencing the monster. He stated he didn't need help and was done, walking off. Jason entered another room and was startled to hear his mother's voice echoing from a mass of faces. The voices wept that Joker killed her little boy. Jason, shocked, questioned what was happening. The monster apologized for Sheila's tears, saying the game wasn't over and that the rules were simple. We win until you die. The Red Hood monster replicated himself into 3 more versions and attacked. Jason readied his guns, shouting, "Round 2, losers!" He was soon surrounded by more duplicates. One taunted him to stay down, but Jason Jason shouted back, shooting 2 of them down. A voice of the Joker echoed in his mind, claiming Red Hood was just a step away from becoming like him, alone, destined to fall. Jason rejected that, saying he put down monsters like them. Meanwhile, Tim Drake saw a nightmare version of his father die, despite his desperate attempts to save him. He vowed to succeed, repeating that he was Robin. His own nightmare version mocked him for failing 52 times and declared Robin was finished. Tim was determined to keep trying, but his opponent beat him down, saying his best was never good enough. As Tim struggled, a hand reached out to him, urging him to stop. Stephanie Brown, Batman, Nightwing, and Cassandra Cain appeared. Stephanie told Tim they weren't here to help him, but to stop him. She called out his pride, saying he couldn't have it all. As she rushed forward, Tim pleaded with her to stop, calling her one of his best friends. A gunshot rang out as he called her name. Tim stood in horror before the bloodied bodies of Batman, Nightwing, Batgirl, and others. The Nightmare. Tim mocked him, saying he wanted to carry the world, but couldn't even protect those close to him. He blamed Tim for their deaths, questioning how he could wear the uniform. Tim tearfully demanded to be left alone. The Nightmare version called this Tim's final lesson and asked where he was going. Tim burst into a bedroom, hoping he could still save the Bat family children asleep there, but once again they were slaughtered. The monster taunted him, saying he'd reset the scene endlessly until Tim begged for death. Tim broke down. Jason's voice called out, and Tim shouted back, asking where he was. Jason admitted he was in deep trouble and needed a plan. Tim said they had to focus. Surrounded by a massive horde of Red Hood monsters, Jason warned Drake to think fast. He was out of time. The Flash. Barry Allen recalled how, when Iris discovered his secret, she asked how he saw the world at speed, rather than typical questions. He realized it was like a dream, where objects repeat, people feel unfamiliar, and time becomes distorted. He told her that in dreams, everything feels charged with meaning. Iris saw him differently after that. When asked how he distinguished dreaming from reality, Barry admitted the truth. While at a crime scene, Barry got a call from Iris urging him to come to Van Buren Memorial. She tried to explain something but broke off. Barry sped off, asking if Linda was there. Iris, confused, didn't know who Linda was. At the hospital, Iris revealed Jay said Wally faced Grodd alone. Barry was shocked, since they'd had milkshakes hours earlier. Jay, injured and on crutches, took blame for being too slow. Grodd had the Spear of Destiny, boosting his powers. When Wally confronted him, he slowed down. Barry accused Jay of letting Wally fight Grodd alone. Jay defended himself and urged Barry to see Wally. Barry arrived at Wally's bedside, horrified at the sight. He couldn't stop himself from thinking that Wally's costume would be red, but he was still in his Kid Flash garb. Wally's condition was dire, with unstoppable bleeding and organ failure from an infection. Barry blamed himself for letting someone so young take on that responsibility. Wally, weak, tried to explain. He said the Speed Force was wrong. Something was inside it, like a tick. He described seeing a monster in the lightning. Barry visited Iron Heights Penitentiary to investigate further. The warden mentioned that inmates had begun mutilating themselves to stay awake. Barry was led to Trickster, who playfully bet cigarettes on whether Flash was dreaming of them or vice versa. Trickster asked which was true, leaving Barry speechless as he stared through the bars. Barry visited Gorilla Grodd in his cell to find out what happened to Wally. Grodd sarcastically welcomed him and denied responsibility, claiming Barry was confused. Barry insisted Grodd help fix Wally, who was fading. Grodd relented, explaining he had raised the Spear of Destiny defensively, expecting Wally to phase through it, but Wally unexpectedly slowed. Grodd dismissed it as a happy accident. Barry asked Grodd if he saw the monster in the lightning, which Wally mentioned. Grodd gave no clear answer, only saying he knew what Barry knew. Grodd hinted something, or someone, may be interfering and mocking Barry. Barry, enraged, lashed out and attacked Grodd viciously. Grodd said even Barry could feel how disjointed reality had become. Time, places, people all mixed up. Barry realized something was wrong with the world and himself. Guards restrained Barry as he screamed for answers. Grodd cryptically said Barry was being watched, stuck in a maze made just for him. Barry left Iron Heights, returning to the hospital. Outside, snow was falling in June. A grieving father spoke to him about plans he had for his daughter, reflecting on her death. Barry joined Iris outside, who questioned him about the red glow and his injuries. She said Dr. Fate had tried multiple times to close the rift in the sky. Barry insisted he needed more time. Iris told him Wally thought Barry was ashamed of him. She urged Barry to tell Wally everything would be okay. Barry ran to the Justice League watchtower, wondering if the Speed Force was being tampered with. As he arrived, he was suddenly punched by a green energy boxing glove, revealed to be from Hal Jordan. Hal apologized, saying he thought Barry was an intruder because no one visited him anymore. Barry, groaning on the floor, weakly said Hal's name. Hal Jordan, badly scarred and partially reconstructed, told Barry he had saved the world by absorbing a Sun Eater, which killed him. Barry hadn't been there as usual. Hal's body was ruined, but his will kept going. Barry apologized, but Hal brushed it off, saying Carol always claimed he couldn't let anything go. Barry said he needed to go back and asked for Hal's help. Hal was wary, but agreed. Hal powered up the cosmic treadmill while Barry ran on it. Barry sensed everything was unstable, time fractured, reality flimsy. He knew someone was watching. As Barry entered the time vortex, his discomfort grew. He pushed himself, adapting his speed to survive. His body phased into a new form to synchronize with time. Barry emerged in the past in Keystone City. The Speed Force resisted, but he pushed through, driven by his love for family. He saw Grodd threatening a young Wally, wielding the Spear of Destiny. Grodd mocked humanity's fear of insignificance. Wally, in full Kid Flash gear, interrupted with bravado, which Barry recognized from his own early days. Confident, but reckless. Barry, near collapsing and being pulled back by the Speed Force, warned Wally to keep fighting. Wally dodged civilians used as a human shield and blitzed Grodd, launching cars to protect people. Grodd attacked with raw strength, but Wally struck back with a lightning-charged punch. Grodd hurled Wally, then taunted him. Barry, hiding, wondered what was really affecting Wally's speed. He remained focused on finding the monster. Grodd loomed over Wally, mocking him as just a child waiting for rescue. But Wally declared defiantly, "You don't know anything about me." Barry saw the moment. Wally wasn't fast enough, not this time. So he acted, regardless of the pain or the cost. He moved to protect Wally because it was his job, because he promised Iris, Jay, and himself. Grodd's spear flew toward Wally. Barry screamed, "No!" but still failed. Wally, now hit with the spear and confused, called out to Barry, realizing he had been too slow. Barry couldn't speak, moving too fast for his own voice. He wanted to comfort Wally, but couldn't. Wally asked if Barry could see the monster in the lightning. Suddenly, Barry was yanked by the Speed Force, dragged backward. He cried out as lightning engulfed him, pulled into a vortex of energy. As he was torn through the Speed Force, Barry finally saw it. Wally's monster. A monstrous purple energy, surrounded by jagged red and black lightning, had taken over the Speed Force. Zatanna. Red Tornado monitored a global crisis from the terrific tower, where the entire world had mysteriously fallen asleep. While he had managed to contain immediate emergencies, nothing could wake the victims. He coordinated with RAI and other robotic heroes via the JLAI network. Suddenly, Zatanna's voice cut in with an urgent message, but interference disrupted the signal. A shadowy figure confirmed it was more than just interference and launched an attack, causing Red Tornado to scream before the transmission went dead. Beneath the Hall of Justice, Zatanna fought off glowing skeletal creatures known as the Sleepless Knights. She defended the unconscious Wonder Woman and Detective Chimp, revealing that Dr. Destiny had been murdered and their new enemy, Insomnia, had taken control. Barely managing to stay awake, Zatanna faced off against two attacking knights, Sir Morbid and Iron Maiden. They summoned the Sleepless Queen, who demanded the Nightmare Stone in exchange for granting her allies a painless death. Zatanna claimed she knew nothing about the stone, and one of the knights confirmed it. The Queen decided Zatanna still had her uses, but ordered the others to kill Wonder Woman and Chimp. Zatanna fought back with magical barriers and frantically searched for someone to summon. Outnumbered and outpowered, she took a chance and cast a blind summoning spell. It brought Robot Man of the Doom Patrol, who appeared mid-battle, confused and irritated. Zatanna quickly ordered him to protect the unconscious while she focused on her spell work. Though grumbling about magic, Robot Man complied. During the chaos, Zatanna recalled a disturbing encounter with Mento from the Doom Patrol at the seance that killed her father. She then remembered a backup plan, a magical panic room. She directed Robot Man to grab a book labeled Michelle Remembers, saying Michelle knew what to do. Despite hesitation, Robot Man obeyed, and as he pulled the book, he finally understood her plan. Zatanna revealed a secret passage hidden behind a bookshelf and ordered Robot Man to carry Wonder Woman and Detective Chimp down immediately. When he asked what about her, she shouted for him to just go. go. As he left, the sleepless queen and her knights mocked Zatanna's efforts, claiming her magic was inferior and that Robot Man couldn't save her. They demanded her surrender. Zatanna defied them, stating she still had tricks left, and cast a spell to summon dragon bones to attack. The dragon erupted through the room, crashing through shelves and scattering the sleepless knights. Zatanna used the chaos to escape down the stairs, noting the spell would buy some time, but not stop the enemies. As the others fought the skeletal creature, she acknowledged they were still far from safety and questioned how they would get out of the mess. Zatanna and Robot Man entered a vast enchanted maze designed to trap intruders. She warned him to stay close, explaining it was made to confuse anyone not meant to be there. Meanwhile, above, the knights had already downed the dragon. One of the knights dismissed her as unworthy, but the queen insisted she was valuable. Sensing magic below, the queen decided to send her own creatures to pursue them. Inside the maze, Robot Man asked if Zatanna could send him back home. She said she would after securing her teammates. Zatanna defended her urgency, saying the Doom Patrol didn't have panic rooms like the Justice League and that she couldn't afford to lose anyone else. She admitted she had lost many teammates, people she considered family, and couldn't let others down again. Robot Man gently responded that he had also lost family, and her presence reminded him of that pain, but it wasn't her fault. Zatanna apologized for blaming him. He replied with humor, saying there were plenty of other things to blame his team for. Then something caught Zatanna's attention, and she whispered, "No?" Zatanna and Robot Man encountered zombified figures of Cliff's family, Dorothy, Josh, and Kate, blaming him for their deaths. Kate accused him of causing her demise, and Zatanna reminded him that it was dark magic, not real. Zatanna then saw apparitions of her own fallen colleagues from a past seance. Realizing the situation was spiraling, she shouted for them to run. The undead mocked them, saying her allies always died. They reached the panic room door. Zatanna needed to concentrate to open it, and asked Cliff to hold off the pursuing figures. Cliff, shaken, admitted he didn't know if he could, but Zatanna insisted it wasn't real. He confessed the illusions still felt real. Zatanna told him to trust his head, not his heart. Suddenly, the illusion of her father appeared, calling her My Little Piccolo. Despite knowing it was dark magic, it hurt. Cliff asked what now, and she told him to ignore it while she struggled to stay composed. Her father mocked her, calling her a disappointment, not a good magician or daughter. She couldn't bear to deal with the pain again. Cliff knocked the illusion away and cursed. Zatanna admitted they both had unresolved trauma, but agreed it wasn't the time to address it. Cliff suggested they deal with their issues by fighting together. She smiled and agreed. As the undead caught up, Zatanna cast spells while Cliff fought. She yelled, "Switch partners!" and they swapped attackers. After the fight, they prepared to open the panic room. Inside, they placed Wonder Woman and Detective Chimp on medical beds. Zatanna said they'd be safe while she worked on waking everyone. She offered to send Cliff home, but he insisted on staying to fight. They fist bumped and declared themselves Hex and ready to battle. A dark red figure watched silently in the shadows. As Robot Man completed his sentence, violence, the sleepless queen stabbed him, declaring no one escaped her blade. Zatanna screamed in horror, but Robot Man mocked her, saying he was just a brain in a robot body. The queen corrected him. He wasn't being murdered, he was being knighted. Dark energy coursed through him, and Robot Man collapsed in pain, muttering that it hurt. As the transformation took hold, Zatanna tried to help, but Robot Man urged her to flee. The queen declared his transformation nearly complete. He was becoming the Lord of Rot and Ruin. As Zatanna ran, the queen christened him the Rust Bringer, the newest member of the Order of Sleepless Knights. She then commanded him to go forth and bring Zatanna into their fold. Shazam. Mary Bromfield, aka Mary Marvel, introduced herself as someone who, like her brother Billy Batson, could transform with one word into a powerful hero. She demonstrated her strength by knocking out a villain and helping survivors with speed and compassion. She outsmarted enemies like Vertigo and revealed her human side as a responsible older sibling to her many foster brothers and sisters. But the demands of her real life exhausted her, and as she fell asleep on the couch, she was pulled into a strange dreamscape, affected by the villain Insomnia, who trapped the world in eternal slumber. In the dream, Mary was shaken awake by Freddy and Darla. They were panicking, saying the house was burning and they needed water, but the land outside was an endless drought. Mary transformed into Mary Marvel to help, but was stopped by Billy in a dark version of his costume. It was completely similar to that of Black Adam. When Mary insisted on acting fast, Billy cryptically said the kids weren't burning yet. Suddenly, the house exploded. Mary demanded demanded Billy let her save the kids, accusing him of setting the house on fire. He reminded her this was her dream. Frustrated, Mary tried to punch him but was blocked. Billy chanted, "Shazam!" and Mary transformed back into her regular form. He chanted again and changed into his younger version in a red t-shirt. Billy said she could have killed him, but reassured her that no one was dying. Mary argued she had to save the kids. He insisted that everything had changed and said she wasn't listening to Minerva's wisdom. He warned that both dreaming and waking life had evolved beyond her control, making her too dangerous to wield her powers. As she begged him to return them, he said she was too dangerous and transformed her back. Mary stood in shock, powerless, as the house continued to burn. Mary ran into the burning house, calling for Darla, Freddie, Eugene, and Pedro, desperate to find her siblings. Flames surrounded her as she shouted, "Shazam!" again and again, trying to transform, but nothing happened. Debris crashed around her and the fire intensified. Her powers were gone. She screamed in frustration and fear. Her body remained asleep on the couch. She murmured her siblings' names, asking if anyone could hear her. Her voice trembled with disbelief as she muttered, "Too dangerous? That's insane," then began to say, Lightning erupted as she transformed back into Mary Marvel and jumped up. Pedro, startled, confirmed she was awake. Mary, relieved to see everyone safe, asked what had happened. Freddie asked if she had transformed in her sleep. She guessed Billy had done something, but Freddie said she had been dreaming. He reminded her Billy was still at the Rock of Eternity. Mary insisted something was wrong. She sensed a new evil poisoning their dreams. She turned and saw someone who looked like her dad. When she asked, "Dad?" the figure shifted into a monstrous, insect-like creature that growled, "Go back to sleep." Each night from Monday to Thursday, she remained asleep, mumbling Shazam as lightning burst from her window. On Friday morning, she entered the kitchen and asked where everyone was. Her parents said the others were asleep and joked that she had brought the thunder all night again. She reacted in disgust to what they were eating and refused to join them. They insisted it was her favorite, but she pushed the plate away. They told her she was confused and that this couldn't go on. Handing her a coat, they said they had made an appointment for her with a sleep specialist. Mary, her parents, and another man walked out to find a long yellow cab waiting. Although they had a car, her parents insisted on taking the cab so they could soak their feet. Once inside, everyone removed their shoes and relaxed in the shallow water pooled on the floor. Mary asked where they were headed. The driver replied, "Downtown Sleep Center," and expressed his honor at driving Mary Marvel. Mary denied being Mary Marvel, but he told her not to lie. He knew everything. He claimed to know about the Nightmare Wave, the Nightmare Stone, and the figures behind it, the Dark Nightmare, the Terror Titans, and the Man of Screams. Mary questioned what he was talking about. He explained that he could only echo what she already knew, as it was her dream. Mary, confused, asked who he really was. The driver transformed into a monstrous figure with pale skin, glowing eyes, and a sharp grin, and mockingly asked who she thought he was. He was none other than Insomnia. Mary screamed. The cab veered off a cliff as the voice taunted her, saying she couldn't save anyone. Mary yelled, "Shazam!" and flew out of the cab, catching it mid-air and proving she could. She landed the cab safely and declared she was taking control. She ordered the others out and insisted they couldn't be in her dream. She demanded her boots and told her mother to stay away. Her mum pointed to the sleep center nearby. Mary entered, puzzled by the twisted interior, and asked what kind of doctor's office it was. At the front desk, she claimed her appointment as Mary Bromfield. The nurse replied she wasn't Mary. Mary realized the nurse was right, just as someone grabbed her from behind and silenced her. Mary woke up, tied to a slab. She cursed her captors for not gagging her, then tried to say Shazam, but vomited violently. Mary, still bound, tried to say Shazam, but was interrupted by a dark version of Billy, who claimed the word was his and only he truly knew how to use it. He told her she only wanted to say it to save everyone, but lacked the right. He summoned Freddie, said Shazam, and blasted him with lightning, reducing him to a burned skeleton. Mary screamed for Freddie and watched as Billy summoned more siblings one by one, each time saying Shazam and incinerating them. She begged him to stop, crying out, "Please," but he continued with a sadistic smile. Mary repeated, "No," in despair. Billy stood over her, mocking her helplessness. As he reached toward her face, he whispered, "Shazam," again, while she stared in terror, sweating and speechless. Green Lantern. A plane flew over the Earth before being struck by something unknown. Inside, passengers were thrown around. Hal Jordan activated his Green Lantern ring and realized the plane was going down fast. With green light glowing around him, he forced himself forward, determined to reach the cockpit and find out what was happening. He suddenly found himself stepping through a door, now inside a completely different space. He declared the ring on and startled two people as he entered. Hal was confused to find himself at a funeral. He had just been on a plane and now stood among mourners. A young version of his mother called him over. Hal noticed she looked exactly as she did when he was young. A younger version of himself stood before her. She told him to be brave, that they needed to say goodbye. She led the young Hal to a casket. The boy wondered if the funeral was for his father. Carol stood in the pews, and Hal noticed she looked sad. He realized his mum was trying to be strong but cried at night. She reassured him everything was fine. As the boy approached the casket, he saw something unusual on its side. The lid was cracked open. He panicked, remembering his father had been burned in a wreck, and feared what he might see. Inside, a grotesque, clawed hand emerged. Horrified, Hal backed away, telling himself he had to leave. Suddenly, a reanimated corpse burst from the casket. Covered in decay and crawling with worms, it lunged toward him, grinning and rasping. "Come here, my son. Come say goodbye to your dear old dad." Hal saw himself as a child fleeing from a graveyard, chased by undead versions of his family. His younger self remembered someone saying, "Families don't leave each other, not ever." A monstrous woman called him back, surrounded by decaying corpses. Hal ran, panicked, shouting there was nothing to be afraid of as he reached for a door. As he opened the door, Hal burst into a hangar where a flight trainer was stationed. Carol Ferris, frustrated, called out his name and asked why the simulator wasn't ready. Hal blamed distraction, and Carol guessed she was the cause. He smiled and confirmed she had that effect. Carol reminded him they had missed their investor deadline last month. Hal promised he'd have it done, but Carol didn't buy it. He then made a flirty offer. He'd finish it by the weekend if she spent the weekend with him. She countered harshly, "Finish it by the weekend or lose his job." Hal reluctantly agreed and began powering up the trainer. Suddenly, it activated on its own, launching violently. Hal shouted that he hadn't started anything. The trainer blasted through the hangar wall, glowing with unnatural green energy. Hal screamed as it rocketed across the city. Shocked, he realized it was going full throttle despite not having an engine. The vehicle crash-landed violently in the desert. Hal stumbled out, clutching his head, muttering that he was losing his mind. A voice called his name, asking for his help. Hal looked up and saw Abin Sur, the Green Lantern of Sector 2814, badly wounded in the wreckage of his ship. He raised the glowing green ring toward Hal and said he required his aid. Hal Jordan rushed to help the wounded Abin Sur, suggesting they stop the bleeding. But Abin insisted there was no time and handed Hal his Green Lantern ring, saying he had scanned Earth for someone who could help. Hal, overwhelmed, said he wasn't a hero. Suddenly, Abin monstrously grinned as the ring forcefully latched onto Hal, causing him immense pain. Hal screamed in agony as green energy coursed through him. Abin Sur revealed his sinister intent. He was draining Hal's life force to fuel his own, giving him strength to continue guarding Earth. Hal begged him to stop, but Abin said he had chosen Hal because he was weak and wouldn't be missed. As he absorbed Hal's energy, he laughed maniacally, declaring Hal's death would serve a greater purpose. Hal struggled to resist, realizing the ring was killing him. He clawed at it, trying to remove it. In desperation, he slashed the ring finger off with a sharp object. He ran toward a door, hoping to lock it from the other side to escape. Abin mocked him, feeling Hal's willpower in his veins. Hal pleaded for the door to open, but Abin prepared to strike, saying will was never enough. Suddenly, Hal stood before the Guardians of the Universe on Oa. They told him he was summoned for a purpose. One Guardian said Hal's report on the death of a fellow Lantern on Karuga raised serious concerns. Hal requested to lead a team back to the planet to investigate. The Guardians denied it. Shocked, Hal protested, saying a crime occurred and needed to be investigated. The Guardian reminded him he was no longer part of the Green Lantern Corps since the United Planets took control. Hal protested that the Guardians had disappeared. They accused him of betraying his oath and his friends, like Kilowog. Hal, holding his head in confusion, realized the setting. The Guardians, even Kilowog, felt wrong. He whispered, "No, this, the room, you, Kilowog." Piecing together together that something was terribly off. Hal Jordan, sensing something was wrong, demanded to know who the beings before him really were. As he unleashed a burst of green energy, they smirked and asked if he didn't know. One of them admitted Hal had held up better than the others of his planet. The illusion dropped, revealing the monstrous face of Insomnia, who explained he had manipulated Hal's reality repeatedly to generate the perfect fear. Grotesque shadow creatures emerged, confronting Hal. They mocked him, asking what he planned to do. Hal shouted, "This!" and used his ring to summon Green Lantern constructs, warrior figures wielding swords and shields, to battle the nightmarish horde. As the enemies were defeated, Hal stood amidst the carnage. He sensed another presence, a final fear behind one more door. He felt its hunger and realized it wanted him. He stepped forward, challenging it to come for him. From the glowing portal, a monstrous voice responded, "Yes, you are, right where you should be." Suddenly, a massive yellow creature lunged forward. Hal braced himself as it greeted him. "Welcome to your greatest nightmare." The looming terror was none other than Parallax. Sinestro. In Coast City, Sinestro walked through a crowded night scene, narrating how he once commanded fear, but now felt lost and broken. As he moved through the crowd, he bumped into a man who called him an idiot. Sinestro remembered what it felt like to be feared, but now he was powerless, mocked and forgotten. Enraged, he clenched his fists, provoking the man, who then struck him. Sinestro, bloodied and humiliated, lamented how he once ruled planets and instilled fear across galaxies. Now he was nothing and afraid. Suddenly a glowing wave surged through the street, causing panic. Sinestro was swept up in it and awakened in a bizarre alien world that felt eerily familiar. Chained and wearing a cape, he was herded with others by a monstrous warden. The surroundings were warped but rooted in memory. Sinestro wondered if this was a vision or someone else's manipulation. He recalled his past as both a Green Lantern and Yellow Lantern, once powerful, then manipulated by Pariah's Dark Army during the Dark Crisis. He stood now without his ring, ashamed and lost. A robed figure approached, recognizing Sinestro and telling him the time for jokes was over. Sinestro asked how the man knew him and was stunned when the figure revealed himself to be Abin Sur. Abin claimed he came to Sinestro at his weakest as he returned home to Corrigar. Sinestro didn't believe it and demanded to know who was behind this. Another figure appeared, cloaked in red and black energy, saying Sinestro should have recognized him himself. This future version of Sinestro mocked his present self as a failure and a shell of who he used to be. He questioned how often Sinestro relived his regrets, decisions, and wondered if this was where it all went wrong. Suddenly, monstrous red versions of Sinestro attacked, wrapping him in black goo. Just as he was overwhelmed, a voice interrupted. Sinestro thought it was Hal Jordan and called out, but Hal didn't recognize the name. Another version of Sinestro appeared, now bearing multiple heads and glowing arms, saying, "I've certainly seen better days." Wonder Woman. Bobo the detective chimp awoke disoriented. He found himself in a wrecked library beneath a giant skeletal claw lying beside the unconscious body of Wonder Woman. Alarmed, he cried out her name and desperately tried to revive her, urging her to wake up. But as he lifted her head, her face melted in his hands, horrifying him. She turned to water, and the water started engulfing Bobo. Suddenly, he was pulled from the water by Wonder Woman herself. She told him to catch his breath. They had a league to find. As they moved forward, Wonder Woman explained they had been put to sleep by unknown magic. Zatanna and others from Justice League Dark were also affected. She had been tracking Bobo and found him. Suddenly, John Constantine appeared, welcoming them to the Nightmare Realm. He explained this realm was made from their unconscious fears and traumas, dream and memory shaped into horror, and it was very real. He continued that this place, once myth, was now real. Their fears were being weaponized against them. Wonder Woman, Bobo, and Constantine pressed on through a dreamlike maze city. Constantine used a spell, Invenire, to guide them toward the Justice League Dark members. As they walked, Bobo described the maze as a trap, and Wonder Woman offered to keep them connected with her lasso. She reminded them the lasso revealed the truth but didn't break barriers. It only worked if one let go willingly. Inside the maze, Constantine warned of threats, maggots under the skin, dogs tearing children apart, suffocating darkness, all fears brought to life. He noted if they didn't recognize and defeat these fears, they'd be killed by them. They discussed the myth of the Minotaur Minotaur, a demon king fed children by ancient Cretans. Constantine pointed out that this nightmare realm was manifesting from their thoughts. Just then, the walls displayed terrifying images of the Minotaur and children being devoured. Wonder Woman asked whose nightmare this was. Constantine urged them to hold the lasso. It would protect them. But the lasso transformed into a barbed wire, cutting their hands, Constantine and Bobo, and to let go. Suddenly, shadowy arms burst from the walls and grabbed them. Constantine, Wonder Woman, and Bobo fought them off, but they were overwhelmed. Wonder Woman's lasso was yanked away, along with Constantine and Bobo, as she tried to fight back. Her hand was badly hurt. Meanwhile, Constantine and Bobo were dragged away and landed inside a room filled with more monsters. Constantine, sword in hand, cursed the situation. As more demons emerged, Bobo accused Constantine of summoning the fears by naming them. Constantine sarcastically noted they were lucky it was Bobo's nightmares being manifested, not his own, which he said would be worse. Holding his flaming sword, he braced for battle. Constantine faced a monstrous horde and shouted that he'd kill them and cut their way out. With a blazing sword, he slashed through the creatures. Bobo fought alongside him, and together they burned through the monstrous limbs. After a successful hit, they cheered, but more nightmare beasts immediately reformed from the pieces and multiplied. Constantine and Bobo ran. Constantine urged that they needed to stay together since he lacked Wonder Woman's lasso to anchor them. But Bobo got pulled away, and Constantine was left alone, cursing the situation. Constantine stood firm and invoked a powerful summoning spell. Channeling Hecate, Yu, and Ash, he declared that if he couldn't reach Justice League Dark, he would bring them to him. As he chanted, Illum uos ad me, flames engulfed him, casting a brilliant light. Around him swirled spectral images of monsters, allies like Bobo, and a distorted Wonder Woman. Elsewhere, Wonder Woman called out Constantine and Bobo and urged them to hold on. She struck her braces together and declared her resolve not to give up or stop. She punched forward, saying that if this was her nightmare, she would become the nightmare of her enemy. She burst through stone and stepped into a chamber filled with frescoes of terrifying demigods, children of Zeus. A golden shield in the wall spoke of Titius, who killed his mother and became a criminal monster, Orion, who raped Merope and was slain by Gaia, and Tantalus, who cooked his son and fed him to the gods. Wonder Woman walked past each mural, noting the horror they represented. Then, the glowing golden shield addressed her, saying her name, Wonder Woman, as she stood in front of it. In another realm, Constantine found himself in a peaceful place and was greeted by Zatanna. Suspicious, he questioned what was going on. Zatanna and others, including Swamp Thing, Deadman, and Dr. Fate, accused Constantine of pushing them away and being unable to change. Zatanna said he drove them away, always turning things into fights and never accepting help. She told him they stayed longer than they should have, but he was just too sad. Constantine shouted he never forgot them and tried to prepare them. Zatanna coldly replied, "Guess we'll never know," as he looked stunned. The golden shield spoke to Wonder Woman, calling itself the divine deterioration of Zeus's children. It mocked her, questioning if she thought she could mitigate the harm caused by her heritage, or if she pretended to be a hero. A monstrous, armored figure emerged from the shield, and Wonder Woman declared it the real monster. She shattered the shield with a powerful kick and faced the creature. Denying its reality, she attacked, calling it a nightmare without substance, and punched it hard. The creature countered, mocking her belief, but Wonder Woman fought back, calling it a lie. She questioned why the being was transforming into her and noted that her arm was healing, proof that lies couldn't hurt her. The monster claimed it was the truth and threw her violently. As she hit the ground, it declared, "I am you." Meanwhile, Bobo spotted her from afar amid wreckage. The creature changed into a giant serpent, then screeched and attacked Wonder Woman. As she stood her ground, she ordered Bobo to stay back. The creature lunged and chomped down on her with its massive jaws, lifting her into the air, while Bobo screamed her name in horror. Under the moonlit sky of Themyscira, Queen Nubia lay peacefully in bed with her partner Io. As she softly teased Io for snoring, she suddenly found herself alone. Confused, she wandered into a strange cave and came upon a mysterious, glowing pink well. A voice from within pleaded for help. Nubia called out for Magala, the keeper of the well, and cautiously approached. When she touched the fluid, it splashed up and pulled her in. Falling into a surreal purple realm, Nubia encountered Amazons crying for help. She used her lasso to rescue them. One of them, named Seraph, introduced herself as a keeper of the below and claimed to have called Nubia. Seraph hadn't seen Megala and had been alone for a long time. Nubia noted the well seemed infected. Seraph revealed that creatures from Tartarus had been attacking souls and preventing their escape. Now Gaia herself was endangered. Nubia demanded to see the creatures. As they walked deeper, Seraph explained the Tartarus creatures overwhelmed them over time like a virus. She mourned the many sisters lost. Nubia gave her condolences. Suddenly, eerie screeching filled the air, and Nubia was attacked by black tendrils. Fighting them off, she screamed in rage, slashing through the darkness. A loud rumble followed, and a massive green monster emerged. Nubia yelled for Seraph and leapt into battle. She declared the creature didn't belong and would be destroyed. As she slashed through the beast, she continued striking down the others, furious at the destruction they caused. She severed the shackle that had bound Seraph. When the fighting settled, Nubia questioned Seraph about the creature's supposed imprisonment. Seraph, now distant and cold, admitted she had run out of food. The souls were not enough. Suddenly, Seraph changed into a monstrous and corrupted Gaia, declaring she would devour Nubia and the island. Shocked, Nubia cried out, "Dear goddess Gaia, what has happened to you?" Superman. At the Hall of Justice, Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman, and Deadman gathered. Deadman revealed that Dr. Destiny's body had been found there, and though it was a nightmare construct, it manifested in the real world. Wonder Woman investigated magical ties with Zatanna, while Batman and Deadman headed to Arkham Tower. Superman ordered Supercorp to study the Dream World barrier. Suddenly, Mercy, speaking remotely, was overtaken by dream energy. The other heroes were also attacked. A dark voice echoed, "Dreams do come true." Superman spotted something strange and was drawn into a swirling vortex of screaming faces and dark energy. He fell deeper into it, muttering, "What?" before seemingly blacking out. He awoke in a dreamlike version of the Daily Planet office, where he was called Smallville. Lois told him to finish his story before Perry White got mad. Jimmy, Lois, and the rest acted normal, but Clark was confused. He didn't remember arriving at the planet. Jimmy reassured him that no one would ever need to write again. Perry handed him a newspaper declaring, "Whole world saved forever." Clark questioned the truth of it all. Lois, now in a wedding dress, said the world was safe because Clark finally listened to her. Lex Luthor appeared, saying he helped bring peace. Clark realized none of it was real. As he recalled Dr. Destiny and dreams, the illusion faltered. Perry admitted he hoped Clark wouldn't figure it out yet. In the real world, Superman plummeted into the sea. Suddenly, in the dream world, a loud sound interrupted them. Clark noticed something was off. A massive tsunami loomed over Metropolis. Seeing it, Clark removed his glasses and declared, "Dream or no dream, this is a job for," and rushed off to become Superman as the wave struck the city. Superman opened his shirt to reveal a distorted version of his emblem carved into his chest. Confused, he whispered, "Superman." Suddenly, he was submerged underwater, where ghostly figures emerged. One of them was Lois, accusing him that he couldn't save everyone. He cried out her name in shock. Desperate, he tried to ground himself, repeating, "It's just a dream," while he cradled Lois's melting body. Clark found himself back at the Daily Planet. Perry approached him, saying it was a nightmare, and offered to help him wake up. Perry tore open his own face, revealing a horrific, skeletal visage of insomnia, and demanded the location of the Nightmare Stone. Clark grabbed him, demanding answers. Insomnia mocked him, questioning why he was so emotional if it was all a dream. Clark clarified that he wasn't worried for himself, but for his loved ones. Insomnia smirked and said, "Let's find out," then hurled Clark through a wall. Clark saw visions of the world in chaos, buildings in flames, frozen cities, nuclear destruction, alien invasion, and Superman's symbol shining amid the devastation. He crash-landed onto a mountain of skulls. Wounded and exhausted, he insisted he didn't even know what the Nightmare Stone was. He climbed the Hill of Bones, only to realize he stood at the end of time. There, a skeletal, armored figure with wings and a Superman symbol appeared. It declared that Clark was the man of tomorrow because he would be the last man standing. He would outlive everyone he ever loved. The creature attacked, insisting Clark would forget them. Clark defied him, asking if this was another scare tactic. The creature claimed to be born from Clark's nightmare nightmares, his hidden fears. It called itself the Man of Screams. Clark stood firm, saying this wasn't the first time someone tried using his fears. The creature replied they would go deeper into his nightmare. Superman and the Man of Screams floated in space near a red planet. Clark recognized it as Krypton. The Man of Screams told him to witness his escape as the planet exploded. A rocket blasted away from the destruction. Clark's infant escape from his dying world. The rocket soared through space. The Man of Screams pointed at it, showing baby Kal-El inside, peaceful and unaware of his destiny. He called Clark innocent, but ignorant of his true role. As Earth came into view, he said Superman was not a savior, but a bullet fired directly at Earth. Earth split open, grotesquely, revealing a bloody void. Clark screamed as he was pulled into the chaos. The Man of Screams tackled him, telling him Krypton's death never left him. It followed him. They fought through the debris as the entity declared Clark's future had only two paths, devastation or solitude. As the Man of Screams tried to force this future on him, saying he'd always end up alone, Superman resisted and snatched his scythe as the Man of Screams vanished. Then a voice called out, "Kal!" Supergirl appeared. Clark was stunned to see Kara and called her name. She flew in and struck the nightmare realm, breaking through it. Clark asked if she was real. Kara joked, asking if he was planning on space farming. Clark explained someone had trapped them all in nightmares. If she was there too, their friends and family likely were. He insisted they find them and then confront insomnia to stop this. Kara admitted she had been trapped in her own nightmare but fought her way out and landed in his. She had been running. When Clark asked what from, she pointed behind him and said, "Them." A horde of zombie-like versions of Supergirl surged towards Superman and Kara, emerging from a rift. Clark gripped the scythe and told Kara to remember. It was all a dream. Meanwhile, in the real world, Superman lay unconscious on a beach, muttering a dream as black waves lapped the shore. On the beach, other civilians also lay unconscious. A female voice noted Superman wasn't waking up, nor was anyone else. She asked what the landlubbers were doing. Her companion told her to drop the pirate talk and instead asked why they themselves remained unaffected. The Aquaman family had arrived. He stood there and vowed they would uncover the truth and reminded them that he ruled over 80% of the world. Looking over the unconscious Superman, Aquaman declared, "Who better than its king to save the world?" Nightwing regained consciousness, strapped to a gurney, bloodied and disoriented. A masked figure refused painkillers, insisting pain would bring clarity and that a clear head was crucial for recovery. They said the patient had much to accept. As he was wheeled down a corridor, Dick recognized the place despite his foggy thoughts. It was Arkham Asylum. A voice asked if he knew what had happened. He could only think, "I'm in Arkham." Another voice noted he was still groggy from sedatives, which would soon wear off, and then he'd remember. Images of his Eskrima stick and gloved hand flashed across his mind, along with the word remember. Suddenly he was doused with cold water by pig-masked guards mocking him. They laughed, calling it a spa day, and telling him to enjoy the rare privilege of keeping his clothes. As he dressed, Dick admitted to himself he had no memory of how he got there or why he was in pain. Escorted through the asylum, inmates like Zaz and Mad Hatter greeted him cryptically. Two-Face flipped coins and said Nightwing was a monster outside, but an icon inside. Dick denied doing anything wrong, but Two-Face said he just didn't remember. Dick guessed drugs were clouding his memory. A guard sarcastically told Dick to enjoy his cell and warned him about making nice with his cellmate. Dick was thrown inside, confused and frustrated, yelling that there had been a mistake. He pounded on the door, demanding answers. From the neighboring cell, Two-Face spoke again, claiming everyone knew what Nightwing had done. Dick insisted he was drugged and couldn't remember. Two-Face said he should be glad, especially if stuck with that guy. When Dick asked who, he looked around and whispered, "No one else is in here," growing more unnerved. Nightwing lay on his cot, trying to sleep off the toxins in his system. He needed a clear head to figure out who did this to him and why he was in Arkham. As he drifted off, a shadowy figure watched and whispered, encouraging him to rest, saying maybe he'd wake up and it'd all be just a nightmare. Suddenly, a grotesque face with wide glowing eyes, saying a nightmare, from under the bed. Flashbacks struck him, bloody images, the Joker grinning, someone accusing, "Don't you remember what you did?" Dick denied it, shouting he hadn't done anything. He fell into darkness, landing hard. Confused, he asked where he was and noticed blood on his hand, wondering if it was his. Voices shouted, "There he is!" and "Freeze!" He ran, yelling that they had the wrong guy. A beast-masked officer asked whose blood was on his sticks. They accused him of murder with a witness. Dick resisted, saying he'd get them first. He fought back, though nothing made sense. It felt like someone else's memories, but his body remembered how to fight. He struck quickly, taking down multiple attackers using muscle memory and reflexes. Nightwing found himself waking up to the sight of grotesque, grinning, pig-faced figures looming above him, grunting. Disoriented, he muttered in confusion and pain as he fell into darkness, convinced he was dreaming. He tried to reassure himself that it was just a bad dream. He was restrained and undergoing a painful procedure, screaming through a mouthpiece. A rat-masked doctor noted he was regaining consciousness, and a nurse asked if they should sedate him again. The warden, watching from a control booth, ordered no more anesthesia. He wanted Nightwing to feel the pain. It would confirm he was alive. When the nurse mentioned survival, the warden coldly said death had curative effects too. He then ordered the mouthpiece removed to see if Nightwing remembered anything. As the mask was taken off, Nightwing gasped and asked where he was. The warden welcomed him back to reality and demanded he recall what got him there. Nightwing sarcastically told him to ask his mother. The warden responded by ordering the treatment to continue. Nightwing screamed as electricity surged through him. The nurse warned that they couldn't push further, but the warden insisted. As Nightwing was electrocuted, the warden told him to dig deep and recall his memories. Nightwing felt his mind burning and wondered if he was remembering or dreaming again. He tore free from his restraints, vowing not to find out. The doctors tried to calm him, but Nightwing accused them of trying to kill him. The warden ordered the guards to restrain him with any force necessary. Nightwing responded, "Got it," and charged a pig-headed guard, slamming him into machinery. One nurse pleaded that they were just doing their job, but Nightwing angrily shouted that they were past that. He growled, claiming they'd put something in his mind. Another doctor tried to calm him, claiming to be someone familiar. As he scratched off his mask, he said it had been so long. No wonder Nightwing didn't recognize them. To Nightwing's horror, the two transformed into grotesque versions of his dead parents, Mary and John Grayson. He panicked, denying the reality. They mocked him, saying he remembered them just fine, and that his fall was inevitable, just like theirs. Despite his skills, there were too many of them. One officer ordered to put him down. Dick was tased and cried out in pain. The guards restrained him, mocking him as another murderous animal for the asylum. As they subdued him, he screamed for them to stop, demanding to know who they thought he killed. He admitted he'd had nightmares like this before, but never so vivid. The ghoulish figures mocked his clarity, suggesting he might not be a lost cause. Nightwing realized they were inside his mind, but the figure countered. Perhaps he was in their mind. To find out, Nightwing leapt through a large glass window, shattering it violently. He landed in another chamber where he realized nothing around him could be trusted. His own memories had betrayed him. As he wrestled with his sanity, another attacker lunged. Nightwing fought back, recognizing the manipulation of his mind. He was certain this wasn't a dream. It felt too real, yet doubt lingered. Then he awoke in bed, bandaged and groggy. A voice told him he was awake. Confused, Nightwing asked how to tell the difference between waking and dreaming. The voice, unseen, said he'd stopped snoring. Nightwing asked who was speaking, and the voice replied it had always been under the bed. He just hadn't noticed. Nightwing knelt and peered under, thinking it was another of the warden's tricks. As he flipped the bed, a loud clunk followed. Nightwing felt himself unraveling. The voice reassured him that fear was normal, that the mind was a terrifying place. It explained how people accept vast realities of the multiverse, but ignore the vastness inside their own brains. Nightwing demanded to know who it was. The voice asked what he saw inside himself. Guilt, abandonment, anxiety, then insisted Nightwing already knew who it was. Nightwing tore off the sheet, demanding answers. The voice revealed itself. Scarecrow. Nightwing shouted his name, and Scarecrow mocked him for it. Nightwing accused him of orchestrating this. Scarecrow joked, referencing a new strain of fear gas, but claimed he had none. He said he was almost ready for release, but Nightwing still had a long journey. Then he added ominously, they all knew what Nightwing did, and they were impressed. Nightwing stood frozen, staring in horror at Batman's lifeless body. A voice accused him, "Dick, what have you done?" He panicked, insisting it wasn't him, but the voice insisted otherwise. Nightwing denied it repeatedly, but the voice pressed, saying denial wouldn't change the truth. He had killed Batman. As Nightwing saw visions of Batman's bloodied corpse, Scarecrow mocked him, saying Nightwing had succeeded where others failed. Nightwing slammed his fists into the wall, trying to reject it all as a mental trick. He told himself it was all in his head. Scarecrow claimed Nightwing had always known the truth, and that memories don't disappear just because they're hidden. Nightwing swore he needed to escape to prove it wasn't real. Scarecrow, excited, said he was hoping Nightwing would say that, then asked if he knew anything about non-Euclidean geometry because he had a plan. Scarecrow revealed a hand-drawn map of the facility, though he warned the building constantly changed, making mapping difficult. He gestured vaguely at multiple locations on the map, unsure where they truly were. Nightwing tried to help, but Scarecrow hushed him as guards approached. They folded the map quickly as a new prisoner was brought in. One of the guards complained she was too heavy to move alone. 90% metal. Through the cell window, Nightwing caught a glimpse and gasped. "Wait, is that?" Then he screamed, "Put her down! Babs, tell me you're okay!" As he saw Barbara Gordon transformed into a cybernetic horror, he vowed to destroy everything, real or not, to save her. Catwoman. In Gotham, Catwoman reflected on the city's downfall, blaming herself for its damnation. She admitted to past failures, but still longed to make Gotham better. Trusting her instincts, she swung into action, determined not to let someone exploit her past mistakes. Meanwhile, a man with clown-like makeup wandered through a greenhouse, singing and surrounded by snakes. Catwoman watched from above, noting how his chaos and influence over young men resembled someone familiar. She leapt down to confront the situation, but was intercepted by a nun with a chain weapon, her sister, Sister Zero. The nun declared herself Gotham's divine hand and accused Catwoman of destruction. Catwoman tried to explain she saw a dangerous man causing chaos with snakes. Sister Zero didn't believe her and insisted she had other responsibilities. Catwoman insisted it wasn't about past criminal ties, but a gut feeling. Sister Zero, or Maggie, grew emotional, saying every sinner deserved forgiveness, even if they were naturally bad. She agreed to listen, but demanded that Selina return to Soulfire Station and assist. Catwoman complied, and Maggie told her to follow her to the church. Maggie was a figure of mercy on the streets. Selina knew she had to regain Maggie's trust. Maggie, now Sister Magdalene, lived a life split between faith and Gotham. She was the quiet and pious counterpart to Selina's loud and cynical self. At the church, Maggie served food to the needy. When Selina arrived late, no one minded, grateful for Maggie's care. Selina recalled their childhood, how Maggie stayed good and quiet while she chose a louder, rebellious path. When Selina once asked Maggie why she refused to sin, Maggie confessed that God had asked her not to. Selina had no answer for that. In the church kitchen, Selina helped prepare food but told Maggie she needed help in return. Maggie said Selina couldn't stay long. Selina admitted she tried to control criminals and failed, but Maggie responded that some people actually owed their improved lives to Catwoman's crime empire. Still, she criticized Selina's attempt to reform mob bosses, saying they turned on her once they saw her as prey. Later, while tending to the poor, Selina asked Maggie if she believed in forgiveness. Maggie asked if she'd gone to confession. Selina said it had been a while, but she'd start again if it convinced Maggie that her sense of danger might be divine. During grace, Selina quietly asked Maggie if she believed in the devil. Maggie replied that she did and sometimes feared he worked through Selina. Selina admitted to her own mistakes and said the boy didn't wear clown makeup for fun. He was manipulated. She believed Joker was behind it and pleaded for Maggie's help. Maggie remained skeptical. Selina insisted this might be God reaching out to her and that she couldn't stay away from her only family. Maggie told her to stay away if she was hurting herself, but Selina refused. Maggie embraced her, saying both she and God loved her. The two leapt into the night, heading to confront the threat. Selina wondered if nightmares could be messages. She didn't believe in God, but if pretending got her sister back, she'd go along. She called herself the Bad Sister. They arrived at Amusement Mile. Maggie noted kids used to hang out there, but Selina explained they now came for games, a euphemism for crime. The kids wore clown paint, and Selina confirmed it was tied to the Joker. As they snuck into the building, they realized the gang was heavily armed. Inside, they were confronted by a grinning clown-painted leader with a machine gun. He mocked their failure to find intruders and opened fire with a manic smile, calling them nosy numbskulls and trying to flush them out with gunfire. Catwoman and Maggie fought back against the gang. Maggie knocked out the clown leader with her chained sensor, while Catwoman took down armed thugs with non-lethal strikes. Maggie smashed their weapons stash, saying they'd be helpless without it. As the attackers overwhelmed them, Maggie urged retreat, but Catwoman insisted they couldn't leave yet. She guided them to higher ground to regroup. As they fled, Maggie panicked, shouting that she couldn't die with people depending on her. Catwoman told her to keep going, but refused to leave herself. She needed to see the clown leader's face. In the chaos, she struck down one thug, but the clown opened fire, and Catwoman screamed Maggie's name. Bullets hit Maggie. Catwoman leapt to save her, kicking enemies aside terrified and praying not to lose her sister. She begged every saint and spirit to spare Maggie. Suddenly, Batman appeared, saving Maggie from death. She described the sensation as black wings, not angelic, but demonic, that still protected her. Batman, hurt, confirmed it was him. Catwoman joked about him forgetting how to fly. He replied the wings were still in testing, and then accused her of ruining Gotham with her crime network. Batman blamed her for being the Duchess of organized crime. Catwoman tried to shift focus, asking about the Joker. Hearing the name Batman confused him. He hadn't shared that identity yet. Then a snake bit him. They decided to flee. Batman, confused and disoriented, admitted he remembered Joker's crimes but didn't fully understand who he was. Outside, Catwoman noted this Batman was so new he'd never met Joker. She recognized him and felt trapped in a dream, wanting to reach for familiar things that didn't exist. She led Maggie and the wounded Batman to a taxi, hoping to get anti-venom through her contacts. The driver, surprised by their costumes, asked if they were heading to a party. Catwoman quipped that they drank too much. At Maggie's shelter, Selina cared for the recovering Batman, urging him to rest so the anti-venom could work. Batman asked how she knew, and Selina admitted she knew a lot about him. He revealed he hadn't told anyone he was calling himself Batman, and hadn't said it aloud until now. When Selina called him that, it felt real to him. They kissed, and Selina recognized the moment, feeling like a dance she knew well. As they grew intimate, Maggie burst in and scolded Selina. She admitted she almost died and shouldn't have gone out like that. Maggie said people were still hungry, and Selina's distraction wasn't helping. When Maggie tried to ask for Selina's help, she dismissed her, frustrated. Maggie reminded Selina that she prayed for her every night when she was in the streets. Selina accused Maggie of judging her. Maggie argued she saved Selina when the city turned on her, but now she was crawling into bed with a stranger again. Selina warned about the Joker and the danger coming. Maggie said she didn't think God talked to Selina anymore. Later, on a rooftop, Batman said it no longer felt like a dream. He promised to help stop the Joker. Selina said she'd teach him everything she knew. Punchline and her Royal Flush gang infiltrated a facility where the staff had already fallen unconscious. One man was still awake, but before he could react, a gloved hand smashed through the glass and knocked him out. Punchline retrieved an access card from his body. She noted that her expertise in gases was useless, since the victims didn't respond to her chemicals, suggesting something else had put them to sleep. However, her experiments had rendered her and her team immune to the effect. A gang member handed her a device containing the video evidence she had requested. He confirmed the bats had abandoned the clock tower and that they used a member named Marty to test the security. The first attempt missed one trigger, but the revised run succeeded, though it cost Marty his life. Punchline celebrated gaining full access to the Bat network and planned to expose them as authoritarian. Suddenly she heard a noise. Batgirl appeared and kicked her down, mocking her for staying awake past nap time. Punchline grinned and welcomed the fight. As their gangs clashed, Batgirl and Punchline went one-on-one. Punchline expected someone else, but assumed Batgirl came after noticing Marty's interference. The two exchanged blows, with Batgirl landing strong kicks and punches, sending Punchline crashing. Punchline noted Batgirl's silence and expected more quips. She compared Batgirl's smile to Joker's gas-induced grin, but ruled out gas exposure since Batgirl remained active. The fight intensified, blades were drawn, and Punchline hurled Batgirl through a window. Blood splattered, and glass shattered mid-fight. Punchline stood over Batgirl's bleeding body, proudly declaring it was fun to exterminate a rodent. She believed she had killed Batgirl and relished in the moment, dragging the body to the window and throwing it out. With a wild grin, she told herself she had done it. She'd killed Batgirl and felt like she was living the dream. Laughing maniacally, she claimed her punchline landed even better than Joker's. Outside, she spotted a motorcycle waiting and interpreted it as a congratulatory gift left for her. Punchline revved it up and rode through the streets of Gotham, laughing loudly. She reveled in the fact that the entire city was asleep, victims of some mysterious gas or magic, while she moved freely and undetected. She thought of how no one knew their security had already been dismantled. The ride to the clock tower thrilled her, long and short all at once, and she anticipated finally getting inside the Bat family's secret base. As she reached the tower, she reflected on how the structure still stood, despite rumors of its destruction. She mocked how people created fake realities when the truth was right right in front of them. She found a way in easily. Inside, she noticed the tower was both lived in and abandoned. Cobwebs mixed with fresh tools and lit terminals. She sneered at the sentimentality of the Bat family's setup, seeing it as a gothic cosplay museum with portraits and mementos. She inspected their gear, grappling hooks, gliders, gadgets, and held up Batgirl's cape and cowl mockingly. Smirking, she said, "Alas, poor Batgirl, you're frickin' dead." Punchline explored the Bat family's clock tower, mocking their obsession with branding and their sentimental displays of costumes and photos. She noticed the tower was bigger than expected and imagined Batgirl wandering the place alone, seeking comfort in the relics. Punchline wondered if the costumes and framed memories helped Batgirl feel less lonely. Dismissing the emotional decor, she reminded herself to stay focused. She reached the surveillance room, amazed by the vast network Batgirl had access to, calling her a fangirl and scoffing at her data hoarding. As she scrolled through the monitors, a red warning signal caught her attention. A silhouette on one of the screens hinted she wasn't alone. A voice declared, "None of this is yours," and Punchline turned to see a terrifying version of Batgirl, twisted and decayed. Shocked, Punchline yelled that it was impossible, insisting she saw Batgirl die. The monstrous Batgirl lunged at her with a scream. Punchline fought back, trying to make sense of what was happening, suspecting it was all linked to the city-wide slumber. As the two battled violently, Punchline grew increasingly desperate, whispering that it must be connected. It must be. Batgirl slammed her into a console, and Punchline, disoriented, experienced a surge of overwhelming sensory input. She compared it to removing soundproof headphones, suddenly hearing everything too loud, too clear. She realized the illusion had dropped. Cables sparked, monitors shrieked, and the monstrous Batgirl, now wired into the tower's systems, advanced with glowing green eyes. Punchline was horrified. She insisted it couldn't be real, but the visuals and sensations overwhelmed her. She saw Batgirl's scorched and electrified flesh fused with cables. Still in denial, she tried to rationalize the horror as drug-induced, but the pain, noise, and sparks felt real. Her ears rang from the screeching as the creature loomed closer. Punchline fled through the tower, horrified by the cybernetic Batgirl hunting her. She tried to escape, using Batgirl's cape as a glider. Though she doubted the leap would work, she had no better options. As Batgirl swung at her, the force of the near miss felt real. Outside, the wind dulled the panic momentarily, but just as she began to breathe, Batgirl's monstrous mechanical hand grabbed her mid-air. Punchline struggled in its grip, terrified. She could see its massive limbs clearly, and everything felt too real. Despite her disbelief, the pain and pressure were undeniable. The glider failed her, and Batgirl dragged her back toward the tower. Punchline's eyes widened in panic as she was pulled into the nightmarish grasp of the creature. She wanted to believe it was impossible, a dream, but the sensation, the noise, the terror all told her the truth. It wasn't a hallucination. All of it was real. Night Terrors, Chapter 2. Boston Brand hosted a surreal talk show called Dead Air, welcoming viewers back. He questioned the cliché about deathbed regrets, noting he never got one, so he wondered what kind of regrets people like him have. He then introduced a special guest, described as someone from the Golden Age who loves a good mystery. After rising from his grave, Sandman stood in the cemetery and quickly realized something was off about the figure in front of him, wearing the Batman cowl. He calmly acknowledged that this wasn't truly Batman, but someone, or something, inhabiting his body. The presence confirmed his suspicion. It was Deadman, currently possessing Batman. Deadman began explaining the situation, introducing Insomnia and the Nightmare Stone. He mentioned seeing Sandman in a vision after Insomnia seized control, and asked why Sandman had appeared in his memories. Sandman recounted a case from long ago, his first encounter with the Nightmare Stone. It had involved a fanatical cult composed of obscenely rich men who followed ancient cryptic rituals. They believed by sacrificing themselves according to sacred texts, they could summon the Nightmare Stone into the waking world. Sandman had managed to interrupt the ritual just in time, switching the poison they intended to drink with a powerful sedative. Only one man managed to complete the act by stabbing himself, but the rest merely passed out. With so few actual deaths, the ritual failed to fully bring the stone into existence. Sandman watched it fade away and admitted he had no idea where it ended up. Dr. Fate had once warned him that anything capable capable of bridging the dream and waking realms, was too dangerous to exist in the wrong hands. Deadman thanked him for the history and offered to return him to rest, but Sandman refused. The mystery of the stone still weighed on him, and he felt compelled to finish what he started. Deadman asked whether any cult members might still be alive and know where the stone had gone, but Sandman doubted it. The case was ancient. Just then, they received a distress call through the Batmobile. Terrific Tech was asking for all available help after the planet had been plunged into a global slump. Elsewhere, an elderly man, son of one of the original cultists, slept peacefully, dreaming he was a wealthy king surrounded by luxury. A butler in his dream, revealed to be Insomnia, questioned him about the stone's location. The old man confessed that no one, not even his father, ever knew where it had gone. Enraged, Insomnia killed him by forcefully stuffing gold coins into his mouth. Back at Terrific Tech, Red Tornado explained the catastrophe that had followed the planet-wide sleep event. Machines like himself and the Metal Men had been left to handle the chaos alone. He showed Mr. Terrific, now submerged in a water tank for life support, explaining that he, along with many others, was slipping deeper into a dream coma with no signs of recovery. The longer they remained trapped in the nightmare realm, the less likely they were to ever wake up. Suddenly, Deadman, still inhabiting Batman's body, collapsed in agony. He revealed that his brief possession of Insomnia had created a lasting connection, one that gave him access to Insomnia's memories and visions. Falling into a trance, Deadman relived a moment from several months ago at Arkham Tower. In the vision, a wheelchair-bound man, Mr. Lucas, later revealed as Insomnia, was being taken to the common area of the facility. A television report was playing, announcing that the Justice League had returned after being presumed dead during the Dark Crisis. The news pushed Lucas into a rage. He flipped tables and screamed at the screen until the staff restrained and sedated him. The cruel doctors returned him to his room and kept him under forced sleep, likely one of the many traumatic events that helped awaken Insomnia's obsession with dreams. As Deadman stirred from the vision, Insomnia's voice echoed in real time, shouting at him to get out of his head. Startled, Deadman awoke in Batman's body. Sandman warned that if Deadman could reach into Insomnia's mind, then Insomnia might also be able to look into his. At that moment, the lights at Terrific Tech shut off. In the sudden darkness, a grotesque figure emerged from the shadows. Red Tornado's severed head held high by a monstrous creature born from nights. Red Tornado had been converted, and he said, "It's way past your bedtime." "Titans!" A voice urged someone to push harder from beneath a wooden floor. A woman burst out from the ground, screaming and covered in purple slime. Gasping and disoriented, she crawled out, then was struck from behind. She realized the escape worked, saying, "We did it!" A voice responded, telling her to get up. Undead prisoners began crawling out behind her, declaring no escapes as she ran toward a door. Just as one nearly reached her, she slammed it shut, locking it. She asked if the creatures could break through. The voice replied uncertainly, right before a hand smashed through the door. Told to hide, she moved down a hallway full of doors, commenting that she was spoiled for choice. She entered a room and slammed the door. The voice told her to breathe. She checked her injured hand and asked if she could really escape. The voice promised yes. She questioned trusting it, but admitted she didn't have much choice. The voice instructed her to close her eyes and imagine a way out, one fitting her and others trapped. She concentrated, pushing mentally like before. The room began to crack apart with a loud crunch. Shocked, she looked around and stepped through a door, asking, "Did I?" unsure if her attempt had worked. The woman, standing in a dark stairwell and looking upward, asked herself if she caused the destruction above. As she climbed the stairs, a voice informed her they were stopping at a door. When she joked, calling it door number 1, the voice said a friend was behind it. She remembered what she'd been told, but tried to lighten the mood. The door was marked with a gear symbol. She asked if people inside couldn't just leave. The voice said they were trapped, unable to see the truth, like most people deceived by their own lives, reinforced by this place. She reached for the doorknob, sarcastically quoting, "As a fellow lunatic once said," and entered. Inside, she saw a massive pyramid entangled in cables beneath a glowing gear. She was stunned and commented, "That's a lot." The voice confirmed the person they were looking for was inside. She pushed through the tangled cables, noting how they smelled like a wet dog. She eventually asked if a figure entangled ahead was their target, and the voice confirmed. As she approached, she found a man, cyborg, connected to the machinery. He repeated, "All that I am," as she was suddenly grabbed grabbed by cables. The voice said time was running out and urged her to make him see his true self. The cables released her, and she faced Cyborg, who repeated his phrase again. She shattered a glowing item and held up a mirror to him. Seeing his reflection, he recognized himself and snapped out of it. Reawakening in full cyborg form, he asked what was going on. She said only wrong answers existed here and helped him up. He felt they might have met before, but dismissed it. They continued together, and she asked how many friends were left. The voice replied, 3. At a door marked with a star, a monstrous version of Donna Troy burst out, screaming the same phrase, "All that I am!" Cyborg held her off, commenting on her strength and grotesqueness. The woman then held up the mirror at Donna and shouted, "Makeover time!" After changing her to her original form, they caught their breath. Neither of them could fly, as if something prevented them. As they prepared for the next door, she asked if the next one would be just as hard. The voice simply said, "Sadly." The team encountered a monstrous version of Starfire, screaming, "All that I am!" They confronted her within a grotesque tunnel lined with strange red pods. Afterward, the real Starfire rejoined, expressing how terrifying it felt to face her darkest self. As they approached a new door marked with a paw print, the woman assured her that the fear fades. Cyborg asked if everyone was ready, and the woman jokingly referred to them as team, but they clarified, they're the Titans. Entering the next room, they found a quiet beige hallway. As they listened to squeaking sounds, a green creature smashed through the wall. It was Beast Boy, twisted into a monstrous dinosaur-like version. He roared, "Animal!" and attacked. Starfire was pinned. The mirror was broken. The voice explained the woman Beast Boy's cruelty stemmed from being the kindest of them all. With no mirror to reflect him, she urged Starfire to speak from the heart. Starfire pleaded with Beast Boy, reminding him of their friendship. He momentarily paused, but resisted, shouting, "This is all that I am!" The woman then told him Raven had left a part of herself inside him, a memory of what she believed him to be. That belief, she said, could help him remember who he really was. Beast Boy reflected, then slowly transformed back to himself. Cyborg greeted him, and the woman asked how he felt. He joked about having developed an intense cheese phobia. The team moved on through a long hallway. Beast Boy asked if the others had gone through similar ordeals. Donna confirmed, saying time had been strange, felt like hours or days. The woman, guided by Raven's voice, led them forward, saying they were nearly done. She pointed out the exit. Suddenly, Beast Boy warned that the ceiling was coming down, with bloody spikes protruding from it. The woman tried to open the exit, but couldn't. Donna stepped up and punched it, hurting her hand. Cyborg and the others prepared to blast their way through. Cyborg's blast left the door untouched. Raven's voice apologized, saying she was too exhausted to shield them anymore. Beast Boy held up the collapsing ceiling, while the woman asked what to do. Realizing they needed to break through, she looked at the cracked mirror and took a risk. She broke off a shard and slashed the air, tearing open reality. They all jumped through the opening and landed outside with a hard impact. Starfire noted it was a close call, and Beast Boy observed that they could fly again. The woman agreed it made sense. Raven appeared, explaining the restrictions were weaker outside. Though not physically present, she said she was okay. Beast Boy held her hand. The woman identified her as the voice and thanked her. Raven warned they had little time. Whatever trapped them would come back. The group asked who their captor was. Raven and the others revealed they were trapped inside the nightmare of the Titan's Tower. Power Girl. On Krypton, Kara Zor-El enjoyed a seemingly perfect date with the man she believed to be her soulmate. But things took a dark turn. His demeanor shifted, and he ranted about mutilating her so no one else could have her. Horrified, Kara ran back home, only to find her parents with luggage, ready to leave. Desperate, she pleaded with them to stay, promising to be better. When she grabbed her mother's wrist, Allura shattered like glass. Zor-El, unfazed, casually swept up the fragments and let the deranged boyfriend into the house. Outside, reality broke down. The view beyond the walls was nothing but a blank blue screen, reading 404 error. The boyfriend's edges flickered unnaturally. That's when Kara realized she didn't even know his name. None of this was real. She struck him in the face, but the illusion shifted. He now appeared as her cousin, Kal-El. The scene changed to Earth. She was in her old Power Girl suit. Stunned, she apologized for hitting him, but Kal just shrugged it off and said she could be replaced. He tapped a symbol on her chest, and she collapsed, her body paralyzed. Calmly, Kal carried her to a junkyard, labeling her defective. She was tossed into a compactor, which crushed her, revealing her to be some sort of android. Then, Omen's voice echoed in her head, snapping Kara awake in her own bed. Lilith was there, explaining she had been trapped in a nightmare. Still dazed, Kara was rushed by Omen to a theater, where a production of Hamlet was underway. To Kara's dismay, Lilith shoved her onto the stage. The audience laughed. Kara froze, unable to remember her lines. She tried tried to fly away, but Lilith's psychic barrier blocked her. The actor playing Hamlet delivered his lines, waiting for her to respond. Yorick's skull lit up, hovering and spinning around her. She looked out and saw the audience, metal skeletons wearing Superman outfits, booing her. Her anxiety peaked. She couldn't speak. She panicked. With all her strength, she burst through the roof. The skeletons clapped and cheered as she vanished into the sky. Elsewhere, Power Girl lay unconscious in a pod inside a futuristic lab. Her body looked weaker, less muscular, as if recovering from trauma. Later, back at their apartment, Kara lashed out at Lilith for pushing her too far. But the tension broke into laughter after Omen joked about her stage debut. Just then, Streaky, her cat, pounced on Lilith. Kara pulled him off, but he scratched her in the process. He then leapt onto her shoulder and, shockingly, fired heat vision straight at Omen, burning a hole through her torso. Kara was horrified, but Omen didn't fall. Instead, red smoke poured from her wound. Her image glitched. Her voice turned digital. She grew in size as the apartment morphed into a sterile tech lab. The towering Omen raised her hands, and glowing chains made of code spiraled from her fingers, wrapping tightly around Power Girl. Commissioner Gordon. It was snowing in July in Gotham. Jim Gordon walked through a cemetery, lamenting how the world had fallen apart. He stood by the grave of his son, James Gordon Jr., reflecting on how much he had failed him and how horrifying it was to learn James was alive again. He placed his gloved hand on the gravestone, called James an evil little bastard, and asked why he couldn't have stayed dead. His inner monologue revealed James was a serial killer. Just as despair threatened to consume him, Jim received a message from Barbara. Her text reminded him to take care of himself and that she loved him. He marveled at her timing, how she always knew when he was about to break, and how she kept thinking of others despite all Gotham had done to her. She gave him hope and reminded him of the good. Strengthened, he turned away, determined not to fall apart. In Gotham, the snow persisted. Jim noted how the rich barely noticed it, while the poor suffered. He had spent years protecting the city as a detective, commissioner, and even briefly as Batman. Now older, he looked after a boy named Sorrow, who he brought pizza for. Sorrow, shirtless with a bird-like symbol on his back, warned that something was very wrong in Gotham. Gordon dismissed it at first, blaming the weather. But Sorrow clarified it wasn't just the cold, something was being summoned. Strange, monstrous entities crawled through fractured dimensions, drawn by boredom and curiosity. They followed the ticking into Gotham, where snow fell unnaturally. One creature recognized the setting as a dream and addressed the architect, Insomnia, who watched from the skies. They didn't care about Insomnia's goals, but hoped to find something of interest or change everything until it did. Inside, Sorrow warned Jim that they were going to change everything and urged action. Jim tried to distract him with pizza, but Sorrow insisted Batman wasn't in this city. That sent a chill through Jim's veins, because deep down, he knew it was true. As he reached for a coat to go outside, he realized Sorrow had already left, muttering, "Damn it." Jim Gordon chased after Sorrow through the snowy Gotham streets, watching as he climbed a building and entered through a window. A strange sound, tick-tick, echoed through the air. Meanwhile, otherworldly beings confirmed, "We are being summoned." Inside a strange chamber, the scene shifted to beings calling themselves the good people of Gotham. These masked figures, described as having masks atop their real faces, stood before a large clock soaked in energy from beyond. The narration explained that the clock was how they were contacted. One of them, a pentapriest of the fifth dimension, announced they had summoned powerful entities with a sacrifice of memory and the clock as a mystic offering. They sought the means to save the city. Monstrous, unnatural creatures emerged. Entities that thrilled at the idea of being entertained. Gordon watched, hidden and horrified, recognizing they didn't belong in the world. One of the red-masked men asked for might to physically save Gotham. Another begged for wealth, believing poverty was the root of Gotham's misery. A third asked for knowledge, wanting to know if Gotham could even be saved. The creatures questioned their motives, asking if all they truly wanted was power in different forms. Then they said, "It is yours." The masked men were suddenly overtaken. They screamed as they were transformed or consumed, their bodies writhing in pain. Gordon tried to escape but was caught in the chaos. Sorrow appeared again, yelling for it to stop, insisting, "This must not be," as he jumped toward the scene. The city's reality had fully cracked open into something else. One of the masked men was overtaken by monstrous tendrils, his body twisted and consumed. He changed into a grotesque Batman-like creature. Sorrow dashed forward, while Jim Gordon called out for him in panic. Suddenly, the bat creature let out a bright explosion from its eye. Jim watched in horror as Sorrow was obliterated, his body reduced to a skeleton mid-scream. Gordon yelled his name and demanded to know what had happened. A monstrous entity blamed Gordon's presence, saying violent men like him were part of Gotham's problem. As Gordon reached for his weapon, the creature simply said, "Die." Gordon fired a shot, yelling, "Don't!" just before darkness overtook him. As he fell unconscious, one thought echoed through his mind, Sorrow's name, repeating over and over. Gordon slowly regained consciousness, crawling toward the scorched area where Sorrow had fallen. He whispered the name Sorrow again and again, mourning the loss. Later, Gordon contacted Harvey Bullock and asked for information on a group called the Good People of Gotham. Harvey was relieved to hear from him and mentioned sightings downtown. Gordon reflected that he had done everything he could to protect Gotham, first as a detective, then commissioner, and briefly even as Batman. Now standing on a rooftop, the new monstrous Batman-like figure surveilled Gotham. Gordon punched a wall in frustration and noticed something strange. His hand looked fractured, like glass. He realized the ritual and the beings had altered him, but his focus remained on the creature that killed Sorrow, now loose in Gotham. The bat creature violently tore through Gotham's criminals. It slashed and impaled them with brutal precision. Gordon tracked it easily, not by clues or strategy, but by simply following the screams. Jim Gordon found the monster inside a store. According to Harvey, 7 people had already been killed, street-level dealers, but Sorrow wasn't counted among them. Jim decided it had to stop. He fired his gun, but the recoil shattered his wrist, now brittle and cracked like glass. In pain, he wondered what was happening to his body. The creature, a twisted version of Batman, confronted him and said they were almost the same. Jim asked what had been done to him, or what he had done to himself. The creature recognized Jim, calling him an inspiration. It recalled when Jim became Batman to restore order, praising him for it, but accusing him of not going far enough. The creature explained it had been visited by the 3rd masked figure, and Angelica, who convinced it to give up everything to save Gotham. It believed Jim was still a good person, but claimed it could finish what Jim had started. It walked out, telling Gordon to sit back and watch. Jim tried to stop him, but collapsed in the snow with a cracked leg. The creatures from earlier looked down on him, confused whether he was one of the people who had sought a gift. They dismissed it as a problem of 4th-dimensional linearity. Cursing the situations, Jim remembered the name Angelica. He recognized her. Angelica Vanderbar, from a past fundraiser where she had lectured him about Gotham's problems. He remembered how she spoke endlessly about the city's broken infrastructure and underfunded police, while he internally noted her tax evasion. Determined, Jim reached her penthouse, furious that she'd kept millions for herself. With his gun drawn, he demanded she confess what she and the others had done and how to undo it. He shouted her name aloud. Gordon rushed across a floor of shattered gems, muffling his voice in panic. Angelica struggled to speak, choking on something in her throat. She managed to force out "sorry" before her cheeks bulged and gems spilled from her mouth. Gordon watched in horror as she violently coughed up a stream of diamonds, screaming she didn't want this. Blood poured from her mouth as the gems erupted uncontrollably. Gordon held her in panic, begging her not to speak. He told her she was choking and tried to clear her airway, ready to use his fingers. As he reached inside her throat, there was a sudden, sickening crack. His fingers broke. He looked at his cracked, disfigured hands, shocked and in pain, repeating to himself that he couldn't fall apart yet, despite wanting to. A monstrous voice responded mockingly, telling him that he could fall apart, and they were glad to gift him this experience. The stitched-mouth entity reappeared, observing Gordon coldly, and declared that his suffering had begun to amuse them, just a little. Harley Quinn. Harleen Quinzel woke up confused, questioning where she was. She suddenly realized she was at work and confidently declared that she worked there just like before. She reassured herself with the presence of an official clipboard, confirming her identity as Dr. Harleen Quinzel, and encouraged herself to get to work for her patients. She strolled through Arkham's halls, cheerfully greeting the inmates, whom she called her mixed nuts, and joked about forgetting to wear pants, which was indeed true, as she wore just her lab coat, shirt, tie, and otter-themed boxers. A narrator explained that a villain named Insomnia had plunged the world into eternal slumber in search of the Nightmare Stone, trapping everyone in their nights. Harleen, now Harley, was summoned to the neurology operating theatre and joked it wasn't brain surgery. She was also called to relationship counselling, which she sarcastically accepted. Suddenly, a clown-voiced figure insulted her, telling her to get to the electric chair. Harley responded angrily, wielding a massive mallet, demanding to know who insulted her. A buzzer went off, unleashing a swarm of Joker variants. Harley rolled her eyes and sarcastically asked if this was happening again. She smashed through the Jokers, calling the whole ordeal uncreative, and announced the Joker no longer haunted her nightmares. He was just a loser now. Next, she encountered a fake Poison Ivy who tried to manipulate her with affection. Harley saw through the deception, noticing the Joker-related clues, and called it out. Suddenly, a monstrous version of Anti-Monitor appeared, grabbing Ivy and threatening to destroy her. Harley, unfazed, told him she was bored. Harley then faced a gauntlet of nightmare enemies: Doomsday, Cyborg Superman, and others. She explained that she'd lived with nightmares for years. She even imagined them during mundane tasks. Batman and Green Lantern charged at her, but Harley declared she was done and not afraid anymore. She punched through her enemies with confidence, asserting her control over her own mind. Harley was praised for being skilled at fighting her demons and told she had beaten the game, now standing in the debug room. Confused, she asked what game this was and if it was all in her head. The voice explained that while others were still trapped in nightmares, Harley advanced quickly, like a speed run due to her past experience battling herself. Harley didn't mean to skip ahead, but the voice told her it's a known exploit in speedrunning. As she explored, Harley wondered if her pet hyenas, Bud and Lou, were behind this. She felt like she was being misled and suddenly recalled her life outside the dream. Panicked, she tried breaking out, punching at the walls and demanding to be let out. The voice urged her to stay and learn. Frustrated, she asked who the voice was and what she was supposed to do with the outdated computer. The voice insisted it was trying to help and asked for permission to do so. Harley found a book labeled Multiversity Guidebook and asked if it was some kind of manual. The voice explained it contained knowledge on the 52 known Earths of the local multiverse. Harley mocked the idea, saying she didn't have time for cosmic bureaucracy, but the voice insisted she had won, and this was her prize: access to a place between multiverses, full of potential. The voice continued, explaining this place allowed simulation of the multiverse where consequences could be explored freely. The guidebook and the computer system served as a map and ship to navigate these realities. Harley finally grasped the concept of the debug room and admitted she was good at video games. She began flipping through the book, calling some realities boring until she found one that excited her. She prepared to pick a boss fight, promising she'd get to fixing her multiversal problems soon. On Earth 31, Harley appeared aboard a pirate ship, thrilled to be in the sun and surrounded by sea air. She greeted her first mate Kevin and excitedly spotted the Port of Solitude, assuming it was Superman's hideout. They approached, with Harley ready to cause trouble. Harley noticed how hot it was and questioned why Antarctica wasn't cold anymore. The crew explained that the ice caps had melted, leaving very little land. Harley regretted picking this world based on costumes instead of research. Suddenly, they were attacked. She ordered the crew to return fire. The attacker mocked her as Captain Quinn, the Harley Quinn Rebel. Harley admitted the name was good. Admiral L floated in, ordering Harley to stand down and accusing her of being a greedy pirate. Harley pleaded that she just liked the outfit. Batman, dressed as a pirate, captured her and said she'd dry out in the brig. Harley told Hacklord Leatherwing she knew it wasn't real. She bit him and flung herself into the sea. As chaos erupted, with a giant kraken attacking the ship, Harley panicked, asking if Aquaman would let her die. Aquaman urged her to swim hard, but Harley screamed that her jokes weren't serious. She woke back in the debug room, drenched. Confused, she asked if she'd really died. The voice explained she wasn't dead, but could have experienced brain death if she hadn't ejected. Harley was overwhelmed and hadn't been ready to contemplate death before snack time. Annoyed, she noted that the whole "die and you're stuck" warning would have been helpful earlier. She restarted the process, hoping for redemption and to be a good person. She jumped to Earth 43, dressed to fight vampires, ready to be a hero. She was ambushed by a vampiric Justice League, including Wonder Woman, Flash, and Superman. Harley said she wanted to be a good person, not a villain, and insisted this was just a simulation. During the chaos, she justified her actions as stress relief and escapism from her real-world pressures. Using holy water and a sun lamp device, Harley incapacitated the vampire heroes. The Justice League begged her to imprison them until they could be cured. Horrified, Harley backed away, no longer having fun. She returned to the guidebook, disoriented, as the multiverse responded to her changes. She panicked, wishing for a normal life, and realized that joining the Justice League might be her true nightmare. Angel Breaker. In Izmir's Alsancak Club District, a couple embraced passionately near a car. A clawed hand suddenly grabbed the man and flung him aside. Angel Breaker emerged, mocking the woman and warning her to watch her back. She then approached her true target, Raptor, who attempted to flee. Angel Breaker knocked over trash to block his path and taunted him for resorting to petty theft. Raptor, expecting a fight, readied himself, but Angel Breaker clarified she wasn't there to kill him. Instead, she offered him a job. She needed a thief and he needed money. She wired $100,000 to his account and revealed she had already alerted Interpol, leaving him with no choice but to accept. Later, at a private airbase, Raptor boarded a plane with Angel Breaker, noting she wasn't flying under League of Shadows protection. She admitted her goals were personal. She revealed that the cult of Cobra had created a device called the Asclepius, the Dream Snake, which harnessed the Dreamstone's power to access minds. John Dee had once used it, and though the original was seized by the Justice League, the data was uploaded to another Cobra lab in rural Ohio. Angel Breaker spoke of a prophetic sword she'd received as a child, which warned her of a future threat only she could stop. She sought the skills of the world's greatest fighters to prepare. Raptor guessed she planned to download those skills via the Dream Snake, rather than earn them. As they flew to Ohio, Raptor questioned why he shouldn't betray her, recalling she once beat and humiliated him before Batman. Angel Breaker replied he wouldn't. Her sword would have warned her. He seemed tempted, but relented. Meanwhile, in Ohio's eerie blinds factory basement, Cobra Youth watched Lady Marwa access a secret chamber. They speculated about her powers and whom she might commune with. Marwa suddenly caught them and scolded them harshly, demanding they live up to the faith and not squander their destiny. Back in the plane, Angel Breaker and Raptor prepared to jump. Raptor teased her about a nightmare she had. As they fell, he mentioned Zealot, his old mentor, and questioned her background. Angel Breaker focused, deflected the topic, and landed, sword ready. They launched into combat against guards, cutting through gunfire. Angel Breaker sliced bullets mid-air, while Raptor slammed enemies with his claw. She proposed a new question: if they'd accept mercenary work with pod clones as a bonus. Alarms blared as Cobra Seminary students woke to the noise. One student panicked, asking if Batman had come for them. Another comforted her, promising Lady Manon would arrive soon. Meanwhile, Lady Manon knelt before the Asclepius, whispering to it that someone, possibly Superman or even Kal Yuga, was coming. She deactivated the containment matrices, begging for one more moment alone with the Dream Snake, craving something Kal Yuga never gave. As she hallucinated speaking to the Justice League, the kids left their rooms confused. Angel Breaker and Raptor arrived, prompting sarcastic reactions. Angel ordered the fanatics to attack her, but something felt off. Raptor noticed it too. Suddenly, a purple vortex appeared, sucking them in. As they floated through it, Angel experienced flashes and pain. She called out to Raptor in confusion, thinking he was responsible, then screamed as she recognized Nanny Gillo. The vortex vanished. Everyone found themselves back, but shaken. Angel screamed. Raptor and a student tried to understand what happened. A boy revealed it wasn't isolated. People everywhere were falling asleep mid-action, captured on phone cameras. Raptor explained he had bribed the pilot to stick around just in case. Moments later, the plane crashed into the building. One student told Angel the real facility was underground, shielded from detection. She ordered everyone, including Raptor, to the sub-basement. Below, Lady Manon, now strained, tried to keep the Asclepius to herself by diverting the remaining power through a local generator. Suddenly, noises startled her. Thinking students were spying again, she drew a knife and cursed them. But it wasn't students. It was Nanny Gillo, who appeared behind Lady Manon and fatally stabbed her. Manon fell, mumbling faith to Kal Yuga, before dying. The group above argued. One student revealed they were assigned to Manon as cover. Another admitted to spying on her and exposed that Manon had been using the Dream Snake like a drug. Margarita, refusing to believe it, ran off to find her. Angel Breaker followed, telling Raptor she didn't trust him. Margarita reached the basement door, believing Manon left it open for her. Angel Breaker warned her, but Margarita insisted this was what they wanted: darkness. A demonic face appeared behind her. Angel screamed as something entered her mind. Margarita collapsed. The group panicked as Angel stared blankly, whispering Raptor. Angel Breaker recalled a story Zealot told her about a coder woman turned monstrous nanny who murdered and ate children. She believed she saw Nanny Gillo kill Velas. As everyone processed the nightmare event, Angel feared she had somehow created the evil she was destined to stop. Rise of the Heroes, Night Terrors, Chapter 3. Dead Man stepped onto a theatre stage, bidding, "Fare thee well." He recalled being offered movie roles before his death, but always preferred theatre for the live reactions. Struggling to remember his lines, he grinned and declared today's performance was about to begin. Meanwhile, Dead Man, possessing Batman's body, fought alongside Sandman against monstrous creatures called the Sleepless. Sandman's gas and Batman's batarangs failed to harm them. The creatures demanded the awakened either sleep sleep or die. Batman observed they ignored Mr. Terrific. Dead Man realized insomnia only targeted those still awake. The monsters warned that anyone who refused the Nightmare Stone would lose their soul. As Dead Man was attacked, Damian Wayne suddenly appeared, shouting at the monsters to leave his father alone. He slashed through them, determined to protect Bruce. Dead Man recognized him as Batman's son and admired his big heart. Damian mocked the monsters and urged Sandman to retreat to the roof. Though not one to flee, he admitted they were outnumbered. Damian led them to the Batplane, setting it to autopilot at 40,000 feet. Sandman thanked him, but Damian warned him not to speak on Bruce's behalf. He drew his sword, ordering the spirit inside his father to reveal itself. Dead Man emerged, confirming his possession. Damian acknowledged his own past brushes with death and explained that he had trained to resist dreams since insomnia first haunted them. Though the world had only been asleep for hours, he had stayed awake for weeks and could feel the nightmares pressing in. Dead Man insisted they had to uncover more about insomnia and find the Nightmare Stone. Sandman warned their last psychic link to insomnia had revealed their location. Still, Dead Man, eyeing the swirling energy, said with curiosity, "What's a little peak going to hurt?" Dead Man drifted through distorted nightmares, explaining that insomnia was scouring the dreams of both heroes and villains in search of something, but kept coming up empty. Yet, Dead Man sensed insomnia was hiding something. He followed a trail that led him to a door marked Survivors Meeting, Free Coffee, where a group therapy session was in progress. Inside, a man named Christopher Lucas was welcomed, though he seemed visibly on edge. Holding a coffee cup, he admitted he hadn't slept in days and was doing anything he could to stay awake. He revealed he'd been arrested trying to buy stimulants, but the police, sympathetic to his trauma, had referred him to the group. The counselor encouraged him to rest and begin healing, but Christopher explained he couldn't. He saw his family in his dreams every night, the same visions playing on a loop. Now, even closing his eyes triggered the horror. As he poured coffee, he muttered about forgiving the Justice League. His eyes turned red and he snapped, shouting, "Forgive them!" He smashed the coffee jar over a man's head and used a shard to stab him. Panic erupted. As others fled or tried to call for help, Christopher went on a rampage, stabbing multiple people. He screamed that everyone needed to open their eyes to the truth. Then, to lead by example, he used the shard to slice off his own eyelids, swearing he'd never sleep again until the Justice League paid. In that moment, Christopher Lucas fully became insomnia. He turned to Dead Man, warning him not to delve deeper into his mind, saying he wouldn't like what he found. Dead Man recoiled in agony. Wesley Dodds, the Sandman, asked if it had been worth it. Robin noted that insomnia couldn't find the Nightmare Stone in dreams or reality. John Dee had hidden it somewhere in between. Robin concluded it must lie in a place between waking and dreaming. Dodds offered his help. Once an aspiring writer, he had become a chemist and developed a special gas to induce that very state. Robin volunteered, and Dodds administered the gas to him and Dead Man, currently possessing Batman. They felt nothing at first, but were soon swept into a vortex. As they vanished, Dodds monitored their vitals and wished them safe travels. A nightmare creature crashed through the wall, leaping at Wesley Dodds and snarling that it had never eaten a zombie before. Dodds realized he was out of time and drew his sword, preparing to fight alone. Just as the creature attacked, Dodds challenged it with a confident "on guard." Meanwhile, Dead Man and Robin, now in the hollow, the space between dreaming and waking, discussed where they were. Dead Man explained it was also called the Realm Stream. Robin asked about Dead Man's past and his connection to Batman. Dead Man admitted he never had a chance to have a family, always jumping from one host to another. Robin said he and his father, Batman, were still figuring out how to be more than just crime fighters. Suddenly, they heard someone calling Dead Man's name. They followed the voice to a haunting vision of Insomnia's massive presence looming above a rundown house. Dead Man said Insomnia couldn't enter this realm. They approached the house, and Dead Man noted it resembled the House of Horror. They were close to the Nightmare Stone, hoping Dodds could keep them sedated longer. Inside, Dead Man felt the pull of the Nightmare Stone. It wanted to be found. He realized that's why the stone had haunted Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman. Robin noticed a body in the center of the circus ring, and Dead Man recognized it instantly. It was himself. Dead Man admitted that he had always told people he died before hitting the ground, but in truth, he felt the bullet and the impact. As his dying form begged for mercy, Robin asked why the stone was showing this. Dead Man explained it was a test, like the one Dodds faced with the cult. Possessing the Nightmare Stone required sacrifice. Dead Man violently ripped his own chest open, yelling sacrifice. Dodds slashed at the nightmare creature, while Deadman continued tearing into himself. Robin and the creature clashed. A massive burst of energy followed. Back in the real world, Deadman woke up in Batman's body holding the nightmare stone. He said they could now use it to stop insomnia. Behind him, Dodds stood bloodied. Robin remained quiet, while Batman ominously added, "And then my dreams will come true," with glowing skulls reflected in his eyes. Black Adam. In the Nightmare realm, Black Adam encountered Batman and demanded to know how he got there. He warned Batman he had 3 seconds before being obliterated, but Batman casually asked for a moment to explain. Realizing something was off, Adam said, "You are not him." The figure revealed himself as Deadman, possessing Batman's body. Deadman explained that a villain named Insomnia had plunged the world into eternal sleep, trapping everyone in nightmares. Only a few, like Sandman, Wesley Dodds and others, remained awake to stop him. Deadman urged Adam to break free and fight, mentioning the Nightmare Stone. Before he could say more, he vanished, leaving Adam confused. Adam tried to summon his powers with lightning, but was forced into his younger form, Teth Adam. Shirtless and desperate, he cried out Shazam, but nothing happened. Accompanied by the talking cat Bast, Teth Adam wandered through the ruins. As they passed a chamber of skeletal remains, he stared at one corpse, wondering if it was him. Bast assured him it wasn't. Teth Adam wrapped himself in cloth and continued forward with Bast. At a grand staircase, Bast sensed hesitation and asked if he feared what they'd find. Adam denied being afraid, saying that part of him was gone. They entered a chamber where a monstrous figure was weighing hearts. Teth Adam froze as he saw his loved ones, Amon and Isis, being judged. Isis begged the beast not to take her heart. Teth Adam wept, helpless as the creature tore it from her and added it to a pile labeled wanting. Teth Adam charged the monster, screaming, but was swatted away and slammed into a wall, bleeding. Watching in agony as the beast laughed and devoured the hearts, he tried to summon his power, but couldn't finish. Finally, he shouted, "Shazam!" and lightning engulfed him, transforming him back into Black Adam. Bast appeared again, reminding him he already knew how this ended. Adam told Bast to leave, but she insisted he had to press on. With fury and determination, Adam declared an end to the horrors. He flew toward the final tower but was struck down by a lightning which changed him back. At the Rock of Eternity, Teth Adam observed how even this sacred place had been tainted by darkness. He called for the presence hiding there to reveal itself. The wizard Shazam appeared, and Adam asked if he was truly present or just another horror. The wizard answered cryptically, saying he was bound to this place across all realms forever. Adam demanded to know what he needed to face so he could finally be free of the place and of his current form. The wizard mocked him, calling his form a failure. Adam, growing angry, told the wizard to watch his words. The wizard pressed on, labeling Adam a failed champion, driven by rage, destined to lose everything he tried to build or protect. Despite Adam's attempts at strength, the wizard declared that at his core, he was still a slave and manifested magical chains around him. Bast reappeared as Adam, now bound in chains, expressed frustration. She noted that they had made it through the nightmare and 3 towers, now at the Rock of Eternity. Adam acknowledged the irony, ending where it all began. The wizard laughed and suggested they reveal the final truth. Bast, now swirling with mystic energy, agreed and called Adam's name. Adam demanded the being to reveal itself. A skeletal hand gripped the wizard's face, peeling it away to reveal a terrifying skull-faced creature. The monster told Adam to see it as it truly was, a horrifying, towering figure chained to Adam. It claimed to be the shape behind Adam's eyes, the truth he had sought for eternity. It warned that despite Adam's power, he would always lose his family and remain a slave. Then it demanded Adam say the name. Adam, refusing to submit, shouted Shazam and transformed back into Black Adam in a blaze of lightning. He declared that the nightmare would end and the creature would die. The monster mocked him, but Adam attacked, shouting that it changed nothing. The creature would still die. As they clashed in a storm of lightning and fury, the creature laughed maniacally, saying this was what it wanted. Black Adam screamed Shazam again and again as the nightmare laughed, feeding on the energy of each blow. Black Adam shouted Shazam and declared the nightmare over. A massive lightning strike exploded with a crack, thoom, leaving only a void. Adam woke in the rubble, injured and dazed. He muttered Kandak upon seeing the ruined city, but heard mocking laughter. Looking up, he was horrified to see a monstrous horned entity. The creature, glowing with purple lightning and wrapped in chains, taunted him, saying, "Come and see the nightmare, Black Adam, come and see." It laughed maniacally as Adam stared in disbelief. Batman. At Wayne Tech in Gotham, Sandman shouted, "Get back, monster!" while confronting a monstrous figure. Inside the facility, Batman and Damian Wayne lay unconscious in dream pods. Batman's inner thoughts revealed that although he had trained for every kind of threat, even those within his own mind, Deadman's possession of his real body was creating a mental block. He couldn't become lucid in his dreams, no matter how hard he tried. Inside the nightmare, Bruce relived the trauma of Crime Alley, this time as Joe Chill holding the gun. Child Bruce appeared, blaming him for their parents' deaths and accusing him of secretly wanting to be the legend born from that tragedy. Batman attacked, calling the figure Insomnia, but Child Bruce denied it. He multiplied into many, all claiming that Bruce always returned to this alley because part of him remained trapped there. As the Child Bruce army overwhelmed him, Batman realized he didn't need to resist. He had to let go. Surrendering control, he allowed the nightmare to overtake him, triggering a powerful surge that blasted the attackers away. Empowered, Batman flew through the dream realm like Superman. Though he didn't want powers in the real world, here they offered a new perspective. He understood this Gotham was a mental construct, a trap crafted by insomnia. He now had the clarity to descend deeper into his mind. Batman visualized his dreams as a garden choked with weeds, dead man being one of them. As he floated past memories of past loves, friendships, and falsehoods, he realized he needed a jolt to shake Deadman's grip. Up ahead, he saw it, a deeper truth within his own psyche, waiting to be uncovered. Batman descended into a dream space known as the Black Door, landing before a chained Gothic door resting on a brain-like floor. He smirked to himself, prompting a voice to ask if he had really smiled. Insomnia appeared, mocking Batman's nightmare constructs, especially the gun-bat, calling it a combination of his embraced and denied selves. Insomnia speculated the Nightmare Stone might be hidden inside the door and pressured Batman to open it. He warned that refusing would trap Batman in endless nightmares. Batman calmly stated he didn't possess the Nightmare Stone. He admitted that Insomnia had shown him something, that dreams could provide the tools needed to defeat him. Batman then ordered Insomnia to leave his nightmares or face something truly terrifying. His appearance shifted to a more monstrous, empowered form, radiating dark energy. Insomnia accused him of breaking the rules and unleashed Gunbat to attack. Batman simply said no and caught the bullets mid-air. While fighting Gunbat, Batman noted that Insomnia was manipulating him, not the other way around. He realized something was pulling him away, likely from outside the dream. He struck down Gunbat and tore its weapon apart, yelling that he didn't scare easily. Batman accused Insomnia of fleeing when things became challenging. He opened the Black Door and descended inside. Batman revealed that Dr. Destiny didn't create this door. He did. This was not part of the nightmare, but a manifestation of his true self. He acknowledged Insomnia was right about one thing. Part of him remained in Crime Alley. He remembered how no one came when his parents were shot, how he sat alone with their bodies for 90 minutes. That moment wasn't the nightmare. It was the core of his resolve. He made a vow that night to ensure no one else would suffer the same fate. Batman stood silently in Crime Alley, facing his younger self, wondering if the boy who lost everything would be scared or disappointed in what he had become. He asked himself if he had let that boy down. The young Bruce, crying beside his parents' bodies, said his family was gone and he was alone. Batman knelt beside him and reassured him that while he might feel alone now, he wouldn't be forever. He explained that though he would spend years in isolation focused solely on his mission, others would eventually find him, even in the darkness. He promised the boy that friends would come, friends beyond imagination, heroes with incredible powers, and children who would help shape him into a better man. Young Bruce said it sounded like a dream. Batman told him it was more than that. It would be his family. They embraced. Batman smiled and thanked his younger self. Young Bruce, now smiling too, said he was proud of what Bruce had become. Then he asked why Bruce dressed like a bat. Bruce grinned and answered, because they can be scary, and his younger self added, bats are cool. With that moment of clarity and acceptance, Batman's dream self floated upward. He realized that Deadman was no longer in control. He was. His mind pulled him inward as a burst of light surrounded him. Suddenly, Batman was confronted by distorted versions of his past selves, who yelled for him to wake up. He screamed and tore off the chains that bound him, awakening in the dream realm. He struck Deadman and launched himself away. He awoke, gasping, finding himself in Arkham Tower. His body felt more exhausted than ever. He asked what dead man had done to him. Looking out the window, he saw Gotham engulfed in flames, with monstrous creatures flying overhead. He realized he was still trapped in the nightmare. As he processed it, Damien appeared, bloodied and defiant, and said grimly, "No, Father, this is the real world, and we lost." Elsewhere, Roy Harper and Black Canary waded through the swamp outside Belle Rev. Roy was annoyed about their crashed car, but Canary claimed it was for dramatic effect, though she admitted she just hated the swamp. Canary tried calling Oracle, but got no response. She suggested heading 2 miles to a secure location. As Roy cut down a snake, he revealed that something Count Vertigo said inspired their next move: finding his daughter, Ollie and Connor, and making Waller pay. Suddenly, Black Canary vanished. Roy called out for her, but was quickly surrounded by swamp creatures and let out a scream. He and Canary woke up groggy on the shore, and Roy declared he hated his old costume. As swamp monsters rose, Roy unleashed arrows, unsure what kind of voodoo he was dealing with. Strangely, he kept missing his shots. Frustrated, he cursed the waste of arrows and kept searching for Canary. Meanwhile, Canary screamed in an empty space. As she clutched her throat, her mouth warped grotesquely, symbolizing a loss of her voice and power. Roy continued to shoot, but couldn't hit his targets. He blamed Count Vertigo's powers for messing with his aim, but soon realized it wasn't just his aim. He was missing something deeper. The nightmare was revealing his true fear, not of missing a shot, but of what he had missed in life. He visualized moments with his daughter, birthday candles teaching her to ride a bike, graduation, all the years he wasn't there. He whispered, "I missed it. I can't miss it," as monsters closed in. Canary appeared, shouting at him, but he couldn't hear her. She repeated herself, desperate to reach him. Suddenly, she unleashed her scream and launched a crocodile away. She yelled that they needed to wake up. Canary pulled Roy out of the nightmare. As lightning cracked through the sky, she said ominously, "It's not over." Ravager. In the nightmare realm, Ravager wandered through a desolate town under a red sky with a fractured moon. 2 monstrous figures stalked her, declaring the realm theirs and warning there was nowhere she could hide. She appeared in a neighborhood where a couple saw her from inside a house. They warned her not to be there, fearing the murder man would find her and endanger them all. Before the woman could finish telling Ravager to leave, the house exploded violently. The blast ripped the couple apart, revealing a grotesque transformation into a monstrous, many-eyed, spider-like creature that accused Ravager of causing their fate. The creature, now massive and terrifying with skull faces, charged at Ravager. She ran as the monster and its minions pursued her. One of the creatures told Ravager she couldn't hide, and a mutated version of herself, Rose, shouted for the others to get her. Ravager sprinted as the spider beast chased her, growling that she was responsible and that the murder man commanded their attack. As she fought back, Ravager pleaded with Rose, urging her to stop and remember who she was, saying she didn't have to obey and could still fight his control. But Rose remained hostile, refusing to listen. Ravager kicked one of the minions and warned him to stay down, saying she didn't want to hurt him. She ran toward a nearby factory as the spider monster pursued. Meanwhile, Rose stabbed one of her own minions for failing and called them useless. She turned to the others, named Rager and Vexer, and angrily ordered them to go after Ravager. They responded, "Yes, Rose," and gave chase. Ravager ran into an abandoned industrial plant and hid behind a container marked liquid nitrogen. Rager and Vexer taunted her, shouting her name and asking where she was hiding. Ravager muttered that she wasn't hiding. She lunged from the shadows, stabbing one of them. She explained she only wanted to lead them away from innocent people. And though she didn't understand this nightmare world, it was clear the people didn't deserve what was being done to them. She struck again, but the creatures kept fighting. She declared that if they couldn't fight Rose, she would. One of the creatures hit her hard, slamming her into the ground. As she lay near the nitrogen tanks, one monster told her to stop resisting and give herself to their father as a bridge to her world. Ravager, bloodied but defiant, said the only way he'd escape was by killing her first. In Star City, Ravager lay unconscious in a diner while Peacekeeper 01 carried her in. Everyone else was slumped over in comatose states. Peacekeeper 01 noted she was in a deep sleep. Winter signaled that waking her with physical means wouldn't work. Peacekeeper 01 assured the team not to worry. He had a solution. Back in the Nightmare Realm, Rager attacked Ravager, stating she wouldn't be killed but paralyzed so she could be used as a gateway between worlds. Ravager replied she'd rather die die. Vexor encouraged her to keep fighting. Rose leapt into the scene, whispering that she loved causing pain and would show who the superior Rose was. Ravager caught her in mid-air and tried to reason with her. She said she used to be like Rose, trying to emulate Slade, but she realized that wasn't her destiny. She urged Rose to choose a different path, to be better than the murder man. Rose sneered and called her weak for not appreciating the gifts inherited from their father. Ravager warned her not to trust him, whether he called himself Murder Man or Deathstroke. Slade Wilson was the same. He didn't care. He would abandon her just as he had done to Ravager. The monstrous red figure, known as the Murder Man, rose from the ground and towered over Ravager, declaring that Rose knew she couldn't follow him, only he could travel between worlds. Rose was to remain behind and rule in his place while he brought terror into the real world. Ravager challenged him, insisting this nightmare world wasn't real and accusing him of leaving Rose with a false kingdom. The Murder Man argued it was real, stating that if he cut her, she would bleed both here and there, proof of its reality. He seized Ravager by the throat, asserting that she couldn't hurt him, then hurled her to the ground. He ordered Rose to prove herself by cutting Ravager's spine. Rose, eager to please, charged at Ravager with a blade, agreeing with a twisted smile. As she lunged, Ravager kicked her away, sending her crashing to the ground. Ravager then turned and struck down one of the Murder Man's minions with her sword. The Murder Man mocked her, claiming her blade couldn't hurt him any more than it could harm the ocean. Ravager sarcastically replied, calling him a walking bucket of blood. Realizing direct attacks wouldn't work, she shifted tactics. She led the Murder Man toward tanks of liquid nitrogen and pierced one. The freezing spray engulfed him, eliciting a scream of agony. Ravager then hurled her sword straight into his chest. It landed perfectly, and the Murder Man's body exploded with a violent red blast, cracking apart from the inside under the intense cold and impact. Ravager approached the collapsed Rose as she muttered no in shock. Rose yelled, "What have you done?" Ravager gently replied, "I freed you," and told her that if any part of her existed in Rose, then she believed Rose was better than what she had become. Holding her face, Ravager said Rose wasn't a monster and could be more to the people around her. She needed to be. Ravager gasped awake in the real world, where Peacekeeper 01 greeted her. She asked where she was, and he explained they were in Star City. The storm came and knocked out the world. He said he'd been sent to find her and the rest of Stormwatch, and that he patched her up temporarily. She thanked him. She asked Winter if something might have come through with her from the Nightmare Realm. He was confused and said she was found passed out alone. Peacekeeper 01 interrupted, asking if she was done. As they left, a small puddle of blood was left behind on the counter. Slowly, the red ooze twitched and shifted, rising with shape, implying that something of the Murder Man had indeed crossed into the real world. Joker. Joker's thoughts described Gotham as a rabid animal, feral, dangerous, and incurable. As a stray dog wandered through the dark city, an explosion shattered the night. A group of criminals sprinted from the blast, one warning the others that cops would take 3 minutes to respond. Another replied grimly that it wouldn't matter. They wouldn't make it in time. Then a dark, winged figure appeared overhead. One thug panicked, shouting that Batman had found them. The figure, cloaked in shadow, sarcastically claimed he was just there to apply for a small business loan, asking if they knew how much batarangs cost. When one man responded in confusion, the figure answered with brutal action, an arm and a leg, as he sliced through them. Batman attacked swiftly, slashing and throwing one of them into a burning building. One gang member screamed as his partner burned. He raised a gun in disbelief, saying Batman was supposed to be dead. Batman coldly asked, "What eyes?" before launching batarangs that struck the thug in the face. With a manic grin, Batman laughed wildly. Joker suddenly gasped awake, his mismatched eyes wide with panic. His partner Lena, lying beside him, gently asked if he'd had another bad dream. Joker, now going by the name Johan, apologized and asked if he'd woken her. Their child, Albert, entered the room holding a book and asked if they were still asleep. Lena reassured him, and Johan told Albert not to worry. They had plenty of time. Albert expressed concern about missing practice. Johan promised he wouldn't be late and offered him Papa's famous clown pancakes, which Albert eagerly accepted. Later, Johann sat in an office at Wayne Enterprises for a job interview. When questioned about resume gaps, he bluntly said no. Asked about his greatest weakness, Johann replied, warmth. For strengths, he explained he'd shut himself off from compassion and empathy. The interviewer dryly remarked that made him a strong candidate for advertising. Later, Joker, as Johann, continued his interview with Mr. Freeze, who obsessively corrected him to say fries instead of freeze. Johann awkwardly caught himself and asked why Fries wanted to work at Wayne Enterprises. Fries explained that Batman had become more violent, even murderous, and many criminals were looking for legitimate jobs to lie low. Johann nervously asked why Fries thought Wayne Enterprises would harbour criminals. Fries replied bluntly, because of you. Surprised, Johann denied it, but Fries told him not to play coy. Fries accused him of hiding in the company and that everyone saw it. He threatened Johann, warning that if he thought he could run things and not share the spoils, he was mistaken. Johann dismissed Fries with a polite thank you and called for Pamela to send in the next applicant, Dr. Crane, who corrected Johann with insult. Later, Johann thrashed in bed again. Lena urged him to lie back down. He got up, stepped into the hallway and opened a closet to find a rotting, bloody Batman corpse hanging inside. He muttered, "This city is a beautiful dead corpse." Meanwhile, Joker's twisted narration overlaid the scene. He described Gotham as a rotting corpse whose stink filled the city, attracting freaks. He couldn't save her, but he could still stop the others. In the rain-soaked streets, Batman interrupted a mugging. As thugs reacted to his presence, he declared violence, ha ha, and brutally attacked. One asked why Batman killed his sidekick. Batman answered, "He caught him, Robin. He violently beat them, breaking limbs." And when one asked how he takes his coffee, Batman snapped his neck and replied, "Dark." He regretted not saying, "just ice." Batman then approached a wounded thug named Gaggy, who begged for mercy and claimed he worked for Batman. Batman denied him, saying he worked alone. The thug asked if Batman had gone straight. Batman said no. He'd heard the thug was going straight. Then he snarled, "Straight to hell!" and hit Gaggy with a bat. Suddenly a baseball game was underway. Johann slid into base and the umpire called him safe. A LexCorp player complimented him, calling him Batman. Johann grew angry and choked him. Lex and Bruce intervened. Bruce told Johann they'd talk over dinner. Johann accepted, joking that he's only allergic to shellfish. Johann arrived at Wayne Manor and was greeted by Insomnia, who introduced himself as Bruce Wayne's indentured servant. Johann was surprised to see him. Insomnia, now appearing as another butler, informed Johann that Bruce was away on urgent business. Johann said he could wait, but Bruce, dressed casually in a tropical shirt and hat, appeared and welcomed him in. Inside, Bruce clarified that his invite wasn't related to the earlier baseball game. He reassured Johann he had been safe during that play. He described the meal: oysters, lobster bisque, and black pepper crab. Johann joked about possibly going into anaphylactic shock. As they sat down, Johann asked why he was really invited. Bruce told him he hadn't seemed like his usual jovial self lately. Johann blamed it on legal trouble limiting his humour. During dinner, Johann expressed that Gotham needed people with spirit and humour, especially without Batman. Bruce, eating crab messily, commented that if Batman truly died, someone would need to recreate him. Maybe that's what had broken Johann. Batman died, and part of him died too. Bruce then said an imposter Batman might be awakening something in Johann. Johann insisted it was just his imagination. Insomnia, now appearing as Bruce's waiter, explained that Bruce had a shellfish allergy that made him act erratically, but Bruce snapped at him to stop whispering. Back at the office, Johann spaced out in a meeting. An employee, Ethan, called him a nut job. Johann responded by stabbing him repeatedly with a pencil, threatening to bring his corpse to his daughter's birthday as a piñata. Mr. D entered and dismissed the meeting, citing building fumigation. He pulled Johann aside and asked if something was bothering him. Johann admitted Bruce's words had lingered in his head. D warned him again and reminded him how much he loved this job. At home, Johann told his family he had a weird day, but then he screamed. Albert had discovered Batman's corpse in the closet. Johann panicked and dragged the body away, yelling at Albert, calling him Gaggy. Lena asked what was going on. Johann dismissed her, blaming Bruce for putting thoughts in his head, and stormed out. In the streets, Johann screamed that something was wrong with Bruce, not him. He told a bartender that Bruce made him believe Batman might be dead and replaced by a fake. The bartender simply replied, no. In a bathroom, Johann stared into a mirror and vowed to prove Batman was alive. He began preparing for his plan, gathering tools, recruiting henchmen, and working with chemicals. He thought to himself, if he couldn't catch the real Batman, everything would be fine. But if he could, well, wouldn't that be fun? Later, in a dark alley, a couple walking together was suddenly ambushed by a clown-faced thug with a knife. He didn't want their money, he just wanted to hear them scream. The monstrous Batman confronted a fleeing couple, cracking a joke about joggers and speed bumps. As they escaped, he remarked they were slowly getting over it and told them to run. A Joker-masked thug stood before him, surprised at his presence. The Batman was unfazed by the threat and quipped that the more, the merrier. More Joker clones emerged behind the thug. Batman, now surrounded by shadowy, red-eyed Joker clones, mocked the situation, saying it felt like a bad joke at a crowded party. He punched a clown, calling it the punchline, but his hand got stuck to the clown's gooey face. More clones swarmed him, making him struggle and shout that it was too sticky and to get off him. As Batman fought to break free, blue-gloved hands tried to push a trigger. Batman warned them not to, claiming they'd all die, but someone insisted it was the plan and released a gas canister. A panicked Batman screamed they needed him. The Joker echoed that sentiment just before he and the clones were engulfed in green gas. Joker then awoke from the nightmare, muttering they needed him. He called the experience strange. His odd companions reassured him he was back with friends. Sighing, he laid back down and told everyone to shut up so he could go back to sleep. Poison Ivy. Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn were seen enjoying a perfect dinner together in a sunny, idyllic dream house. Everything seemed peaceful, and Ivy was convinced nothing was wrong. A narration revealed that a villain named Insomnia had trapped everyone in eternal sleep, including heroes and villains, as he searched dreams for the Nightmare Stone. Ivy and Harley shared affection, expressing love, and Harley complimented the meal Ivy prepared. As they held hands and drank wine, they reinforced the idea that in the dream house, sadness wasn't allowed and everyone knew how to love. Harley hinted she knew what Ivy really wanted and suggested they go touch some plants, which excited Ivy. They walked off, holding hands. Harley then showed Ivy the outside world, saying, and after that, well, but suddenly panicked, spotting a weed in the yard. Ivy was confused until Harley dramatically pointed to a dandelion, calling it a weed. Ivy tried to explain its ecological value, but Harley insisted it was messing up the lawn and grabbed a bottle of poison. Ivy begged her to stop, but Harley demanded it be killed. As Ivy restrained her, the poison bottle sprayed into the air. Ivy realized something was wrong. This Harley wasn't real. The real Harley wouldn't be upset over a dandelion. She'd name it. Ivy recognized the violence as a flaw in the perfect illusion. Confronting the fake Harley, Ivy realized this world was a projection of her own desires. Determined to leave, Ivy decided to find Janet and escape. As she ran, the dream Harley shouted at her, and suddenly two nightmare figures blocked her path, Batman and Selina. They said she belonged in the dream house she built. The woman warned her there was no outside, only the dream house. Harley clung to Ivy, begging her to stay, claiming she'd be happy there forever. Fake Harley, along with the nightmare versions of Batman and Selina, viciously sprayed Ivy with toxins and cell-disrupting chemicals, causing her intense pain. Ivy screamed as the liquid seared her skin, and the narration bitterly noted, and they call me Poison Ivy. Collapsing to the ground, coughing and overwhelmed, Ivy called out for Janet. The twisted figures loomed over her, mocking her suffering. They taunted that Janet couldn't help her. Janet couldn't even help herself. Meanwhile, Janet was trapped in a dark, shadowy basement. Surrounded by eerie eyes and whispers, she questioned how to wake from a dream that wasn't hers. Should she wait, fight, flee, or give up? As she hesitated, a silhouette stepped into the light, Cobblepot in a grotesque nightmare form, who sneered, "Still alive, dearie?" How disappointing. Janet begged him not to hurt her, but he dismissed her fear, saying he didn't need to. He was just waiting for her to disappear. Still trembling, Janet pressed forward. She was sure there had to be a way out. She scraped at a wall, finding only dirt but kept pushing, stepping barefoot onto sharp stones. She wondered how to unearth someone else's fears, how to face what was buried in them. As Janet dug deeper into the broken wall, unsure if she was part of the dream or the path to freedom, distorted voices above asked, "What is she doing down there?" Janet yelled, "Come on!" while continuing to dig. The narration added, "Sometimes a dream house listens." Suddenly, Nightmare Cobblepot and a distorted Batgirl spotted her and began chasing her through the tunnels. As Janet ran, they yelled at her to stop. She stumbled but kept moving. Janet reflected that nightmares terrify us because we think we can escape. It's hope that makes us desperate. As Janet crawled through the filth, they screamed, "You'll never get out of here alive!" Janet clawed her way out of the collapsing dream house, telling herself she could do it. As she crawled through the hole, monstrous hands grabbed at her from behind. She shouted for them to let go, but they tried to pull her back. With one final push, she broke free, landing on the grass with a hard thump. Behind her, the hands screamed for her to return, demanding, "You think you can just leave?" Janet ran through the twisted, dreamlike neighborhood under a grotesque, grinning sun. She called out for Pamela, but became disoriented, unsure which house was which. Desperately, she checked each one, shouting for Pam to answer. Inside one, she found Ivy, collapsed on the floor. She rushed to her side, shocked at her condition. Ivy weakly confirmed Janet was real, and Janet reassured her. As Janet helped her up, Ivy explained she was attacked by the creatures and warned there were more coming. Janet tried to support her, but Ivy said she didn't have the strength. She confessed that nothing she'd done felt real, that the best parts of her were taken long ago under Woodrew's knife, and that she believed she belonged in the dream house. Janet refused to accept that. She reminded Ivy of her achievements, creating antidotes even while sick, taking down corporations, and changing how people see the world. Moved, Ivy smiled and asked what she would do without Janet from HR, then asked for help to stand. As Janet helped her, a voice called out, "Not so fast!" The nightmare figures, Harley, Batman, Selina, Cobblepot, and Batgirl, blocked the way. Selina said there were too many to fight and urged Ivy to admit defeat. Janet tried to stand between them, but Ivy stopped her, saying these were her demons to face. Ivy confronted the nightmare Batman. She said that if she created him, she could destroy him. She summoned plant tendrils, entangling him. He mocked her, calling it a weak trick. Ivy replied she wanted to see what he truly was. She tore off his mask, demanding answers, but she saw her own face underneath. Ivy realized it was a dream as reality twisted. Janet shouted, "Wake up!" Ivy jolted awake in her cell, in uniform, realizing the nightmare had ended. Meanwhile, Janet awoke on a park bench, uncertain if they were truly awake. Robin. Tim Drake found himself trapped in a nightmare, surrounded by lifeless, masked figures resembling fallen robins. He sat on a bed, repeating to himself that it wasn't real, while Jason Todd's voice came through, asking if he could still hear him. Tim weakly confirmed. Jason, in his own nightmare, fought off monstrous attackers, blood in his ears. He shouted that he was far from okay and could barely hear Tim. In the chaos, Jason questioned if they were going to die together, wondering if Tim could still hear him. Tim cried and worried it might all be over. A shadowy figure, Nightmare Tim, responded that this was exactly what it wanted. It relished in their defeat and wanted them to soak in it before being killed. Once both were at their lowest and had begged for death, it promised to deliver it slowly. Jason was struck down and mocked by a swarm of disembodied mouths. He screamed for it to end already. Drifting through the void, Tim thought of himself as the Robin who wasn't good enough. He bitterly noted that it wasn't villains like Penguin or Two-Face who brought him down, but his own nightmares. Jason, equally trapped, slammed a wall in frustration, wishing for someone to be there. Tim re-established contact, asking Jason's location. Jason answered that he'd taken one step too many over the edge. Physically, he described the void and said he thought it would resemble Batman's mind, not his own. Jason sat alone, calling himself a failure. Tim pushed back, saying no one thought that. Jason said the Robin who failed was now stuck with the Robin who thought he had. Tim countered that Jason hadn't failed. Batman and his mother had failed him. Surviving was what they were trained to do. Jason said survival meant becoming a monster, always alone. Tim said he was never alone. They never gave up on him. Everyone had things to atone for, but they were still there. Jason challenged Tim to take his own advice. Jason told Tim that if Tim was right about him, then he had to be wrong about himself. Tim, confused, asked what he meant. Jason accused accused Tim of trying to be like Batman, thinking he could save everyone, and slammed into the ground, saying Tim shouldn't carry that weight. Tim admitted his father died because he couldn't save him. He feared he might not be able to save Bernard or Stephanie, and he couldn't even save himself. He reminded Jason that he wasn't chosen to be Robin. He demanded it. Jason praised Tim's courage, saying that while they were chosen, Tim chose it for himself, which took guts. He told Tim he may not be able to save everyone, but he keeps trying, and that's what matters. Tim thanked Jason. Jason replied not to mention it, then asked how they'd beat their nightmares. Tim said they had to defeat themselves first and asked if Jason was game. Jason smirked, saying he was always ready to take himself down a peg. Tim assured him he wasn't alone and told him to show what he's got. Nightmare, Tim mocked Tim's return from the void. He restrained Tim with chains and forced him to relive his father's death, demanding he confess his love for his father before watching him die again. Nightmare. Tim accused him of being a failure. Tim, gritting his teeth, defiantly said no. Nightmare Tim snapped his fingers and said it was time to make Tim pay. As Tim was thrown across the room, Nightmare Tim warned he'd watch his friends die because he wasn't good enough. Tim stood, surrounded by captured allies, and was taunted with comparisons to Dick, Barbara, and Stephanie. He declared that he became the best Robin he could be. He accepted he couldn't save his father, but he wouldn't stop trying to save others, or from smashing his Nightmare copy. Meanwhile, Jason smashed a Nightmare Red Hood's face and joked it was worth it. One Nightmare warned Jason he couldn't fight them all. Jason replied by drawing his guns and saying, "You know what I have to say about that?" Jason dropped his guns. The Nightmare mocked him, but Jason said he was trying something different. He admitted he'd wait for backup. The Nightmares mocked him for being alone. Jason said it was because he never asked, then finally said, "Robin, Tim, I need your help." He named Tim Drake for his father's death and warned that the rest of his loved ones would die too. Tim clenched his fists and admitted he couldn't save everyone, asking how he'd save anyone else. But Tim stood firm, saying he'd never stop trying. Nightmare Tim was stunned. He thought Tim would be broken, but Tim declared that he wasn't broken anymore. Tim tore through Nightmare Tim's cloak, shouting that he was Hope, the light. He was Robin. Nightmare Tim demanded he give up, claiming he couldn't save anyone. Tim answered, "I'd rather die trying." A boom signaled his exit, and Tim knew someone needed him. Jason was struggling alone, being beaten down by Nightmare enemies. One ordered him to fight back or die, but Jason mocked him, saying his friend would arrive soon. When they said no one was coming, Jason grinned. Wrong again. Tim arrived with a brutal flying kick. Jason welcomed him, saying, "Took you long enough?" Tim smiled and said he never doubted him and was ready for payback. Jason replied, "Nothing would make me happier." Nightmare. Tim and the monstrous figure mocked them, calling them frauds. Jason cocked his pistols, saying, "Let's play." Tim joined in, striking with his staff. Together, they battled their Nightmare doubles. Tim cracked Nightmare Tim's jaw, while Jason fought his monstrous opponent. In unison, they brought down their foes with synchronized blows. Jason stomped the ground, creating an explosion. Tim asked how they'd wake up. Jason sensed something happening. A blast launched them through a mirror-like dimension. Tim called, "See you on the other side," while Jason hoped to stay alive. They tumbled into reality. Jason awoke on a rooftop, dazed, surrounded by unconscious bodies. He called out for Robin, Oracle, Nightwing, anyone. "Tim, are you there?" he asked. Tim replied on the comm that he was bruised and mentally fried, but getting there. Jason said someone needed a beatdown, asking if Tim meant what he said in the dream. Tim confirmed, always. He sped off on his motorcycle, telling Jason he was on his way. Flash. Barry recalled different attempts to connect with Hal Jordan. In attempt 2, he said they bonded quickly in the League, being the only regular guys among aliens and gods. In attempt 9, things got weird when Barry asked Hal why he still flew jets despite having a ring. Hal admitted he did it for the adrenaline rush. Barry warned him it was reckless, but Hal only gave him a look, one Barry couldn't interpret. In attempt 33, Hal told Barry, "I hope this is something you'll never have to understand, but trust me." Barry remembered his words. Love is the opposite of choice. Barry rampaged through a nightmare city. In the hospital room, Iris confronted Barry about Wally's condition. She sarcastically said that it was the same. Barry replied there was friction in the Speed Force due to the Speed Force creature. He had to resort to resistance and his body had to compensate. Iris begged him to stop. before it was too late. Suddenly, Barry's mother appeared, bringing fried chicken. She told him he looked tired and urged him to take a break. Barry was surprised but welcomed her. She questioned why he was still there when the doctors had given up. Barry admitted he tried. She told him to try harder and go faster. As Barry said, Iris wanted him there for the end. His mum pulled him in and commanded him to run. Barry realized she was right. He needed a new approach. He couldn't fight Grodd while the creature drained him, but maybe he could borrow speed from someone else. He then met Hal again and said he wanted to go forward. Hal dismissed him, saying he reeked and needed to accept reality. Barry insisted he just needed more speed. None of the others had enough, except one. Hal, frustrated, activated a barrier, separating them. Barry's regret hit before his punch did, but he was moving too fast to stop it. He struck Hal, knocking him out and severely injuring him. Despite knowing Hal as his best friend and longtime ally, Barry shattered him, physically and symbolically, driven by desperation to save Wally. With Hal's remains scattered, Barry told him to pull himself together, declaring he needed more speed and picked up Hal's ring, saying Hal would help him get it. Barry then travelled to the 25th century, arriving at Central City's Flash Museum. Inside, a group of children listened as a tour guide lectured about Snart's cold gun. A massive crash interrupted the lesson as Barry broke into the museum and shattered the display holding the Spear of Destiny, the weapon that killed the original Kid Flash. The museum's curator, revealed to be Eobard Thawne, recognised Barry and remarked on the poetic symmetry of using Grodd's weapon to kill Grodd. Thawne then transformed into Reverse Flash. He warned Barry the spear would corrupt whoever wielded it, though he believed Barry was already too far gone. Barry responded he wasn't there for the spear, he was there for Thawne's speed. The two clashed violently, zipping through the museum. Thawne was faster and started unravelling Barry at the seams. But Barry had one advantage: desperation. As Thawne beat him back, Barry revealed his secret weapon. He tackled Thawne and began phasing his hand into Thawne's chest. Thawne mocked him, claiming to have studied Barry thoroughly and knew why Barry was broken. He began a monologue about why the fastest man alive misses everything. But before he could finish, Barry activated his attack, letting his hand turn solid and detonating a burst of Speed Force energy inside Thawne's chest. As Thawne screamed, Barry said, "You have no idea." Barry drained every drop of speed from Thawne, not even leaving him enough time to finish his last thought. With blood irrelevant in the Speed Force, Barry didn't hesitate, until now. He reflected that acceleration always came at a cost. As he prepared to activate a time machine, he paused. He thought about how sacrifices must be made, and how to leave behind what's inessential. Staring at his reflection, he asked, "What am I?" Then, unburdened, he ran. Charging into the Speed Force, Barry screamed in agony. The Speed Force burned hotter than ever, punishing him the closer he moved toward the past. With Thawne's speed added, the toll was worse. His body was scorched, and memories like his first date with Iris, Starrow's name, and his father's eyes burned away behind him. He forced himself to keep going, reminding himself to let tears fall as dead weight. His goal was to save Wally. Barry arrived at the hospital room, unseen. Speedsters gathered around Wally's bed. Barry moved like a ghost, untouched by time. He kissed Wally's forehead, silently affirming he had always been there. As he departed, Iris called out, "Barry!" while he disappeared into the Speed Force. He rejoined the battle, now fast enough to stop Grodd and the monster. Barry believed he was finally enough, to be everywhere at once, to be a hero. He joined Wally, and together they intercepted the spear. Barry said all he had to surrender was himself. The monster appeared and screamed in shock. Barry was faster. Barry charged through the monster's swarm, filled with rage. The monster, feeding off the Speed Force, had killed Wally once before. Barry lunged at it with the spear. He realized he had been here before, repeatedly. The monster, a flesh mass of his own faces, begged him to merge with it, to stop running. He was the monster in the Speed Force, and the other Barrys pulled him in. Barry resisted, insisting he wasn't like all his other versions. He remembered who he was, Barry Allen, once the fastest man alive, now just a monster in the lightning. As Barry raged within the Speed Force, Wally tackled him, begging him to snap out of it. Hearing Wally's voice, Barry came to his senses. The impact hurled them across a field. Wally explained Barry had been in a trance for hours, running uncontrollably, unreachable. Wally said he could barely keep up, and reminded Barry that, despite his age, he was faster. Barry, still dazed, said he'd been dreaming. Hugging Wally tightly, Barry said he couldn't bear to lose him. As Barry tried to reorient himself, Wally Wally said the fight was still ongoing. Insomnia and the sleepless nights appeared, and Wally said, "I really need to bring you up to speed." Zatanna ran through the tunnels under the Hall of Justice, fully awake in a world where most were trapped in nightmares. She was being hunted and felt like she was in a bad dream, but it was real. Suddenly the Rustbringer, a monstrous armoured creature, smashed through the wall, yelling, "You're mine, witch!" Zatanna responded, "You'll have to catch me first." She recalled summoning a hero to help and got Cliff Steele, now transformed into the twisted Rustbringer due to a magical misfire when insomnia put everyone to sleep. She was now being chased by the sleepless knights, Sir Morbid, Maiden Iron, and their queen. Zatanna admitted she was outclassed and outnumbered. The sleepless queen had already knighted Cliff into a monster and wanted to do the same to her. Zatanna fled deeper into the enchanted tunnels, which were built to confound enemies. She used a spell to open a hidden passage and entered a panic room designed for emergencies. Inside lay Wonder Woman and Detective Chimp, still asleep. Zatanna sprinted past the room with the knights in pursuit. She stepped on a trigger. Spiked traps launched out from the walls, slamming into the knights and slowing them down momentarily. But it wasn't enough. The Rustbringer kept coming, forcing Zatanna to keep casting. She admitted that although traps and wards couldn't defeat or delay all of them, she could still fill the gaps with her own magic. As Rustbringer lunged at her, Zatanna muttered a spell backward to try and restrain him, while acknowledging that even slowing them all down was unlikely. Still, she was determined to keep fighting with every magical trick she had. Zatanna tried to buy time to escape and seal the tunnels, but Rustbringer burst out. She unleashed a magical blast and interrupted a fight, yelling, "Enough!" She ran and reached a stairwell and felt relieved to see it. Rustbringer apologized to his queen for failing, but she comforted him. Zatanna lamented leaving Robot Man behind, hoping to fix him once the world woke up. The queen, however, warned her not to worry, saying her dark magic still haunted the halls. Zatanna muttered, "Not again," as a zombified version of her father, Giovanni Zatara, appeared behind her, mocking that magic always has a price. Zatanna accused him of never paying that price, calling him Piccolo. She clarified to herself that he wasn't her real father, just a magical illusion from the sleepless queen. He accused her of using magic carelessly without regard for consequences, while she cried and insisted she'd paid the price many times. He told her guilt wasn't the price. It was the blood spilled and lives ruined, none of which had ever been hers. He said others always paid her debts, including Cliff Steele. As Zatanna wept, he called her foolish and claimed she was no true master of magic. She suddenly realized she was lost in a magical maze, even though it shouldn't affect her. He kept undermining her confidence, making her question her own magic. When he urged her to give up, she remembered her real father's teachings. A flashback showed him telling her that the audience wouldn't believe in the magic unless she did, because all magic was a confidence game. Still shaken, she remembered his words, but the illusion of her undead father whispered that she was nothing. Zatanna, doubting herself, quietly agreed. He's right. Zatanna knelt in despair, whispering an apology to Cliff as Rustbringer loomed over her, disappointed by her weakness. He declared Cliff no longer existed and warned she would soon be gone too. The sleepless queen floated above and told Zatanna she had warned this was inevitable. She called Zatanna too valuable to lose, even more than the Nightmare Stone, and claimed Insomnia would be pleased to add her to his ranks. As Zatanna remained on her knees, the queen prepared to christen her. She stabbed her and named her the Dame of Death. Her sudden turn shocked the queen, who felt something was off. The real Zatanna taunted her, mocking the queen's supposed power. As green energy flared around her, Zatanna revealed her magic wasn't impossible, just more powerful because she finally believed in it. She dodged the queen's attack and retaliated with a magical slash. The queen ordered her forces to stop Zatanna. They charged, but Zatanna readied the sword and hoped it worked as expected. As she activated it, Cliff's essence returned in a glowing blue burst. He declared, "I'm back, baby!" and rushed into the fight, punching the masked enemy. Zatanna shouted in support. As enemies regrouped, one warned the queen that Zatanna could undo them. The queen flung her minions away, saying she could match that power. Cliff and Zatanna stood together, ready to fight, and vowed to take her down. Zatanna called her the Clown Queen, and Cliff responded, "Hell yeah!" But the Queen prepared a massive spell, telling them it was time to return to their master. As the sleepless Queen vanished in a swirl of green magic, Cliff shouted after her in frustration, calling them cowards and yelling, "This is why I hate magic!" Embarrassed, he quickly apologized to Zatanna, who dryly replied that after today, none taken. They walked side by side as Zatanna apologized for the pain Cliff had gone through. Cliff reassured her it was all part of the job. Zatanna offered to return him to his team, but he declined, saying he had a better shot at waking them up by staying with her. They bumped fists, calling themselves a dream team. Zatanna cast a spell, opening a portal. Cliff and Zatanna prepared to continue the fight. Together, they leapt through the portal with confidence, and Cliff shouted, "Hex and violence style!" Shazam. Mary was trapped in a nightmare where her family had been incinerated by the magic lightning of Shazam, twisted by her brother turned evil. As the corrupted captain loomed over her, lightning cracked the sky. But she quickly realized it was just a dream. This captain wasn't real. He hadn't killed her family and couldn't hurt her. She remembered it was her dream, and she made the rules. Transforming into Mary Marvel, she confronted the dark imposter claiming to be Billy. He shouted that he was the captain, but Mary rejected the idea, calling him a sickness in her mind. She reminded him she possessed the wisdom of Minerva, and knowing things was her strength. She blasted him back with lightning. As they fought, Mary taunted him for his horror gimmicks and reminded him he had admitted to invading others' dreams through a nightmare wave. She defeated him with a powerful blow and declared herself the Dream Police, sending him crashing through a wall. Mary woke in her real form and checked on her family. Billy was missing, but she prioritized Darla, who was thrashing in bed. Mary entered Darla's dream and saw her shouting, "Go away!" at an unseen threat. Mary gently approached, trying to comfort her. Inside the dream, Mary realized Darla's fear had manifested as angry, towering giants, twisted adult figures. She noted it made sense, given Darla's size and vulnerability. Though unsettling, Mary determined Darla could manage the dream herself and decided to check on the others. With urgency, she flew off, vowing to keep going. Mary hesitated, but then called down the lightning and shouted, "Shazam!" transforming Darla into her heroic form. Darla joyfully reunited with Mary and eagerly joined the fight. Mary told her, "Let's get 'em, kiddo," and the two launched themselves into the air, punching the monstrous giants that had emerged from Darla's nightmare. With coordinated blows, Mary and Darla landed a blow and took down the threats together. As the battle continued, Mary and Darla smashed through more giants. Darla yelled, "Take that, mean jeans," while Mary knocked down another with one hit. Once the giants were defeated, Mary hugged Darla, assuring her she'd be okay. Darla worried if the giants weren't really gone, but Mary encouraged her, calling her Darla the Giant Slayer and saying they'd be afraid of her now. Mary then entered Eugene's dream, where she saw Eugene's best school friends, talking and bonding peacefully, sharing trivia. She felt hopeful, thinking it wasn't a nightmare, until she saw them mock and trip Eugene, calling him a wimp. Mary realized Eugene, like Darla, needed the power too. Suddenly, the nightmare captain grabbed Mary from behind, covering her mouth and telling her it didn't matter whose dream it was. He ruled them all. Mary managed to speak "Shazam!" and blasted him off her. As he was thrown into a tree, the lightning hit Eugene, empowering him. Eugene rose in his superhero form, glowing with energy, startling the bullies. Eugene looked at his hands and said, "Wimp am I?" Meanwhile, in the real world, he stirred in his sleep as Mary whispered, "Give 'em hell, Eugene." Mary then flew into Pedro's dream, where he stood embarrassed on a stage in his underwear. As the crowd mocked him, she considered this an easy fix. He just needed pants. She called lightning down, transforming Pedro into his hero form. Finally, Mary reached Freddy's dream and found a confused Billy standing beside Freddy, who was missing the top of his head. Mary didn't understand the source of Freddy's nightmare, but still triggered a transformation with Shazam, turning Freddy into his heroic self. Mary entered her father's nightmare, where he was surrounded by monstrous creatures. She tried empowering him with lightning by shouting "Shazam!" twice, but it had no effect. Mary realized that since their parents had never experienced the powers, they couldn't dream themselves into heroes. She grabbed her dad Dad, told him they'd try something else, and they both leapt through the dream space. They landed inside her mum's dream, on the deck of a pirate ship under siege. Mary explained they were in her mother's dream and told her father not to overthink it. She added that her mum was tormented like he was, but emphasised they could overcome it together. Mary then helped him take out a pirate. He jumped into the action, shouting pirate lingo as they joined the fight with Rosa, who was already defending herself. As the family fought together, Rosa declared they could handle anything together. Suddenly, the Nightmare Captain smashed into Mary and declared it was his realm. He attacked her across shifting nightmares, filled with snakes, skulls and cemeteries, screaming, "My rules!" He eventually captured Mary and began crushing her in his grasp. She panicked, unable to break free, shrinking in fear. She thought about how Billy always overshadowed her, making her feel small and forgotten. Her worst nightmare wasn't monsters. It was being insignificant and forgotten, while the captain became the center of everything. At that moment, her family burst in, transformed and fully powered. Pedro, Darla, Freddie, and Eugene attacked the Nightmare Captain and told him to back away from their sister. Mary was overwhelmed and questioned if she was dreaming them up, but they assured her this was real. They came to save her. They fought the Nightmare Captain together. Billy asked how they could not do the same for her. The Nightmare Captain raged, declaring the Nightmare Realm was his and that others feared him. The Nightmare Captain yelled at the Shazamili, demanding why they weren't afraid. Billy responded it was in the magic word. They had the powers of 6 gods, including the courage of Achilles. As they attacked together, Mary delivered a lightning-charged blow, knocking the Nightmare Captain backward with a thunderous noise into the void. When Pedro asked if she was ready, Mary confirmed and hurled the Nightmare Captain through the fractured dreamscape. She declared he could keep his realm and shouted, "Good riddance!" Mary woke up on the couch, disoriented, thinking it all felt real. She checked on her parents and siblings, reassuring herself that they were okay. She told herself it must have been a dream. But as she walked, she noticed something off. Clutching the Nightmare Captain's shredded cape, she heard laughter and saw him outside her window, grinning. Horrified, she questioned how he was real and how he got there. As he flew off, she braced herself, shouted, "Shazam!" and prepared for what came next. Green Lantern, Nightmare Parallax, greeted Hal Jordan with a savage blow, declaring, "Welcome to your ultimate nightmare." He smashed Hal to the ground. As Hal rose, he asserted he wasn't afraid. Nightmare Parallax sneered, saying it could see into Hal's mind, his past, his traumas. Hal denied it, insisting, "You're not him. You're not Parallax." Nightmare Parallax taunted Hal, saying it represented all his nightmares come to life. It cited Hal's fears, his father's death, unworthiness as a Green Lantern, failures involving Konduga, and the alien possession. It claimed Hal's fears were buried deeper than others, but it had found them and would now kill him. As Nightmare Parallax prepared to strike, Hal looked up with a smirk. Hal countered that the creature had picked the wrong man to scare. He explained that his friend Kilowog once told him that fear stood for false evidence appearing real. Hal said those weren't fears Nightmare Parallax had uncovered, just moments of choice, deciding whether to hesitate or to act. With that, Hal charged forward. Nightmare Parallax shouted back that Hal was nothing in this realm, invoking the power of fear, but Hal struck him hard, quipping, "Hey, that's my line?" Nightmare Parallax began to glow with an intense green charge, screaming as energy surged through his ring and body. Overwhelmed, he screamed, "No, stop!" But it was too late. Hal summoned a massive green construct of warships and delivered a devastating punch. The blow crushed Nightmare Parallax's jaw and sent him sprawling, bloodied and defeated. Nightmare Parallax crashed onto an alien rooftop, groaning as he landed. Baffled, he said, "What are you?" Hal rose defiantly, glowing with emerald energy, and declared, "I'm Green Lantern, your worst nightmare." As Nightmare Parallax tried to retreat into the doorway Hal had entered from, Hal taunted him for trying to flee so soon. Hal pursued him into a broken realm of debris, where he encountered a Sinestro-like figure who said, "There you are." "I was waiting," before Hal silenced him by sealing his mouth shut with a construct. "Shush. I think we've heard enough from you," he said. He then created a carnival-style strength test setup, complete with a hammer and tower. He slammed the hammers down, sending the puck flying to the top, ringing the bell labelled "Strongest Man Alive." Flexing triumphantly, Hal quipped, "Eat your heart out, Clark," and looked around asking, "Now, where were we?" Noticing Nightmare Parallax fleeing, Hal asked if he was really trying to escape. As Hal launched after him, he declared that his oath, "No evil shall escape my sight," still applied, and shouted for Parallax to wait. Parallax flew with glowing rage, thinking it was impossible that Hal was gaining on him. Parallax fired multiple flaming skulls, shouting that insomnia was calling him. Hal countered with a giant energy blade and slashed through the attacks. Parallax roared, insisting he was still the master of Hal's mind and could destroy him. But Hal responded calmly, saying no one mastered his mind but himself. "That's what willpower is," he said. Hal realized that since Parallax could hurt him in this dream world, then he could hurt Parallax too. As the monstrous entity lunged at him, Hal summoned a massive construct cannon, cocked his ring and fired straight at it. Hal unleashed a massive cannon construct, blasting Nightmare Parallax down into the city below. The explosion rocked the street, and Parallax crashed amidst flames and rubble. Hal hovered overhead, ring glowing, and mocked, "Hey, scary monster face, we aren't done yet." As he flew down toward the same glowing door he came through, he muttered, "Going out the way you came in, huh?" Inside the building, he prepared himself and activated his ring, saying, "Let's get this over with." Hal walked into a dreamlike funeral setting. From a coffin, grotesque zombie-like figures lunged at him. One yelled, "Come join us, son! Come join us in death!" Hal replied coldly, "You're not my dad." Surrounded, he powered up a chainsaw construct and shouted, "You're just making me really fragging mad." He revved the chainsaw and charged through the undead. Swinging wildly, he decapitated one with a loud "shock!" then sarcastically asked who was next, calling out Aunt Lacey and mocking her birthday gifts. Hal went on a rampage, slashing through the nightmarish horde with the chainsaw, then transitioned to a pump-action shotgun construct. He fought off more shadowy attackers in rapid succession, before firing a final shotgun blast with a massive blam. After the chaos, a voice sneered at Hal, accusing him of letting his own family die, just like someone he let die on Korugar, and said Hal never wanted to talk about it. Hal gritted his teeth and muttered, "Get out of my head." The voice taunted that he struck a nerve. Suddenly, a demonic Nightmare Parallax with red wings appeared and snarled, "Whatever you are, this isn't over." Furious, Hal powered up his ring and lunged at the figure. With full force, he shouted, "Get out of my head!" as he punched the creature with a glowing, will-fueled strike. Hal Jordan snapped awake in a plane cockpit and found the pilot unconscious. Checking the man's pulse, he confirmed it was steady. Hal realized he was back, and the wave that affected him might have hit others too. He resolved to find and stop it, but first he needed to get everyone to safety. Gripping the flight controls, he smiled and said, "This'll do." Outside, Hal conjured a massive fighter jet construct and flew into the clouds, saying, "This will do fine." Sinestro. Sinestro stood between two twisted versions of himself, one heroic, one monstrous. He acknowledged the war within, haunted by who he was and what he became. The monstrous version mocked him as a murderer and tyrant, while the heroic side reminded him of the respected guardian he once was. Sinestro felt fear, shame, and self-hatred. He realized something, or someone, had twisted his mind to create this internal chaos and vowed to make them pay. The heroic self pleaded with him to remember his pride and service to Korugar, but the monstrous version ridiculed his fall, calling him a failure, a waste, a nothing. Sinestro collapsed, broken, repeating no. Enraged, he fought back, screaming that he had sacrificed everything. The monster struck him down and mocked him further, calling him a parody of his former self. As the heroic version and the monster argued over his fate, one hoping for redemption, the other declaring him lost, Sinestro questioned if hope still existed within him. He wondered if he would even take it. Then, various visions of those he failed and betrayed, including his daughter Soranic, confronted him. They demanded he face his truth and reckon with his actions. Just as he gave up, curled in darkness, a strange voice offered him escape. The voice claimed to be bonded to him forever and urged him to leave the demons behind. Sinestro accepted and fled through a strange passage. He encountered Soranik, only to realize she was another illusion. She attacked, enraged at his betrayal. As Sinestro pleaded, she stabbed him, saying she came not to help, but to bury him. Finally, Sinestro awakened in the real world, cloaked in rain. He questioned what he had become, but found the doubt and fear gone. He declared he was no longer afraid. He now knew who he truly was, and it was time the world did too. Wonder Woman. Nightmare Diana declared that the fight was over and the struggle was done. As various heroes, Swamp Thing, Deadman, Ragman and others, lay defeated, she mocked them, claiming the Nightmare realm had thrown its worst at them and they still crumbled like sand. She told the demigod Diana to stop resisting because the war was already lost. Meanwhile, the real Diana descended through the dream void, while narration explained how insomnia had plunged the world into a deep slumber, trapping heroes within their darkest fears. Diana realized she was still conscious and questioned her state. Nightmare Diana taunted her, comparing her fate to the ancient gods who suffered endlessly. She warned that Diana was dying and had a choice: die quietly or prolong the agony. When Diana resisted, Nightmare Diana crushed her arm, causing her to scream in pain. Diana refused to surrender. Declaring herself a demigod and warrior princess, she insisted her powers were used to help others and do what was right. She struck Nightmare Diana with a powerful punch, shouting that she knew the truth. The blow sent her crashing into a monument. As they landed, Nightmare Diana laughed, showing a flyer labeling Wonder Woman as wanted and urging people to report Amazons. She then transformed into a monstrous version of Diana, accusing her of bringing only violence. She claimed Diana used punishment, not aid, and that her peace came with broken bones. She said Diana wanted obedience, not help. As Diana struggled, Nightmare Diana covered her mouth, whispering that she was just a reflection of her true self. A skeletal, fiery warrior, another nightmare aspect of Diana, appeared, accusing her of loving battle and destruction. He claimed she took joy in breaking bones, and that deep down, she was her father's daughter, driven by rage. Finally, Nightmare Diana told her she was immortal, destined to outlive everyone she loved, even the Amazons. She called her the sister of gods who brought war, death and destruction, and with a wicked grin asked, did Diana really think she'd be the exception? Nightmare Diana conjured an image of Diana seated on a throne, surrounded by defeated heroes, declaring this was her true self, a godlike creature who thrived on submission and punished error. She said there was only one word for such a being: God. Diana, gripped by serpents, denied it. But Nightmare Diana insisted that in Diana's darkest moment she had asked the lasso of truth what she truly was, and it had answered. Nightmare Diana claimed Diana already knew the truth and couldn't deny it. As they walked through doors in the maze, Diana confronted herself, recalling that the lasso said no. Nightmare Diana challenged her humanity, but Diana affirmed the lasso's denial. Diana then admitted she had asked similar questions: if she could be free of darkness, anger, and fear. The lasso told her, you cannot. Now, at the labyrinth's center, Nightmare Diana declared the monster was slain and the story fulfilled. But Diana rose and struck back. She attacked Nightmare Diana, refusing to be broken. Nightmare Diana mocked her for clinging to illusions, but Diana revealed the truth. She couldn't purge rage or fear, but she would keep fighting for the world anyway. That struggle, she said, was what made her human. With a triumphant smile, she claimed her humanity. Diana then burst from the mouth of the serpent, startling Bobo. She apologized for leaving him alone and said she had to reach the heart of the maze to find their way back. As Nightmare Diana was chained and dragged behind her, monstrous dream creatures emerged. Diana faced them confidently, using her lasso. With the barbed lasso in hand, Diana declared it was time to wake up. The creatures surrounded them, but did not attack. Bobo asked how she controlled them. Diana answered by acknowledging the truth. What we fear is real. Visions warned of future pain, succumbing to curses, being powerless, facing consequences, and reckoning with past mistakes. One day, one might see their life as hollow without love. Diana helped Bobo to his feet under a tree, as a voice admitted that nightmares were glimpses of possible futures and relived past traumas. Inside the crumbling ruins, Wonder Woman addressed the others. She didn't claim claim their experiences were lies, they weren't. She affirmed that they were right to fear because nightmares revealed truths. As the building rumbled, she said they showed possible futures and painful pasts. Yet, even if darkness might win one day, she declared, that day was not today, followed by a brilliant explosion of light. Everyone awoke in the real world. Bobo confirmed they woke up where they'd fallen and came straight to the others. Wonder Woman had been the last to awaken. Though groggy, she said she'd live. Constantine quipped about lessons learned, and others mocked Etrigan's rhyming. Diana refocused the group, warning they could be pulled back into the nightmare realm. Suddenly a scream rang out. They ran to investigate and saw chaos outside. Nightmares had crossed over. People fled as monstrous creatures attacked. Demon fought back, saving civilians, while Constantine explained the nightmares had found their way into reality while they were trapped. Diana heard a cry for help and stopped a nightmare beast with her lasso, commanding it to stop. She said that nightmares could be mastered. Wonder Woman realized time was short and they needed to stop the crisis before more people were harmed. She instructed Ragman to find Zatanna and told him they'd regroup in Gotham. Constantine agreed with a smirk. A portal opened and Diana led the Justice League Dark through it. As they stepped forward, she declared their destination to Gotham and to war. In the Cavern of Souls, Queen Nubia confronted a grotesque, monstrous Gaia. Nubia reminded her of her role as nature's guardian, asking what madness she had fallen into. But Gaia claimed it wasn't madness, only hunger. She condemned the Amazons for believing themselves superior and vowed retribution with interest. Nubia countered that Gaia's words betrayed her former benevolence and vowed to stop the darkness from leaving the well. Gaia attacked with overwhelming force, wrapping Nubia in her energy. Nubia screamed in pain as Gaia relished it, calling her a puppet who only became queen by default. She promised to devour Nubia's soul and make her beg for mercy. Gaia's insect-like minions screeched and swarmed, but Nubia struck back, declaring she would beg for nothing and would not be belittled without consequences. She asserted her Amazonian strength and accused Gaia of being the limited one. Gaia lashed out again, boasting that she was a titan, a primordial god. Nubia wasn't intimidated. She reminded Gaia she had once been champion of Doom's doorway and had seen worse. As she slew Gaia's minions mid-air, she questioned whether Gaia's power truly came from within or only from the souls she consumed. Nubia continued fighting, slicing through enemies and striking Gaia in the eye with a whip. Gaia cried out in pain. Nubia declared she was just getting started and aimed to change Gaia's perspective. As Gaia reeled, Nubia picked up a sharp fang and asked if Gaia could feel pain. She slashed Gaia again and said she wanted her to feel every bit of suffering she had caused the lost souls. As Gaia staggered, Nubia declared that if anyone would beg for mercy, it would be Gaia. Gaia lunged again, but was wounded and bleeding. She screamed that Nubia had betrayed her and should have stayed with them. Nubia argued she had saved her, but a wave of trapped souls responded, saying Nubia had abandoned them, left them powerless, and let them suffer. Nubia fell to her knees, overwhelmed by guilt, saying, "Please, I can't. She gasped awake in bed. Io rushed to her side, concerned. Nubia, shaken, said something was terribly wrong. She pointed to a dark mass outside and feared the nightmares had crossed into the waking world. Superman. Before Krypton's destruction, young Kara and her father visited the ruins of Zan. Kara thought they were going to visit Uncle Jor-El, but her father explained this detour was a reward for her passing her exams. When Kara called it the middle of nowhere, he corrected her. It was their history. He led her to a site containing massive skeletal remains and shone a light on them, revealing the bones of Doomsday. He emphasized that understanding the past was crucial to understanding the present and future. Suddenly, Doomsday's skeleton came to life and impaled him. Kara screamed in shock as blood splattered across her face. The skeletal Doomsday rose from the ground and ripped her father apart. But Kara froze. This wasn't how her father had died. She remembered he had died much later. She realized something was off. This wasn't real. It was a dream. With a punch, Kara shattered the illusion and acknowledged she was dreaming. But the nightmare didn't end. The ground cracked as undead hands emerged, and Kara found herself surrounded by zombie supergirls and twisted corpses. She recalled that Krypton's red sun wouldn't let her fly. Wishing this was just a harmless dream about cats, she fought through the swarm endlessly, day after day. day until she tried to escape by flying out. She broke into Superman's nightmare. The two cousins battled a horde of undead together. Superman explained that a villain named Insomnia was behind it all, searching for something called the Nightmare Stone by trapping everyone in their worst fears. Kara asked if everyone was trapped too. Superman didn't know, but told her they had to keep faith. Meanwhile, Aquaman and Mera investigated across the oceans. Despite calls, no other heroes responded. Reports came in from different locations. People were asleep, but there were no clues as to why. Mera questioned why they were going to Supercorp instead of Atlantis, and why Superman trusted Lex Luthor. Inside Supercorp, Superman lay unconscious under a scanning device. Mera noted he always carried the world's burdens and probably saw Lex and Supercorp as just another weight only he could bear. Aquaman and Mera stood in Supercorp, watching over Superman's unconscious body. Mera remarked that Arthur would understand the weight of leadership, to which he replied she was flattering. Mera reported that Supercorp's technology was a mix of science and the supernatural, keeping Superman asleep. She explained that Atlanteans hadn't been affected because their inner ears evolved to handle underwater pressure, which also blocked the event causing the mass slumber. Their auditory systems allowed them to communicate in the sea and might have shielded them. Mera hoped replicating that effect in Superman could wake him. Arthur said if that worked, they could wake the world. But then he looked up sharply and declared, "It's too late." A massive red beast named Blood appeared, declaring that Master Insomnia had ordered him to eliminate all who were still awake. Since his powers didn't work on them, he threatened to drown them in blood. Arthur told Mera to continue her work to revive Superman while he confronted the intruder. Blood and Aquaman clashed as Arthur struck him with his trident. In Metropolis, in the waking world, people remained unconscious. Marilyn Moonlight, the ghostly figure Superman had previously encountered, phased into the Daily Planet where Lois Lane lay asleep. She noticed a newspaper article and quietly said, "Hey, cuz," before asking Lois why she dreamed about westerns. Inside Lois's dream, Superman and Supergirl walked through a Wild West town. Lois was puzzled about the theme, and Clark admitted he didn't usually dream about westerns either. He explained he had recently encountered Marilyn Moonlight, who showed him a haunting vision of Metropolis's past. Lois asked if his fear was not knowing everything about the city. Clark said curiosity was important, but nightmares didn't need to make sense. They reflected on their insecurities, his fear of failure, and her effort to rebuild after Krypton. Suddenly, a monstrous figure made of paper attacked Lois. She fought it with scissors and a stapler, yelling that she wasn't afraid. Superman and Supergirl arrived and helped destroy it. Lois explained the creature represented her fear of the blank page, missing a deadline. Superman hugged her and asked what was really happening. A sudden explosion rocked the building, alerting Supergirl, Superman, and Lois. The city trembled as their surroundings began to collapse. Supergirl realized her own nightmares had followed them into Superman's dream, and they were now merging. As the iconic Daily Planet globe fell, a shadowy figure declared, "You cannot escape what is inside of you." The monstrous entity revealed itself as the Super Reaper. Holding the Daily Planet globe, it claimed the end of the world was inevitable, and part of them saying no power could prevent it. Supergirl remembered her dream of the dig site with her father, and recalled that he had told her more than what she'd seen. She recalled his words, "The past was important for understanding the future, but must never control it." As the trio hovered before it, Superman said Kara had reminded him of something important about their past. He told her they had to stop running from their fears. He launched himself toward the Super Reaper, determined to end the nightmare. The creature screamed that Superman should have died on Krypton, but Superman responded he only focused on taking care of the present, today, and struck the Super Reaper hard. A massive explosion followed. Superman, Supergirl, and Lois emerged from the blast unharmed. Kara thanked Lois for reminding her what truly mattered. Superman expressed his frustration with Insomnia's mind trap and said they needed to find a way out. Concerned for the kids, Lois asked where they were. Superman assured her they would find them. He could feel something changing. "It's working," he said with a hopeful smile. Meanwhile, Mera shouted for Superman to wake up. Blood continued battling Aquaman, dragging him into a river of gore. Aquaman fought back fiercely, undeterred. Blood claimed he never quits and declared himself eternal. Just then, Superman burst in, freezing Blood solid. As Aquaman stood beside him, Superman asked what had happened. Arthur said he hoped Superman could tell him. Before he could explain, Superman heard something through his communicator. Lois calling from Smallville. Lois and another woman flew above the city with Kara, confirming they were okay and urging Superman to find Insomnia. Superman informed Aquaman and Mera about their new enemy who could pull them into nightmares. Mera assured him the damage was contained and the world was secure. Arthur added that Superman didn't have to shoulder everything alone. Grateful, Superman thanked him. As he flew off, he said they now knew how to wake people up and would get to work. He needed to return to where it all began, the Hall of Justice, now overrun with dark energy. Nightwing. At Arkham Asylum, Nightwing was trapped in a nightmare realm created by Insomnia. He called out to Barbara, promising to escape, but was dragged away by pig-masked guards. A guard threatened him to stay quiet or face re-education. From cell number 666, Nightwing cursed, while a shadow mocked him, recalling the screams of Black Canary. Nightwing confronted Scarecrow, demanding the map. Scarecrow acted cryptic, but eventually pulled a hidden piece of paper from his clothes. He claimed the map was new, and as Nightwing inspected it, he found it nonsensical. Scarecrow said Arkham's layout changed and never followed rules. Nightwing grew frustrated, calling the situation a nightmare within a nightmare. Scarecrow added that the map was their only hope, and mentioned the Warden valued Nightwing as a major prize, perhaps even his family. Elsewhere, cells held other Bat family members. In cell number 237, Batgirl Cassandra Cain stood ready. In cell number 1408, a fierce spoiler terrified her cellmate. As Nightwing prepared to move out, an alarm buzzed. He taunted back, "Who wants some?" Scarecrow joked about Meatball Monday. In the halls, Nightwing asked why they were called late. Scarecrow explained they were on the naughty list. He suggested the Warden wanted Nightwing to make a dramatic entrance. As they neared the mess hall, Scarecrow smirked. Nightwing would get a hero's welcome. Inside, a body lay broken on the floor. Scarecrow whispered, "You killed Batman." In the mess hall, inmates watched as Nightwing entered. Scarecrow warned him that even if he didn't know the crowd, they recognized him. He explained a madness infected them all and hinted Nightwing's presence made it worse. Scarecrow claimed Nightwing's infection would spread soon. Nightwing, sweating, muttered they had to escape. A voice called out, "Nightwing!" Nightwing reached Oracle, horrified to see her partially converted into a cyborg, with cables running through her skin. She weakly warned him to escape before they did the same to him, but then began buffering. Nightwing insisted he'd keep his promise to save her. As she froze mid-sentence, saying, "System buffering 17%, a guard noticed the commotion. Oracle stood up, muttering, "Update in progress," and the guard moved to intervene. Suddenly, Oracle's robotic limbs struck the guard, who shouted that he had warned them. Harley Quinn appeared on an upper level with her hyenas and shouted that trouble always came with meatballs. Nightwing called out to her in surprise, and she cheerily responded, "Hey, cutie!" She commanded her hyenas to attack. The chaos broke out as guards and inmates clashed. One guard taunted Nightwing while dragging him away, but Nightwing refused to leave Oracle behind. Another prisoner explained Oracle had been glitching out and needed more charging time. Nightwing took over the situation, helping subdue the chaos. As a huge brawl continued in the cafeteria, a monstrous inmate smashed guards aside. Nightwing tackled one, saying he just found an ace up his sleeve, a key card. He and Scarecrow used it to escape. Nightwing pointed out Harley had distracted the guards, giving them a chance to find Oracle's location. Harley jumped into the chaos, cheering him on. Nightwing and Scarecrow reached a door which he unlocked. Scarecrow blamed Nightwing for slowing him down, but once through the door they found Oracle gone. Frustrated, Nightwing realized they were lost. Scarecrow admitted he may have picked the wrong door. The hallway they entered didn't appear on the map. It was uncharted territory, the back rooms of Arkham. Scarecrow spoke of an architect named Basil Grimes, who disappeared while exploring this area. Suddenly their radios picked up static, making both men pause as the signal grew louder. Scarecrow contacted Basil Grimes over the radio. Surprised to get a response, Basil claimed he took a wrong turn, and Nightwing jumped in, assuring him they were coming. Basil recognized Nightwing and accused him of abandoning Grimes. Nightwing denied it and made a direct offer: help them or be left to rot in the back rooms. Basil reluctantly agreed, clarifying he wasn't their buddy, but he would help. He revealed he had left a trail behind in case he got lost. Following the trail of blood, Nightwing praised Basil's foresight. Basil then relayed a message from Oracle. She had contacted him to tell Nightwing to save himself and not come after her. Nightwing refused to abandon her. Basil teased that she probably liked him. Nightwing insisted he couldn't leave her behind. Basil warned Nightwing would ignore her wishes for his own ego. As they followed the blood trail, the radio signal cut to static. They reached Basil's grotesquely decayed corpse. Despite having only disappeared 3 days ago, his body was severely decomposed. Suddenly, the corpse reanimated and grabbed Nightwing. It spoke cryptically, saying, "People change here," and hinted Nightwing was next. It questioned how Nightwing got there and accused him of killing Batman, asking if he had sins to atone for. Nightwing resisted, claiming he had paid for his mistakes, but Oracle's voice interrupted, telling him to leave Basil alone. He was already dead. Nightwing and Scarecrow found Oracle plugged into a server room, urging Nightwing to leave before he too became a nightmare. An error message flashed. Oracle not found. Nightwing noticed she was behaving differently. Scarecrow found the bug, an actual device, embedded next to her heart. Nightwing carefully removed it, calming Oracle, who whispered that she had always got him. Oracle explained they were in a literal nightmare, a simulation. Scarecrow theorized the world transformed them based on their fears. As Nightwing held Oracle, he was suddenly jolted. A spotlight hit them, and the host of the nightmare, Insomnia, appeared, declaring the start of a new twisted performance where fears would take shape. The nightmare shifted into a circus stage. The ringmaster welcomed everyone to the show as Nightwing and Oracle stood in the spotlight. Insomnia, dressed as the flamboyant ringmaster, announced that unlike taming lions or snakes, tonight's spotlight would be on the Bat. A monstrous Batman stepped onto the stage. Nightwing realized the ringmaster was the warden in disguise. Oracle told him to take Batman down while she and Scarecrow would handle the rest, leaving Scarecrow worried. Batman attacked Nightwing savagely. Nightwing tried to reason, insisting none of it was real and that he didn't kill Batman. The monstrous Batman hurled religious and moral accusations while laughing maniacally. Nightwing struck him down, but suddenly his hands changed into claws. He screamed at Insomnia, asking what had been done to him. The Batman figure mocked him. Oracle encouraged Nightwing to stay focused and reminded him he wasn't a monster. Nightwing retaliated with a powerful punch. The ringmaster then called for the return of the Flying Grayson, telling Nightwing to make his parents proud. Nightwing resolved not to let Batman recover, recalling how he killed him the first time. The ringmaster was amused that Nightwing remembered. The battle climbed to the trapeze. The ringmaster mocked Nightwing as the boy wonder in his natural habitat. He transformed into Tony Zuko, the man who murdered Dick's parents. Nightwing recognized the form and grew furious, saying he had lived this trauma 1,000 times. With flames surrounding them, he struck back, shouting it was no longer his nightmare, but Insomnia's. Nightwing knocked Insomnia away and swung above the flames. Insomnia began to rise, laughing that Nightwing would become what he feared. Nightwing swore not to become what Insomnia wanted. As he climbed higher, Oracle encouraged him to jump, saying she believed in him. Nightwing landed hard in Scarecrow's arms. Scarecrow sarcastically remarked on saving him. Nightwing angrily accused him of abandoning Oracle, but Scarecrow insisted things were under control and urged him to see for himself. Oracle reassured him she was okay, crediting the Batgirls, who navigated the back rooms while haunted by their own demons. Cass said she saw her father. Stephanie admitted she saw herself. Nightwing warned that the nightmare was in their minds and knew how to torment them. Suddenly, Oracle shouted a warning, but it was too late. Nightwing was attacked by a bat-like creature. Oracle fought it off with a scream and cybernetic wings, while Nightwing electrocuted the beast. It shattered into bats and vanished. As Oracle collapsed, Stephanie comforted her. Cass realized the bats were leading them toward an exit through a rift in the sky. Oracle told Nightwing to come with them, but he said he'd follow shortly. Oracle reminded him he always says that. As the others escaped, Nightwing returned to the burning tent to confront Scarecrow. He told Crane that he wouldn't leave him behind and wanted them to escape together. Crane mused that in another world they might have been friends, but insisted it was better for Nightwing to leave while they were still on speaking terms. Nightwing promised he wouldn't forget what happened and extended his hand. Crane Crane hesitated, saying he knew Nightwing wouldn't forget, because part of him liked it. As Nightwing swung to safety, Crane's voice echoed, taunting that the darkness within Nightwing had been awakened. Nightwing awoke in bed, shaken, as he whispered, "No." He wanted to see what had happened to Scarecrow. He shut his eyes and returned to the nightmare. In the dream, Scarecrow reflected on the thin line between dread and desire. Insomnia in darkness asked what Scarecrow had to offer him now. He appeared pleased with what he had seen. As Insomnia stood in the fire, Scarecrow-like and laughing, ravens swarmed Crane. Crane realized the place allowed him to indulge in fantasy. He cried out in awe as the birds attacked. In the real world, Nightwing woke up gasping again and whispered that some nightmares stay with us. Catwoman. In this nightmare-twisted Gotham, Selina Kyle reflected on her failed attempt to control crime, which led the city deeper into chaos. Her sister Maggie, now the city's hero known as Sister Zero, no longer took risks, so Selina trained someone new to become Batman and stop a rising threat, the future Joker. She didn't know how, but she was certain he would emerge. Elsewhere, a young man with green hair laughed among flames and serpents, claiming divine voices spoke to him. While his sister believed it was God, he insisted it was the devil. At the scene of a fire spreading from a serpentarium, Batman and Catwoman arrived. Batman suspected the Joker's involvement. They searched for survivors before the flames reached gas pumps. Catwoman noted the Joker was mocking them with the snake motif. Inside, they found bodies. Catwoman examined one and said it was dead, but another was breathing. Batman carried the living one, presumably the Joker, outside. As fire trucks arrived, Catwoman urged retreat in case of an explosion. They took the Joker into an alley. He taunted them, calling Batman a sidekick and Catwoman the crazy one. Catwoman hit him, demanding answers. She said she knew what he'd become, even if no one else believed her. The Joker mocked her faith in Sister Zero and referenced Cassandra of mythology, cursed to speak truths no one believed. He described snakes whispering prophecy into Cassandra's ears. Catwoman grew furious when he mocked her sister again. The Joker declared people needed to believe in Sister Zero, which required a devil, him. Catwoman called him a joke. He vowed to be the snake in the garden and stirred chaos. Batman and Catwoman decided to hand him over to the cops. As he raved, Catwoman knocked him out again to keep him still. Selina met Bruce at a church, relieved not to be alone due to her strained relationship with her sister Maggie. She told Bruce she had to warn Maggie that the Joker was coming for her. Bruce advised telling the truth, gently. Selina admitted Maggie was always the healer, the good one, not her. Inside, Maggie greeted them and asked if they were staying for Mass. They agreed and helped serve food. Maggie noted they smelled like fire. Selina revealed they'd been investigating the Serpentarium fire. She explained they found the Joker again and that he intended to come after Maggie. Maggie dismissed his threat, saying he needed help. Selina warned he wanted to be Maggie's devil to make people doubt her. Maggie, unfazed, excused herself to lead prayers. Selina narrated how she used to think she had control over Gotham. After the parish priest was murdered, Maggie began leading prayers on Sundays. Selina admitted she didn't want Maggie to handle this Joker threat. She feared Maggie would try to heal him with kindness, leaving herself vulnerable. Later, Selina confronted Maggie, trying to explain the Joker's threat. Maggie remained firm, refusing to support Selina's vigilante methods. Selina insisted Joker wasn't after Maggie the nun, but Sister Zero, the figure people believed in. Maggie told Selina to confess her sins to the priest from Bloodhaven. Selina entered the confessional and began speaking, not to confess, but to ask about her sister. The priest said he knew Maggie well. Selina praised Maggie's goodness, but expressed worry that Gotham was heading toward destruction. The priest, who turned out to be Joker in disguise, ominously asked what angels use to start fires. Joker suddenly burst through the confessional wall, attacking. Bruce shouted that Joker had escaped custody. Selina told him to protect his identity and leave. She stayed to face Joker, who taunted her as the scene erupted into chaos. Selina pinned the Joker to the floor of the wrecked church, declaring she didn't care what happened to her. She called herself persona non grata in Gotham, already more hated than him, and said she had nothing to lose, making her more dangerous. Maggie arrived, shocked by the destruction, and demanded an explanation. Selina Selena pointed to Joker, explaining she had sent Bruce to verify the real priest and found Joker posing as him. Maggie ordered Selena to leave. She allowed the Joker to stay if he was in need, but insisted Selena had to go. Later, Joker woke up tied to a chair in an old monk cell. Selena explained she couldn't trust the cops to hold him, so she was doing it herself. Joker mocked her, but Selena said she had a revelation. Her time in this world was ending. She felt like she knew Joker deeply, but didn't believe it was divine insight. She ran out of the chamber, calling for help. Back at the church, people suddenly fell ill. Selena recognized the symptoms as snake venom poisoning. Joker had tainted the communion, fulfilling his earlier threat. Selena asked how she could help. Maggie told her to get anti-venom from a lockbox in the Serpentarium and stressed the importance of identifying the exact species. Batman and Catwoman regrouped at the Serpentarium. Batman planned to synthesize more anti-venom using his chemical replicator. Catwoman noticed movement, possibly Sister Zero, but instead, two snake-haired women emerged, Naja and Lachesis. They introduced themselves as the doubt and poison infecting Gotham, claiming Selena created them, not Joker. Calling themselves handmaidens of chaos, fear, and guilt, they attacked. Catwoman and Batman fought back. Selena shouted that Gotham deserved better. The creatures insisted poison could be the cure, but Catwoman countered that Sister Zero's faith was stronger than their fear. Sister Zero, wielding chains, struck Joker and demanded he tell her which snake he used. Though she hated violence, she swore she'd give him the war he wanted if he'd help her save the poisoned people. Joker mockingly responded with a pun, refusing to take her seriously. Meanwhile, Batman and Catwoman fought the snake-haired creatures as Selena prayed silently for resolution. During the fight, Catwoman was bitten. Batman caught her as she collapsed, and she whispered the snake type. He realized the venom was undiluted and prepared an injection, but it was too much. Her body was already overwhelmed. As she drifted in and out, Selena heard everything but couldn't move. Hallucinations of Naja and Lachesis taunted her, while a heart monitor beeped. Batman begged her to hold on. The antivenom was delivered to the church, saving the poisoned. Maggie prayed over Selena. Batman confessed his love and vowed to keep fighting for her. As Selena flatlined, she felt like everyone she loved kept fighting wars she started. She awoke gasping in bed. Her dream told her to let go before she destroyed everything, Gotham, Bruce, or herself. She wondered if Gotham was better off without her, but she resolved to fight on, believing in her cause until the war ended. Punchline. Punchline hung suspended in a mechanical grip, screaming in pain. Her memories flashed, moments of violence, surveillance, and confrontation. She narrated that a grave error had been made, as panels flashed with images of Joker and Batgirl. Despite the chaos, she refused to accept defeat, declaring she wasn't trapped or lost, though her words were glitching like corrupted code. She sunk into green panels, asserting she wasn't a faulty syntax as the system scanned for errors and began rebooting. She plunged into a digital void where a boot screen prompted options: safe mode, networking, or starting Punchline normally. As the system rebooted, Punchline narrated her fall into the void, describing an eerie silence until a monstrous sound, the nightmare Batgirl's creation, approached. She ran, refusing to wait, and dove into a large browser window interface. Punchline crashed into a digital social media platform. As she landed, she realized she was on a familiar hate-filled website, surrounded by cruel comments from anonymous users. She recognized the environment as one she knew too well, where haters mocked her with comments like two-faced, more like 4 or 5-faced. Faceless, grey humanoid avatars of anonymous users swarmed her. She mocked them as grey-faced anons and unserious, but they attacked, calling her liar and fake. Overwhelmed and suffocated, she searched for a way out. She spotted the block button, but it wouldn't respond. So, she used the back button instead, swinging it like a weapon. She struck the avatars violently, smashing them into goop. She hit harder and faster, finally clearing a path. With a sadistic grin, Punchline continued attacking the grey avatars. They disintegrated with green poof sounds. One managed to stutter fake before vanishing. As the rest fell, Punchline smiled and said, "I did it." Standing among the wreckage, she proudly declared, "I beat the internet!" Punchline stood defiant as another grey avatar approached. She mocked its persistence, claiming dominance over the digital realm. She smashed it with her controller weapon, declaring that whoever was behind this had chosen the wrong battlefield. Suddenly, a static-filled noise erupted, and she looked up to see the Nightmare Batgirl descending. Punchline cursed as the creature lunged. The Nightmare Batgirl grappled her, dragging her down into darkness. They crashed into a digital video platform, resembling a streaming site. Punchline narrated that she willed herself to fall into the void again, saying she could face anything except the comments section. As she plummeted deeper into the interface, the Nightmare Batgirl grabbed her again. The static hissed louder, and the creature grew more powerful. Punchline struggled to break free, realizing there was no ground in the endless scroll. Gasping, she clawed at a red timeline bar and anchored herself. She admitted the Batgirl creature wouldn't let go, not until she forced it to. Panting, she landed in front of a paused video. Addressing the screen, she mocked the idea of a 2-hour rise and fall documentary on her. Then a new voice interrupted, saying she missed the best part. She turned and saw someone familiar. As she ran across the video's red timeline bar, the figure appeared on screen, revealing himself with a sinister smile. It was Insomnia. He told her the problem was thinking she was the only one who understood the power of a good edit. Punchline dismissed him as a cosplayer and claimed she wasn't bothered. Insomnia pushed back, suggesting she was still here because she couldn't stop watching. She called it all gas or an illusion, but he insisted it mattered. He told her to sit with the truth and hit the mute button. Punchline tried to speak, but couldn't. Punchline experienced a terrifying stillness. She couldn't hear her own panicked breath. Her mind echoed with memories of glowing screens in dark rooms, filled with voices and judgments that weren't hers, but had taken root. She admitted there was no bottom to the infinite scroll of comments. In a final transformation, she saw herself as the version who once sat silently in front of a monitor, overwhelmed. Insomnia, still present, asked how loud someone had to be to silence every other voice. Punchline cowered, unable to scream or laugh. The Nightmare Batgirl returned, hissing and lunging. Punchline recognized it all as a nightmare. As Batgirl attacked, Punchline was flung across the platform and slammed into the ground repeatedly, unable to speak. She acknowledged she couldn't do either, scream or laugh. She was thrown again, hearing imagined death sounds, maybe her own or the Batgirl's. Yet everything was silent, like a dream where voices are lost. She told herself it was just a dream, and dreams were meaningless tricks the brain played. She convinced herself it wouldn't matter by morning. She punched the Nightmare Batgirl, thinking none of this could be real. The moment she accepted the prank, she saw through it. She realized someone had tried to make her care, to kill her with opinions, but she declared the nonsense of nightmares didn't matter. Judging them wasn't the same as caring. Punchline attacked Nightmare Batgirl, emphasizing that if this nightmare world truly belonged to Batgirl, she'd understand the Punchline. In a final strike, Punchline drove the shards of the monitor into the Batgirl's skull, screaming, and electricity burst from the creature's cracked head. After defeating the Nightmare Batgirl, Punchline heard only the hiss of the monster's fried monitors. But instead of void, the silence felt normal. She climbed the like counter interface and smashed the red X close button. A sense of clarity washed over her. She felt refreshed. Suddenly she gasped and awoke in the real world. Looking around, she saw the Royal Flush Gang gathered near her. Everything felt solid, nothing muted, void-like, or overwhelming. Her reflection looked back at her from the window, and she declared that nap time was over. As she stood by the window, looking out over the city, Insomnia's massive spectral face loomed in the sky. Punchline stared defiantly and said, "It's real. It has to be." Titans. Beast Boy recalled waking up, but something felt off. He realized he wasn't truly awake. The experience felt mechanical, like being on rails, riding a roller coaster set ablaze and heading for a concrete wall. He remembered seeing distorted versions of himself. His teammates saw theirs too. A monstrous cybernetic cyborg, a multi-headed Donna Troy, and a version of Starfire with glowing green eyes. Each of them affirmed they saw similar nightmare versions of themselves. Starfire continued, saying she raised her hand to the mirror, unable to stop herself. Donna echoed the same, saying she couldn't resist the compulsion. Cyborg said he kept getting drawn closer. When Beast Boy reached toward the mirror, a monstrous green arm grabbed him. He said, "And then, gotcha!" The scene shifted to a battle around the tower, now twisted and nightmarish. As the Titans fought zombie-like prisoners, Tempest narrated that it was a trap all along. Beast Boy, transformed into a bear, fought alongside Raven, Donna, Cyborg, and Starfire. The narration stated the world was put into eternal slumber by insomnia, with everyone trapped in nightmares. Beast Boy added, and what a gotcha it was. Raven said it wasn't the right time to catch up, but Starfire reminded her there was never a good time in superhero life. Donna kicked back enemies and said they had to steal moments when they could, especially in such violent dreamscapes. After the battle, the group stood among the fallen. Starfire commented that their enemies were weak in skill, but overwhelming in numbers. She suspected the tower was testing them to determine what it would take to capture them again. Raven explained that the enemies were just manifestations of the tower's memories. She warned that if they died in the dream, it might be permanent. The girl who helped them realized something she hadn't before. Holding part of an enemy's shredded uniform, she saw the word inmate. Raven confirmed, yes, our home was once a prison. Raven explained that the tower was formerly Bloodhaven Private Prison. The facility was built on greed and run for profit. Imprisoning people longer than justice demanded to maximize revenue. It turned criminals into monsters. The Titans had once turned it into a symbol of hope. Raven told the others that buildings like the tower could dream, shaped by history. While the world slept, most were pulled into nightmares by a wave, a force that did worse than kill. Cyborg questioned why they were trapped in the tower's dream instead of their own. Raven explained the tower's pain and hatred overpowered their minds, its prison of hate overwhelming. She briefly collapsed, and Beast Boy called her name. Raven assured them she was fine, though it had been hard forcing her way into their dream, walking between worlds. She floated above their unconscious body, repeating she was fine. Starfire asked if there was a way to escape. Raven said the Nightmare Tower's defenses were strong even outside, and breaking out was much harder than getting in. They could only leave if someone let them out. The girl angrily asked who would do that. Raven quietly said, "You are." Shocked, she asked, "What?" Raven revealed the girl was the part of the tower that represented hope and the future, the part rebuilt after its dark past. The nightmare wanted that suppressed. The girl denied it, but the Titans reminded her she helped them escape. Raven insisted she was one of them. Cyborg recalled trying to ask her identity. She seemed familiar. Raven said she subconsciously stopped them from finding out because she wasn't ready to accept it herself. Raven urged her to remember. Did she have a name? The girl broke down. She remembered. Her name was Mark. Then more names came. Stephen, George, Lamar, Patrice, Juan, Greg. She realized they were all names of Bloodhaven prison inmates. Tearfully, she apologized for what she had done to them, all of them. The Titans stood together when a large shadow loomed. Beast Boy said, "Ah, there it is. A monstrous version of the Titans." Beast Boy, Cyborg, and Donna Troy emerged as their next threat. The Nightmare Donna declared, "All that we are is your doom." The real Titans launched into battle. Starfire blasted, Donna punched, and Beast Boy fought his monstrous self, sarcastically calling it the inevitable sequel. He added it had more effects, but was nowhere near as good as the original. Beast Boy tore into his double, saying it felt good. Cyborg commented, "It was rare to destroy your nightmares physically." Donna agreed, saying it was rare for it to not be metaphorical. Starfire blasted her own double, but warned they might be resilient. Meanwhile, Raven warned that as long as the dream existed, the Terror Titans would persist. She was weakened and fell down. The girl caught her. Raven reassured her they were about to find out what the nightmare truly meant. Suddenly, Trigon rose from the ground, shouting, "All that I am is pain!" He smashed the Titans away. As they reeled, it kept screaming, "Pain! Your pain!" Raven told the girl to confront herself, to cut to the heart of the dream. As Raven was struck down, the girl grabbed the shard of the mirror, visualized the dream's core, and slashed through the illusion. She crashed into a prison cell, groaned in pain, then looked around and realized she made it. She was back in the prison's dream core. She stared in shock at the prison's surroundings and said, "It's me." Ahead of her, she saw herself restrained to an electric chair and repeated, "All that I am, all that I am, all that I am," with lightning surging around her. She insisted that wasn't who they were anymore, but was blasted away by her double. As she fought the power, she said being around the Titans had changed them, showing what real care and heroism looked like. She finally told her double to stop. She comforted her other self, saying it was time to stop being afraid. Change would hurt, but not as much as what they'd already been through. They agreed it was time to find out what was next, and the girl extended her hand. Her other self took it and said, "Yes." Back in reality, Raven woke up with a gasp. Beast Boy joked about her being a late riser. He thanked her for saving everyone, but Raven said the real thanks belonged to Joanne, the name the tower chose for itself. Donna noted the nightmare wasn't over for most people. Cyborg pointed out Dick and Wally were still missing. Starfire asked what was next, and the Titans noticed someone opening the door for them. It was Joanne. Raven looked out and saw the nightmares unleashed in the real world. She said she knew them well. The Titans prepared to fly out, ready to help wake up the world, shouting, "Titans, go!" Power Girl. Power Girl lay trapped in the pod of her symbioship, fighting to awaken from a relentless nightmare. Within the simulation, she was greeted by Omen, who tried to calm her, insisting that she'd only had a bad dream. But Paige sensed the deception. This version of Omen wasn't real. The illusion suddenly turned hostile, launching herself at Power Girl and pursuing her through a familiar house. To her shock, Paige realized her abilities had vanished inside this dream world. She managed to fend off the false Omen with a frying pan, knocking her unconscious, and jolted awake back in her pod, only to confront a horrifying truth. Her greatest fear was that she'd never escaped the symbioship at all, and her entire existence outside had been a fabrication. Desperate to break free, Power Girl dashed through the ship's corridors, but every door she reached slammed shut, blocking her escape at every turn. The twisted apparition of Omen stalked her through the maze-like halls, eventually driving her into a deadly trap, a pit lined with spikes, where Paige dangled by a fraying rope. She defiantly confronted her pursuer, stating that the real Omen would never harm her. The nightmare form of Omen argued back, claiming that deep down, Paige was afraid because caring for someone made her vulnerable. Power Girl refused to let that shake her. She admitted that reminders of her loved ones' deaths didn't wound her anymore. Instead, those memories proved she had been cherished. In the end, the only person she truly struggled with was herself. With resolve, Paige let herself fall into the pit, hoping to shatter the cycle. Yet, she found herself back in bed again, stuck in an endless loop. Over and over, she escaped the initial nightmare, only to re-enter the symbioship simulation, relentlessly pursued by the nightmarish Omen. This torment repeated itself hundreds of times, each escape leading only to a new iteration of the same ordeal. At last, Paige managed to break the pattern. She reached the heart of the simulated symbioship, found the core power source, and destroyed it, causing the entire ship to erupt in a dreamlike explosion. This time, when she woke up, she was truly back in the real world. Still shaken, she rushed to Omen's room and, relieved to find her acting like herself, realized that reality had finally returned. The nightmare had lost its grip. Seeking comfort, Power Girl took a shower, got dressed, and reminded herself that the actual symbioship was gone forever, destroyed years ago and powerless to threaten her again. Standing at the window, however, she noticed a storm brewing over Metropolis, a dark reminder that nightmares might still linger just out of sight. Elsewhere, time passed. Weeks after her ordeal, a piece of the genuine symbioship survived, having attached itself to a hermit crab on a distant shore. A sailor discovered the unusual shell and, fascinated, brought it home. That night, as he slept, the symbioship fragment seized control of him. Now, under its influence, the sailor awoke with a singular purpose: to seek out Power Girl. Commissioner Gordon. Gordon began by reading Angelica's final letter, admitting that he knew he was about to die. The letter described how a masked woman approached Angelica and two others, offering them a chance to perform a ritual with a clock that could contact fifth-dimensional entities. The woman claimed she was trying to find a way to save Gotham. Angelica agreed to help, believing that infusing the city with wealth could solve its problems, while Mortimer Blake, a wealthy private security contractor, believed that force and authority were the answer. Blake regretted the failure of the GCPD's mechanized Batman project and wished it had gone further. The three donned masks and completed the ritual, successfully summoning beings known as the Pentapriests, fully aware of the risks. Each participant received a gift. Angelica asked for the wealth to save Gotham, but soon found herself vomiting diamonds, which shredded her from within, an ironic and deadly punishment. In her letter, Angelica admitted she felt foolish for believing in such a fairy tale and not expecting a price. Gordon noticed that Angelica's confession made her the victim, but omitted how Blake used his own gift to murder Sorrow, a lost boy whom Gordon had tried to protect. Gordon himself had stumbled upon the ritual and was also cursed. His body became fragile, shattering like spun sugar. Despite his suffering, Gordon struggled to hold himself together, searching for medical tape to keep his body from falling apart. Meanwhile, outside, a monstrous nightmare Batman confronted the people, mocking them as corruption and monsters, and denouncing their repeated grasp for power vowing not to tolerate them any longer. Nightmare Batman vowed to save Gotham, saying he would start with the alleys and clear out the homeless, to make Gotham a beautiful, quiet town. Gordon, determined, drove toward the chaos in a GCPD vehicle. The Nightmare Batman noticed the approaching car, mocking, "Who's this? Another baby eater," and fired energy blasts, causing Gordon's car to explode. Gordon survived, staggered out, aimed his gun at the Nightmare Batman and cursed at him. Nightmare Batman recognized Gordon and remarked this was the second time Gordon had nearly been killed by sneaking up on him. He explained that saving Gotham would require collateral damage, but accused Gordon of becoming part of the problem. Gordon, unfazed, ordered Nightmare Batman to surrender, pointing out that the Pentapriests had given him a gift too. Nightmare Batman, confident, taunted Gordon, saying that using the gun would shatter his fragile body. Nightmare Batman argued they should be working together to save Gotham for their children, revealing he too was a father and had made his choices for his kids. Gordon told him he knew his name, Blake, and that he had called Blake's wife. He revealed Blake's wife and children, Mort Jr. and Simon, were supposedly in the backseat of his car, brought to help calm Blake down. Blake was horrified and demanded to know where they were. Gordon confronted Blake about collateral damage, telling him to look at what he had done. As Blake panicked and searched for his family, the car's self-destruct system activated. An explosion engulfed both Blake and Gordon. The blast tore away half of Gordon's face and his right hand, and Blake was riddled with shards. Gordon lay on the ground, his face cracking and shattering in pain from the explosion. He forced himself up and saw Blake, now defeated. Blake complained it wasn't fair. Gordon, clutching his chest, told Blake he would never have put his children in harm's way and didn't want anyone to feel what he felt, since Blake murdered Sorrow. Blake accused Gordon of lying and said he wasn't a good person. Gordon told Blake that brute force saves little, admitting that wearing the Batman suit was an obligation, not a solution. Blake accused Gordon of failing to save the city and questioned why he only showed resolve when falling apart. Gordon acknowledged he was falling apart, but said Blake would have to live with his choices. Gordon, now heavily injured and fragile, sensed the Pentapriests watching him. He called out for them to appear. The Pentapriests emerged, remarking that they gave Angelica wealth and Blake power, but only the other had asked for something useful. When Gordon demanded to know who the woman was, the Pentapriests replied that she was once a part of him and that they shared her gift with him. Gordon realized the truth, though he wished he was wrong. Gordon's journey through Gotham, though usually short, now took hours due to his fragile state. Every step was dangerous, and he felt the Pentapriests following and studying him. He no longer cared, knowing what he was about to find. He arrived at the clock tower and found Barbara on the floor, broken in half and unconscious. Gordon, devastated, called to her, asking what she had done. Barbara slowly regained consciousness, calling for her dad and saying she slipped. Gordon, in anguish, said he couldn't touch her for fear of breaking her fragile, glass-like form. Barbara blamed herself, saying she messed up, and now he was suffering too. Gordon begged the Pentapriests to restore her, but they responded that gifts were customarily accepted with thanks, regardless of enjoyment, and often a card was sent. Gordon angrily declared it wasn't a gift. Barbara had only asked for knowledge, and both were turned to glass. The Pentapriests claimed Barbara understood. They pressed her to admit it, and Barbara reluctantly agreed, but insisted the world shouldn't be that way. The Pentapriests told her that if she said the word, the gift could be taken back, though that was considered rude. Gordon pleaded for answers, asking why Barbara had done this. Barbara apologized, admitting she was scared. Barbara explained she found the clock on the dark web, an artifact that grants wishes, but with cruel, twisted results. She thought asking for information would be safe and needed to know if Gordon noticed Batman was slowing down. She observed both Batman's and Gordon's age catching up, realizing she hadn't noticed when his hair turned grey. Gordon urged her not to move as her body began to crumble. Barbara questioned how Gotham could survive without them, but Gordon told her there would always be others and the city needed her. Barbara realized the city's fragility and said all anyone could do was protect each other. She tried to destroy the clock, saying they had to protect each other from the Pentapriests. Barbara smashed the clock, causing her own body to shatter. Gordon, horrified, watched her disintegrate. The Pentapriests remarked on Barbara's cleverness and decided it was time for Gordon to wake up. As his body continued to break apart, the nightmare world faded, and the Pentapriests expressed their fatigue at being watched by the nightmare architect Insomnia's eyes. The Pentapriests snapped their fingers and declared the dream over, introducing themselves as beings from the fifth dimension, imagination itself. They explained their existence began with the idea of them, not before the dream, and now they have always been with humanity. Gordon woke up in bed, shaken and sweating, feeling as if every part of him was falling apart. He struggled to remind himself that his flesh was not glass, and that it wasn't snowing in Gotham in July. He checked on Sorrow, relieved to see him sleeping peacefully, alive and unharmed. He reassured himself that Mortimer Blake had not killed Sorrow, and the Pentapriest's gifts were just products of his subconscious. Restless, Gordon paced in the middle of the night and called Barbara. The call went straight to voicemail, and he told himself not to worry, trying to convince himself the Pentapriests weren't real. Elsewhere, at a clock shop, a man searched for a certain timepiece. The shopkeeper, at first doubtful, was surprised to find the exact clock, claiming it must have arrived that day. The mysterious customer took the clock, which glowed in his hands, and told the shopkeeper to name his price. Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn panicked as she saw copies of the Multiversity guidebook swirling around her. She shouted in frustration and disbelief, convinced everything pointed to this being a dream. Looking at pages describing different Earths, she insisted she hadn't changed reality, arguing she wasn't important enough. A mysterious voice asked, what if she were that important? But Harley rejected the idea, attributing the break in simulation to her own craziness, not heroism. Harley reluctantly opened her eyes and focused on the page about Earth Zero, which depicted a Justice League lineup and described the world as the foundation of the multiversal structure. She inhaled, and her perspective shifted as she was sucked into the narrative. Harley complained about the suggestion to change her origin, worried about Lady Quark's wrath, and longed to return to smashing cyborg Superman's head. The voice encouraged her to explore the page that frightened her the most, a world where she stood alongside gods as a Justice League member. Harley doubted herself, considering herself a throwaway sidekick, but finally accepted the challenge, declaring her first stop would be the world where she was in the Justice League. The scene shifted to Jester University Hospital, where Dr. Harleen Quinzel, as lead neurosurgeon, operated on Superman. After an explosion, she dashed out of the operating room, while others gossiped about her reputation. Narration explained Harleen's achievements. She was a gold medal gymnast and a brilliant neuroscientist, but after her parents died in a freak accident, she dedicated herself to brain surgery research. One night, she attempted an experiment on herself, and lightning struck, awakening her full mental power. The narration, however, was met with skepticism by bystanders, but they were told to be quiet. Suddenly, Harley appeared as the heroic Harley Quinn, flying through the city and expressing confusion about the bizarre new reality she found herself in. Harley Quinn faced Brainiac, who cursed her for dodging his attack using her gymnastics skill and full brain power. Brainiac planned to take her brain to study how she unlocked her powers. Harley Quinn, shocked she didn't even get her own villain, dodged his attack and found herself a block away, surprised by her new abilities. She questioned the use of thought balloons and wondered what else her powers could do. Brainiac kept attacking, but Harley Quinn realized her new body could move on autopilot thanks to muscle memory. She found his attacks like being followed by an unfunny fart and kept dodging as he continued his assault. Brainiac declared he wanted her brain to replicate her powers, but she was annoyed by the constant thought balloons. After being hit by his attack, she described it as feeling like a hot sneeze and noted how pure her thoughts were. She grew bored of the repetitive fight, then used her strength to punch Brainiac through a building, ending the threat. The police thanked Harley Quinn for defeating Brainiac and assured her they would keep the city safe. She questioned whether the criminals would stay locked up, then watched the celebration of another safe Jester City day. Feeling out of place, Harley Quinn sat alone on a bench at sunset, thinking she didn't want a normal hero life. She longed for her real world, not a sanitized version where she was a good girl. She wanted the version of herself who never fit in, the cast-off sidekick, but admitted the real her could never be a Justice Leaguer. She realized she was born different and wasn't meant for this hero role. The power felt wrong, like piloting a nuclear bomb, and she doubted her stability to handle such responsibility. She wondered what this place was and if Ivy would be angry. Harley Quinn tried to steady herself, feeling overwhelmed. She couldn't handle the pressure and admitted she didn't know how other heroes did it. Ivy, appearing as Pamela Isley, found her in a tree and comforted her, urging her to come home and rest. At home, Harley Quinn enjoyed a meal Pammy prepared, grateful and loved, as Pammy called her, "my little wombat." Harleen and Pamela were in the kitchen talking about Pamela's job at the biology lab. Pamela said they only let her answer phones and take notes, not run the horticultural department, even with her plant powers. Harleen was frustrated by how backwards that was, but Pamela agreed. Harleen argued that if she could be a brain surgeon, Pamela should be able to grow vegetables, but Pamela dismissed the idea. Harleen admitted she didn't understand the world they were in, asking about the rules and if there was any real danger, since everyone seemed to trust each other so easily. She told Pamela she only trusted her that way. Pamela replied that she had been through too much to be a good guy. Harleen wanted to keep expressing her thoughts to Pamela, believing it made her feel safer. She realized it was a dream, but felt that the dream was changing in response to her actions, as if something was watching and keeping score. As they kissed, Harleen started to question if Pamela was real or if she was still dreaming. Pamela's eyes turned blank, and a voice told Harleen to stop thinking. Suddenly, Brainiac appeared, smashing through the window. Harleen refused to treat it as a simple dream, insisting she wouldn't be defeated. She yelled about the pressures of heroism, girlfriends being reduced to plot devices, and the constant presence of her worst fears. She fought Brainiac, but declared that she never wanted to be a top-tier superhero. Brainiac, whose brain had a healing factor, claimed he wanted her mind for its madness and power. Harleen used her eye beams and reminded herself not to get lost in the past. After defeating Brainiac, Harleen reflected on how nothing was real, questioning the point of it all. She tried to wake herself up, opening the fridge and finding a bowl of salad labeled with Pamela's name, thinking about people's cruelty and her dislike for normal superhero cliches and origins. She banged her hand with the fridge door and decided to wake up. She expressed that she didn't want her loved ones to be in danger or reduced to a side dish in the fridge, and said goodbye to her own thoughts. In the debug room, Harley Quinn raised her giant mallet, ready to smash the multiversal machine, despite its pleas. She insisted she couldn't leave things as they were, and planned to destroy the place behind her. After saying the place, "shucks," she pulled the pin on a grenade. The machine acknowledged her decision, and Harley detonated the grenade, causing a bright explosion in the multiverse. Suddenly, Harley found herself in a surreal, brightly lit chamber, confronting Lady Quark. Harley questioned why she was there, admitting she couldn't handle multiversal responsibility. Lady Quark explained that, as a multiversal defender, she could see Harley was still dreaming and could speak to her through dreams. She also left the multiversal space for Harley to find, believing Harley would need to fight through her subconscious. Lady Quark revealed Harley did so effortlessly and proved to be a real threat. As they soared through a vibrant, swirling dimension, Lady Quark explained that not all gifts can be understood by science or magic, but power must be managed. Some people have joy that can't be broken by sorrow. She told Harley that her soul was stronger than anyone expected, and perhaps that was why the world needed her. Harley asked why, admitting she never asked to be important, and Lady Quark confirmed it. Lady Quark then carried Harley toward the sun, telling her it was time to wake up. When Harley woke, she would be alongside Batman, finish her mission, and return to her loved ones. Lady Quark told her that she would have need of Harley in the future, and that Warworld could not protect the multiverse without her. Harley fell into the bright light, ending the dream. The Angel Breaker. Angel Breaker explained that the Justice League, including Superman, had been overwhelmed by the Violet Wave and put into a deep sleep, leaving the world in chaos. At the clandestine Cobra Cult Seminary in Ohio, Angel Breaker, Raptor, and the Cobra students discussed their situation. One student asked if Nightwing was also affected, and Angel Breaker confirmed even enemies like Raptor were trapped. The League of Shadows kept track of hero movements and preferred to avoid superheroes entirely. She said no one, including agents of order or chaos, would save them. They were awake in a world full of sleepers. Raptor noted their proximity to the Asclepius Drive Cobra kept below, suggesting it protected them from the Nap bomb's effects. He theorized this was also how the ghostly Nanny Gillo escaped to kill Velas. Angel Breaker angrily denied Nanny Gillo was her friend. Raptor insisted she was a dangerous bad dream and blamed Angel Breaker for bringing him into this. She admitted that Nanny, a murderous folktale, was now trapped with them and that shutting down the dream drive was necessary. Raptor declared it his mission, but Angel Breaker insisted she was the most qualified to go until she realized they couldn't leave the students alone and decided everyone everyone should go together. The students questioned why they should trust Raptor and Angel Breaker. Raptor admitted to being a thief, but said Angel Breaker would protect them. Angel Breaker stated Raptor fought for the forgotten, wouldn't harm innocence, and valued justice. She believed in her mission so much, she let Black Canary attack her to save the future. The students reluctantly accepted their help, pointing out they knew the seminary better, especially Cole. They planned to reach the Bloodgate, which sealed off the weapons lab, and asked for details about the nanny. Cole explained the nanny was a scary tale used to frighten kids. As they entered the lab, he warned that the system required Lady Manon's voice or would activate defenses. Angel Breaker prepared her sword, saying they'd have to fight their way down. The group fought robotic defenses together. Raptor explained the Asclepius drive was essential for the Bestowed's future war, but also something they feared. Cole became separated, encountered Lady Eve, and was told that Manon had failed a test of faith and been disposed of. Lady Eve asked Cole if he would accept his reward for exposing Manon. As Cole accepted, Lady Eve beheaded him. As he fell, Nanny Gillow loomed over him, holding her rattle. Raptor destroyed one of the robotic guards, while Angel Breaker commented that their infiltration was going as planned, given the worldwide crisis. Raptor was wounded, but unsure how serious it was, so Angel Breaker cauterized the wound with her sword, noting it would keep bleeding otherwise. The students realized Cole was missing. Lee began to panic, but Raptor quoted a warning, never scream or she'd attract flies, urging her to be quiet. Raptor and Angel Breaker discussed old tales, with Raptor recalling Zealot's version. He decided that searching for Cole together would only give the monster more opportunities, so he urged Angel Breaker to go on ahead to unplug her nightmare while he searched for Cole. Angel Breaker handed out instructions. Lee went with Raptor, and West accompanied Angel Breaker. She warned West that the rattle's sound was not just for children. She had heard it too, and urged caution. As Raptor and Lee searched, Lee asked about the device on his arm, and Raptor explained its features: communicator, poison darts, garrote wire, and a cell phone tracker. Lee pointed out Cole had a phone. Raptor admitted the less anyone knew about him, the better, and explained his worldview. Nothing matters but what you have, and some people will always try to take everything. Lee suggested Raptor had once believed in something, or someone had hurt him. She explained that people disappoint, but a god becomes what people need it to be. Raptor decided that was enough philosophy for the moment, but soon realized Lee was missing. Raptor found Lee in a large chamber, facing a massive snake. Lee, now with wide, strange eyes, addressed Raptor and claimed the snake would protect them from monsters. As Lee welcomed the snake, it attacked and devoured her. Raptor then saw Nanny Gillow, who taunted him in French and called him Richard. She prepared to attack, boasting about eating tender meat and repeating her chilling warning about swallowing cries. Elsewhere, Angel Breaker and West reached the Bloodgate to the Advanced Weapons Lab. West noted it was locked, and they lacked Raptor. Angel Breaker asked for his first name, Arlin, and used her sword to force the gate open, telling him to stay close and not touch the sword. West asked if the sword could talk, and Angel Breaker revealed it had once warned her of a danger she'd face alone. Angel Breaker reflected on the warning her sword once gave her, saying it didn't speak, but the message was undeniable. West shared that he had heard a voice as a child, promising him a higher purpose, which drove him to leave his difficult home and eventually end up at the seminary. He wondered if his purpose was related to Kal Yuga, or if his harsh life meant he had to force himself through each day. As they descended, West noticed an emergency exit and commented that Raptor had been right about how Cobra treated the lower ranks. Reaching the lab, Angel Breaker found the Asclepius drive containing the stored minds of many, including Batgirl, Catwoman, and Wonder Woman. She was mesmerized, calling it everything she wanted. West sensed danger and tried to warn her, just as Raptor encountered a giant security robot demanding identification as Lady Manon. Raptor fought the robot and realized he had no time for the long way down, so he took the express route by jumping, landing hard but surviving. Angel Breaker hesitated, realizing that fulfilling her desire would unleash a nightmare, and she needed to stop it. As she reached for the containment controls, Raptor crashed into the room. He warned that if Angel Breaker shut down the machine, they would end up like everyone else, trapped in slumber. He explained that the Asclepius drive created dreams, and Nanny Gillow needed it to remain in the world and pursue her vengeance. Raptor realized that the whole ordeal was a setup for Nanny Gillow to retrieve the dream snake. Suddenly, Arlin, clutching the device, began to act strangely. Arlene was transported to a vision where he saw Velas alive, urging Arlene to give her the device so they could escape together. As he agreed, Arlene's eyes turned unnatural. Raptor used a hook to catch Arlene, pulling him away, and they captured him. Nanny Gillo appeared, hungry for more victims, but was willing to settle for older prey. Angel Breaker and Raptor discussed trust, both unsure if they could rely on the other. Angel Breaker suddenly stabbed Raptor in the chest, coldly telling him he had been useful and amusing, but only his flesh and weapon mattered to her. It was Nanny Gillo posing as Angel Breaker. As Raptor fell, the real Angel Breaker turned up and stabbed Nanny Gillo, revealing she was tired of her own voice and understood how the trap worked. Nanny taunted that everyone sees what they want. Angel Breaker realized her own desire was to face and kill a great evil alone. She struck down Nanny Gillo, confirming she needed proof that the voice in her head was more than a coping mechanism. With Nanny defeated, Raptor struggled, but handed West the Asclepius device, saying only one of them could remain awake. Angel Breaker asked Raptor what vision he saw. Raptor replied that he saw someone he could trust to build a better future. Raptor instructed West to use the elite exit and take the device to a superhero to help save the world. Angel Breaker wondered if Nanny was the evil she was meant to face, but West replied that her voice was the only one guiding him now. Raptor and Angel Breaker collapsed together, falling asleep as the effect of the device wore off, while West escaped to fulfill his promise. Night Terrors. Chapter 4. Deadman greeted the readers, inviting them to warm up by the fire and explaining his love for a good horror story. He reflected on how most books end with some kind of happy resolution, but in horror stories, there are no victims, only survivors. The scene then shifted to Arkham Tower at Nightmare Hour 7, covered in monstrous tendrils. Inside, Damian Wayne and Wesley Dodds stood among the nightmare-transformed ruins. Accompanying them was Deadman in Batman's body, who now possessed the Nightmare Stone. Dodds remarked that Arkham's state matched its legacy, while Deadman revealed that Insomnia's real body was still trapped inside the tower. The Nightmare Stone, now in Deadman's possession, wanted him to purge Insomnia's powers and free everyone from his control. Damian, confident, suggested they press forward, but Dodds warned they were stepping into Insomnia's stronghold. Deadman agreed they should all go together. Entering the tower, they found it eerily clean and empty. Damian wondered where the monsters were. Deadman called it a trap, and Dodds asked whether they should take the elevator or stairs. They chose the stairs. As they ascended, Batman turned to Damian and told him he was proud of him, but suddenly Batman's eyes glowed and his tone shifted. The imposter Batman tried to convince Damian to give up, promising reunion as father and son, but Damian saw through the illusion and stabbed him. The false Batman's face distorted, demanding a hug. Dodds quickly shook Damian awake, revealing Damian had started to fall asleep on the stairs. Dodds warned to keep an eye on him, as Batman, now under Deadman's control, moved ahead toward Insomnia's resting place, promising the ordeal would end soon. Deadman encountered a vision of his ex Dove and asked if it was really her, but soon realized it was another trick by Insomnia. Dove's voice spoke to him, saying she missed him. Deadman called out Insomnia for trying to use his exes against him, saying Insomnia must be truly desperate to sink so low. Dove admitted she was scared and wondered aloud why Insomnia wanted something so badly. She told Deadman that if everyone died, they'd all become ghosts and could be together forever. She asked if that was what Deadman wanted, and he quietly admitted more than he'd ever say, but Dove vanished into smoke and disappeared. Inside Arkham Tower, Deadman explained that Christopher Lucas, known in the press as Insomnia, was a killer who refused to sleep. He was locked in Arkham after telling people he'd seen something in his dreams that drove him mad. The doctors kept him sedated, trapping him in endless sleep. Damian asked if this was really Insomnia, and Deadman confirmed it. Batman replied it wouldn't be for long. Deadman then left Batman's body, holding the Nightmare Stone. He said the Nightmare Stone would free Insomnia's mind from the Lazarus curse and started extracting what Insomnia tried to hide. Deadman declared he could now see the source of Insomnia's pain, the thing tied to his powers, and announced his intention to turn it off. Deadman traveled through Insomnia's memories and arrived in Gotham's past. In a flashback, a young Christopher came home and was greeted by his family. His wife and kids were happy he was home early. He told his children about a disaster outside, mentioning the Justice League was fighting a monster, but assured them everything would be fine. Suddenly, an explosion ripped through their building. Christopher scrambled to save his family as the apartment collapsed. He dug through the debris, calling for help and begging the Justice League to save them. He heard their cries but couldn't reach them, left pleading in vain. Amidst the wreckage, Dead Man watched as Christopher begged for help. Dead Man apologized, and Christopher, overcome with grief, asked what he was sorry for. He explained that these nightmares were what haunted him, what he always saw when he closed his eyes. He asked Dead Man if he finally understood. Insomnia and Dead Man faced off within the nightmare. Insomnia explained that when his family died, the Justice League was too busy battling evil Batmen to save them. He said his family was his reason for living, and in an instant, they were gone. Insomnia raged that the heroes of the world dressed in bright costumes to save the day, but often created the danger themselves. Dead Man told him that killing the Justice League wouldn't bring his family back. Insomnia clarified he didn't want to kill them. The real nightmare was his family's death, and the Justice League made that nightmare reality, so he wanted to return the favor. Insomnia admitted that wasn't enough. He wanted the world to see the heroes not as saviors, but as monsters, as horror. Dead Man, holding the Nightmare Stone, tried to assure Insomnia he would free him from this, hoping it would finally give Insomnia peace. But Insomnia laughed, telling Dead Man he'd been manipulated all along. Insomnia had wanted Dead Man to bring him the stone, revealing it required a sacrifice to control. Dead Man refused to give it up. Insomnia reminded Dead Man of the rules. If someone dies in nightmares, they die in real life too. Suddenly he clawed out his own throat in the nightmare realm. Insomnia's physical body in Arkham Tower violently died, shocking Damian and Dodds. The Nightmare Stone pulsed with energy and chaos erupted. Damian yelled in confusion, asking what was happening. Dead Man, in his thoughts, sat in a chair by the fire. He answered Damian's earlier question, admitting this was when he realized he'd made a mistake. Dead Man explained Insomnia played him. The real body in the nightmare was only what kept Insomnia trapped. He'd assumed destroying it would stop Insomnia's power, but that was wrong. Dead Man repeated that horror stories rarely have happy endings. As this happened, people across the world woke up from the nightmare, startled and afraid. Batman awoke in Arkham Tower, dazed and exhausted. He thought he was still in the nightmare. Damian found Batman and told him this was the real world now, but they had lost. Batman asked what happened. Damian explained Dead Man thought he could use the stone to stop Insomnia and wake everyone, but that's exactly what Insomnia wanted. It was never just about the Nightmare Stone. Insomnia wanted nightmares to become real. All over Gotham, monstrous creatures roamed, attacking citizens. Dead Man and Dodds were bound, as Insomnia, holding the Nightmare Stone, called for the world to play and show their true horrors, while his nightmare warriors followed him. Night's End. A young girl screamed for help in her bedroom, clutching her stuffed unicorn. Her parents rushed in, asking if she was all right. She said someone was chasing her, and when her father asked who, she answered it was superheroes, Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, except they all looked like monsters, chasing and trying to eat her. Her parents comforted her, saying it was just a dream. The father shared he once dreamed his teeth fell out and grew arms and legs to chase him, while the mother joked about turning into a giant rat in her nightmare. They told her nightmares could be scary, but also silly. They tucked her in, wished her good night, and left her to sleep. As her parents talked in the hallway, the father mentioned he also saw a man with no eyelids in his dream. Their daughter called out that she saw the same man in her dream, and he'd said heroes needed to pay for what they did to him. The mother tried to reassure everyone that nightmares weren't real, and there was no man with no eyelids, suggesting they'd probably all seen something scary on TV. The father promised his daughter she was safe and nightmares weren't real, but as he and his wife left the room, the girl's eyes widened in terror as monstrous figures emerged from the shadows and nightmares became real around her. Meanwhile, across the world, nightmares were unleashed, taking the forms of heroes people once believed would protect them. Dead Man, Batman, Robin, and others fought to save people, but the world's heroes now brought fear and misery instead of safety. Insomnia, holding the Nightmare Stone, declared he would use it to make everyone see what he saw, that people with powers and costumes are terrifying, and everyone would know fear thanks to him. As Dead Man and Dodds were caught in the chaos, Insomnia prepared to show the world his truth. Insomnia addressed Dead Man, claiming he was keeping his word because Dead Man had brought him the Nightmare Stone. Dead Man insisted there was no deal, but Insomnia argued that Dead Man had fulfilled his end of the bargain. Insomnia coaxed Dead Man closer, promising promising to give him his dreams, which he claimed was what Deadman truly desired. Then Insomnia conjured Deadman's family, his dead family, right before him. The ghostly figures of Deadman's loved ones appeared and embraced him, calling him Daddy and saying they loved him. Deadman, overwhelmed, asked what Insomnia was doing. Insomnia told Deadman he deserved this happiness and insisted it was what everyone truly wanted, to be with their family. Insomnia explained that his own family was taken away because of the Justice League's failures, and so he understood the value of family. He encouraged Deadman to accept the gift and be at peace, telling him to stop fighting what he knew was in his heart. Insomnia promised everything would be over soon and hurled Deadman away with a burst of energy as Deadman vowed it would end. Meanwhile, the Justice League and their allies confronted Insomnia. Batman declared that this was Insomnia's wake-up call and his night of terror was coming to a close. Robot Man warned Batman not to underestimate Insomnia and reminded them how dangerous the Nightmare Stone was. Insomnia taunted the League, admitting he once had nightmares of them every night, but now he was their nightmare. The heroes fought against Insomnia and the monstrous nightmare beings. Superman questioned Insomnia about why he would create such horrors. Insomnia replied that the nightmares didn't originate from him, they came from within the heroes, and he merely opened the door. He mocked the Hall of Justice as a hall of horror, calling it a church of false heroes, and questioning what kind of heroes needed trophies for their victories. Insomnia then unleashed another wave of attacks, sending the heroes backward. Damian observed the chaos resembled Arkham Tower, but now nightmares from across the world were being drawn in. Superman wondered if Insomnia was as in control as he appeared, while others frantically called for Deadman's help amidst the battle. Deadman found himself surrounded by the ghostly figures of his loved ones, but also heard distant voices who told him to wake up. His family seemed content, and his wife called the moment lovely. Meanwhile, outside this illusion, his allies battled monstrous creatures. Wesley Dodds shouted at Deadman to snap out of it, insisting they needed him. Voices urged Deadman not to believe the nightmare. Confused, Deadman questioned if it was a nightmare, while his family begged him to stay and play with them. Deadman hesitated, but ultimately realized that none of it was real and rejected the illusion, telling Insomnia that he got it all wrong. Insomnia, angered, said he had given Deadman what he wanted, but Deadman replied that Insomnia had only given him what he wanted, not what Deadman desired. Deadman refused to live a dream while his friends were suffering, and said he had given up on such a life long before he died. Insomnia challenged Deadman, suggesting they finally discover what he feared, and attacked him. Insomnia's power forced Deadman to confront his deepest nightmare, being alone. A monstrous, solitary version of Deadman appeared. Insomnia taunted him, saying Deadman always wanted the spotlight in life, but death left him a spectator, unable to move on. Deadman then realized that if he was trapped in the nightmare, he could bring Insomnia down with him. He attacked Insomnia. Meanwhile, Robin told the others that Deadman had captured Insomnia. Batman said they needed to return to where everything began, the nightmare construct of John Dee's body. Superman led the charge, clearing a path, while Robot Man and others followed. As the heroes battled, Robot Man slammed through the sleepless nights, expressing his hatred for magic. Zatanna fought back against nightmare monsters, declaring she was done with them. She used her spells and unknighted the knights. The nightmare beings were vaporized, and Zatanna noted Insomnia's power was fading. In the nightmare realm, Deadman fought Insomnia, warning him not to let the nightmare stone corrupt him. Deadman admitted the stone preyed on his own anger, but said nothing would bring Insomnia's family back, and this path did not honor them. He offered to help Insomnia stop together. Insomnia briefly agreed, but then, feeling victorious, broke free, insisting the world now knew the truth and that he would punish the heroes, tearing Deadman into pieces. Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman and their allies approached John Dee's body, encased in the nightmare construct. Batman noted that Dee's strong connection with Insomnia had manifested this construct within the Hall of Justice even before Insomnia came into existence. Superman questioned why, speculating that Dee's dreams of the Hall of Justice might have served as a warning. Batman explained that Dee had been drawn there by something specific, the Materiopticon, also known as John Dee's Dreamstone. Batman retrieved the Dreamstone, explaining it had given Dee his powers as Dr. Destiny and suggesting it might counter the Nightmare Stone's power power if someone could control it. Wesley Dodds offered to handle it, admitting he had always felt a connection to the Dreamstone. Grasping it, Dodds declared that he had always dreamed of being part of something bigger. Suddenly, Superman and Wonder Woman screamed as black tendrils attacked, overtaking them. Insomnia taunted Dodds, calling him a zombie and claiming Dodds was out of his league. Insomnia declared that the world now saw the heroes as monsters, just as he did. He added that when monsters die, people cheer, and with the Nightmare Stone, he could kill everyone. If he couldn't have his family, no one could. Dodds stood firm, stating that the Nightmare Stone should never exist in the real world. Insomnia mocking Dodds and boasting that he killed Deadman, prepared to fight. But then Deadman appeared, alive, revealing that faking his death was his signature trick. Deadman told Insomnia he was no longer a nightmare, but a ghost like him, and that he was going to help Insomnia find peace. As they struggled, Deadman explained that control of the Nightmare Stone required sacrifice. He declared that he would make the sacrifice now, knowing what he wanted. Dodds tried to stop him, but Deadman insisted it was time for a new adventure, and that he was tired of being in the audience. As Deadman reached for the light, he wished for the Nightmare Stone to end the nightmare. As he faded away, he said he needed to be the star again, and imagined the world cheering for him. Insomnia fell, screaming that the Nightmare Stone belonged to him. He then awoke in a bright home, confused and asking where he was. He saw his family at the dining table and realized he was home. His children ran to him, calling him Dad, and he embraced them, repeating that he was home and telling them he loved and missed them. Tears streamed down his face as he hugged them. The children, however, smiled menacingly and told him they missed him too. Suddenly their faces twisted and they attacked him, biting and clawing at him. He screamed in agony as they tore at him, and the scene dissolved into flames and pain. At the Hall of Justice, Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Robot Man, Sandman, and others stood outside. Robot Man joked about their unusual gathering. Inside, Superman checked in with Aquaman, who confirmed that the world was safe and secure, and everyone had awakened from the nightmares. Superman, Wonder Woman, and Batman agreed that the case was solved, though Batman said there was one last piece left. Batman, Robin, Sandman, and Zatanna met in a graveyard to store the Dreamstone safely. Dodds remarked that the Nightmare Stone was gone again and reflected on the challenge of the case. He thanked them for another adventure, mentioning that Diana was waiting for him. Zatanna used a spell to secure the Dreamstone. At Wesley Dodds' grave, the group shared a quiet moment. Zatanna complimented Robin's sword, and Robin decided to keep it. Robin commented that Deadman was gone, but Batman assured him that Deadman, Boston, would return if needed. As they left, Batman collapsed, and Robin rushed to his side, calling him father. In the Batcave, Bruce lay unconscious in bed as Damian watched over him, noting they didn't know what nightmares Bruce faced, but that Boston had pushed Batman's body to its limits to save the world. All of Bruce's vitals checked out, but he remained in a deep sleep. Cyborg, Superman, and Wonder Woman discussed Bruce's condition, noting he was more rested than ever, but still unconscious. Cyborg explained he needed to repair Red Tornado, who had coordinated the global defense during the crisis. Superman said he would return to Supercorp to handle mysteries in Metropolis, while Wonder Woman mentioned that anti-Amazon sentiment was rising in Washington, D.C. As Superman and Wonder Woman left, they spoke about the Hall of Justice. Superman clarified that the hall was just empty, not shut down, but people were now too afraid to visit. He recalled how, just a day before, it had been full of families. Superman wondered why saving the world felt so wrong with Red Tornado and Bruce out of commission and Deadman gone. Wonder Woman replied that it was because they didn't really win. Meanwhile, a young girl took down her superhero drawings, telling her father that the images had become too scary after what they'd experienced. He reassured her that it was understandable and admitted that superheroes had started to seem frightening too, which was never part of their plan. Elsewhere, Amanda Waller met with a shadowy council. She explained that Insomnia's attack had accelerated public fear and distrust of superheroes, and that the tide was turning. People now saw heroes as threats. Waller said Insomnia had given them a gift, 2 gifts. Bright appeared and reported that he had recovered the Helmet of Hate from Lazarus Island and managed to steal the Nightmare Stone during the chaos. Waller took both items, asserting that they needed the right person to wield them. Waller looked at someone in the shadows and confirmed she was that person. Waller warned her that her loved ones would suffer if she chose this path, but the woman in the shadows was unmoved. She combined the helmet and the Nightmare Stone, transforming painfully into a new armored form. Waller asked what name she would choose. She declared herself Dr. Hate, as Waller announced that the next phase of her plan would target the Titans. Marvelous verdict. That's all, folks. This was how the heroes stood together and overcame the horrors and nightmares that plagued their world. The nightmares finally ended, but the struggle for hope and justice carried on. Even in the darkest times, heroes rise to fight for a brighter tomorrow. Keep dreaming the big dreams.